All right, folks, welcome here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Giacomo Luca. We got a bit of breaking news to bring you this morning. Here off the top, we're learning that U.S. President Joe Biden, South Korean President Yoon Suk Yeol on Wednesday signed an agreement that includes plans to have the U.S. a nuclear-armed submarines dock in South Korea for the first time in more than 40 years. You're taking a live look now over the U.S. Capitol this morning. And according to senior Biden administration officials, it's a conspicuous show of support to Seoul amid growing concern about nuclear threats by North Korea. The planned dock visits are a key element of what's being dubbed the Washington Declaration, aimed at deterring North Korea from carrying out an attack on its neighbor. And it's also being unveiled as Biden's hosting Yoon for a state visit during a moment of heightened anxiety for both leaders over an increased pace of ballistic missiles tests by North Korea over the last several months. We're now going to turn over to the UK Parliament, where we're learning this morning the Prime Minister is taking questions from members of his government.
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, he calls it this non-dom thing. Let's be honest about what his refusal to scrap the non-dom status means. Yeah. It means that at every possible opportunity, he has voted to put taxes up on working people, while at the same time taking every possible opportunity to protect a tax avoidance scheme that helped his own finances. Why is the Prime Minister telling people across the country that their taxes must go up so that his can stay low?
Mr. Speaker, the facts are these. The very wealthiest pay more tax and the poorest pay less tax today than under any year of the last Labour government, Mr. Speaker. We've also boosted the national living wage, boosted universal credit and pensioners. But, Mr. Speaker, the rank hypocrisy of it, as we saw last week when it comes to his own special pension scheme. I said it last week, but I'll say it again. It's literally one law for him and a tax rise for everybody else.
Mr. Speaker, here's the difference. I'd scrap his pension giveaway whether it affected me or not. He refuses to scrap the non-dom status that benefits him and his family. I can see why he's attracted to this non-dom thing. This Prime Minister is so removed from the country that he boasted that he didn't know a single working-class person. So insulated from reality that he proudly told a Tory garden party how he'd moved money from poorer areas and handed it to rich ones. So out of touch that he looks at a petrol pump and a debit card like they've just arrived from Mars. Is it any wonder that he smiles his way through the cost of living crisis while putting other people's taxes up? Is it any wonder he doesn't have a clue how food prices are hammering families across the country? And is it any wonder that under him people are paying more and more and getting less and less?
Mr. Speaker, we'll just look at what's happened just in this week, Mr. Speaker, where the Labour Party have put themselves. On Monday, in the other place, they decided to side with extremist protesters. Just yesterday, they sided with polluters, Mr. Speaker. And tonight we will see them siding with the people smugglers, Mr. Speaker. I tell you this, whilst we're in the business of sending back the 1,000th illegal migrant from Albania, Mr. Speaker, we're delivering cost of living payments to millions of households just yesterday, and today we've announced we put 20,000 more police officers on the street, Mr. Speaker. We're siding with the British people, Mr. Speaker. That's what the Conservative government does.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 60 years ago, Goulburn Urban District Council wrote to the government about the urgent need for a bypass for my constituency of Lee. 40 years ago, the central section of that bypass, the Atherley Way, was constructed. But to this day, the bypass remains unfinished, leading to daily gridlock in some areas of the community. Will the Prime Minister support my proposals to complete the Atherley Way, and will he meet with me to discuss this further so we can get Lee moving again?
Mr. Speaker, I commend my honourable friends campaigning on this issue, and I know there have been a number of proposals for road improvements in his area. He will know that it's for the local highways authority to develop those plans, but I know a meeting is planned in June to move proposals forward, and I know he will ask them for his campaign to that meeting, and I wish him well.
We come to SNP spokesperson Stephen Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I ask the Prime Minister to outline the safe and legal route available to a child refugee seeking to flee Sudan and come to the United Kingdom?
Well, Mr. Speaker, as I outlined earlier, our priority in Sudan, first and foremost, was to evacuate our diplomats and their families, which I'm very pleased. We were one of the first countries to be able to do, Mr. Speaker. And since yesterday, we've been conducting a large-scale evacuation of British nationals. We have some of the largest numbers of British nationals on the ground, and rightly, and I'm sure the whole House will agree with me, that it is reasonable, legal and fair to prioritise those most vulnerable families, particularly those with elderly people in them, medical conditions, but also children, Mr. Speaker. That's what we're in the process of doing, and I pay tribute to all those who are making it possible.
Leader of the SNP.
Mr. Speaker, to be clear, and I think everyone in the House is aware of this, children in Sudan are already dying. Now, whether it's a Tory slogan to stop the boats or a Labour slogan to stop small boats, we need some more humanity in this debate, rather than the race to the bottom which we see here today. So can I ask the Prime Minister, now that he has confirmed that there is no safe and legal route, will he therefore confirm that it would be his government's intention to detain and deport a child refugee who flees Sudan and comes to the United Kingdom?
Mr. Speaker, in fact, because of the efforts of our aid teams, we've invested almost £250 million in humanitarian support in Sudan over the past 5 years. And Mr. Speaker, the honourable gentleman does it always, but actually this country has a proud record of compassionately supporting those who need our assistance. Just over the last few years, we have welcomed almost 500,000 vulnerable people to our country, including many children, and it's that compassion that we want to make sure we continue, Mr. Speaker, which is why it's precisely right that we make sure that our system is not exploited by those coming here illegally, and that's what our bill will deliver.
Dr. Luke Evans.
Mr. Speaker, the Lib Dem-run Hinckley and Bosworth Borough Council don't have an up-to-date local plan. So that every day that goes past, we have speculative housing applications that put pressure on the infrastructure like GP surgery, schools and roads. Now, locally, the Lib Dems say it's the 300,000 housing target the government has, yet the Lib Dems have a target of 380,000 houses now. So will the Prime Minister change the law to ensure that communities like Burbage, Barwell, Markfield and Market Bosworth get the infrastructure and protection they need for the houses that we need?
Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend is right to point out the hypocrisy of the local Liberal Democrats on this issue. And he's right to highlight this issue locally, because the new infrastructure levy does give local areas the power to deliver the local infrastructure that he supports and wants for his area. But also, he's absolutely right to point out the importance of a local plan, because it is precisely that having a local plan is what gives communities the power to ensure that development in their area is happening in the way that they want it to, and the council is failing in its duty to do that for its communities by not putting forward that local plan.
Liz Saville-Roberts.
Well, incredibly, any traveller wanting to go by train from North to South Wales has to go via England. Linking Wales north to south would cost £2 billion. Now, the PM talks about running away with other people's money, but his government is depriving Wales to the tune of £6 billion by ruling that north-south England rail links like HS2 somehow benefit Wales. Will he plead guilty to the Great Welsh train robbery?
Mr. Speaker, as the Honourable Lady knows how transport matters are handled in Wales, and what I would say to her is that we do always want to work cooperatively with the Welsh Government to see where we can deliver jointly for people in Wales. We're actually investing record sums in communities up and down Wales through the Levelling Up Fund and the Community Ownership Fund. We're happy to continue those conversations. Many of those are transportation projects, and I think hopefully she'll join me in saying what the people of Wales do not need is the Labour Welsh Government's plan to ban all building of new roads.
Harriet Baldwin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the Prime Minister back our local plans to reopen our much-loved Malvern Hills College? And does he agree that Warwickshire College Group should negotiate the sale in good faith and not resort to using public money to sue our district council?
Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I thank my honourable friend for raising this issue. I, of course, recognise the valuable work that all colleges do in meeting local skills need, and very much welcome local community groups working together to address gaps in the way that her local area is doing. My understanding is that my honourable friend, the Education Secretary, is in discussion with the college, and I know that my honourable friend will continue making representations to her.
Fabian.
All right, you've been listening in there to the UK Prime Minister Rishi Sunak responding to questions from his government leaders. At the top of the list today is over an illegal migration bill. The Parliament again making conversations there about issues on this bill that would make a provision about detention for immigration purposes. It would also have a provision about unaccompanied children. Big conversation there as a number of migrants continue to head to the UK. Now I want to make our switch over back to the United States. We have big information coming out of a new case against former President Donald Trump. Donald Trump back at the center of another court case, this time a federal civil defamation trial. It's brought by John Carroll, who claims the former president raped her 30 years ago. Fox 5 New York's Briella Tomasetti joins us now live this morning from New York with the very latest on this. Good morning, Briella.
Yeah, good morning to you, Giacomo. And yesterday was a very big day. We had opening statements and the jury selection. This is a completely anonymous jury, which is rare in civil cases, but we are again dealing with former President Donald Trump. And Judge Lewis Kaplan told jurors he wants fewer people to know them. The fewer that know your names, he said, the better. This is how it'll work. They will arrive at a general assembly point. They will be escorted through a garage into the courthouse, where they will avoid all of the cameras out here. As she arrived at the federal courthouse in Lower Manhattan yesterday morning. Jury selection and opening statements were held in the civil trial, centering around the former advice columnist's claim that Donald Trump raped her at a New York City department store dressing room in the mid-1990s. One of Carol's lawyers said she'll testify that what unfolded in just a few minutes would change her life forever. But Trump's defense attorney, Joe Tacopina, told jurors that her story is wildly implausible and short of evidence.
We believe E. Jean Carroll.
The jurors, who are being kept anonymous to prevent potential harassment, range in age from 26 to 66. They include a janitor, physical therapist, security workers, healthcare collectors, a librarian, and high school employee. The jury of 6 men and 3 women were questioned about their news-watching habits and whether they've made any political donations, among other things. Carroll never reported the alleged assault to police, but wrote about it in her 2019 memoir. Trump says it never happened, calling Carroll a nut job who fabricated the rape claim to sell her book. He referred to the case as a big fat hoax and also said she's not my type. For that reason, Carroll is suing the former president for 2 things, sexual battery and defamation. The statute of limitations in this case already ran out, but when the state legislature passed the Adult Survivors Act last year, it opened a short window for Carroll to sue Trump. Carroll is one of more than a dozen women who have accused Trump of sexual assault or harassment. He denies all of the allegations. No matter the outcome, though, the trial could have major implications, especially when it comes to the 2024 presidential race. and the former president's Manhattan grand jury indictment for alleged hush money payments to adult film star Stormy Daniels. And because this is a civil case, Trump is not required to be in court. He's already given a videotaped deposition, but hasn't ruled out testifying either. Yeah, and Trump's legal team had tried to get this trial pushed back to the end of May, but Judge Lewis Kaplan denied the motion to adjourn. He has stressed that he wants this trial to move as quickly as possible. He expects the whole thing to last just 5 to 10 days, and that, as a result, means that we could hear from E. Jean Carroll as soon as this morning. For now, though, we're live outside the federal courthouse in Lower Manhattan. Giacomo will send it back to you.
All right, Briella, thanks for that reporting there. Any word of whether or not the former president will be showing up to court today?
Yeah, that's a good question. So he gave, I should say, a videotaped deposition. It is not presumed that he will testify, but that is still an option. Not necessarily happening today, but it could happen throughout the duration of the trial. We just have to wait and see.
All right, Briella Tomasetti there in New York, following that big story for us on the former president and continuing legal troubles against him. Thanks so much, Briella. All right, folks, moving on to... Thanks again. All right, folks, moving on today, we're going to go ahead and take a short break here on Live Now from Fox. Time now, 7:21 on the East Coast, 4:21 over on the West Coast. We'll see you back here in just a couple minutes. All right, folks, welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Giacomo Luca. Time now 7:24 over on the East Coast, 4:24 over on the West Coast. We are continuing to follow the very latest on the debt ceiling fight. House Republicans and the White House are waiting to see who's going to blink first in the debt ceiling debate, which is still inching closer to a potential default. President Biden says he won't negotiate, but the House Speaker is putting pressure on Democrats to come to the table with more spending cuts. Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard is following the very latest on this for us this morning from Washington.
When Americans take a look at the matchup next November, whether it's with Donald Trump or Ron DeSantis, it's going to be a pretty clear choice, and I think Joe Biden's going to do very well.
Democratic leadership rallies behind President Joe Biden just hours after he announces his re-election bid. On Tuesday morning, the president made it official. In a 3-minute video released 4 years to the day of his last campaign announcement, the president criticized MAGA extremists and called on voters to let him finish the job.
When I ran for president 4 years ago, I said we're in a battle for the soul of America, and we still are.
His decision has received a largely positive response from his party, even as some question his agility as the oldest president in American history.
I think there are folks who question whether a president at his age can and should be reelected. My answer is strongly yes.
People believe that Joe Biden has an agenda. He is trying not to divide us. He cares about this country.
As expected across the aisle, the response was a lot different.
Not only does he have a terrible record to run on, I think the video shows the lack of energy and enthusiasm that he has, and I think, frankly, that the country has to see him get reelected.
This is not a time for Joe Biden to try and play ticket politics. This is actually a time for someone to come forward and save America, and in my opinion, I think that's Donald J. Trump.
Former President Trump, the Republican primary frontrunner, also released a video today calling Biden the most corrupt president in American history. He has vowed to defeat him in the election. In Boston, Molly Line, Fox News.
All right, thanks so much for that reporting there. Meanwhile, Janet Yellen made comments on the debt ceiling and issues there. Our very own Live Now from Fox's Josh Breslow speaking to an expert about all things economy. Let's dip into that right now here on Live Now from Fox.
A warning that failure by Congress to raise the government's debt ceiling and the resulting default would trigger a, quote, economic catastrophe that would send interest rates higher for years to come. I do want to bring in the expert here, Edward Lawrence with Fox Business, to talk more about this. And Edward, when would we actually see this happen?
Well, you know, and that's the question, the big question. Right now, there's no updated numbers, but the Treasury Secretary is saying as early as mid-June, as late as September. It just depends on how much money the government has coming in and going out. As you know, tax day just happened, and what we're hearing now is the government is taking in less revenue than previous estimates. That could be bad news in terms of moving that date forward because the government will have less money. But we're also hearing the government refunds are smaller than projected and smaller than in years past. That means the government is giving back less money that they're taking in, so that could keep the date somewhere around the same. We'll know in the next few weeks as the folks at Treasury are now calculating the numbers. They're crunching what they have coming in, crunching what they have going out, as well as the bills. And again, in a couple of weeks, we should have an updated date.
Is there, at this point, any way to tell if we are going to actually see the interest rates higher for years to come here? Is that just a thought, or is that a definite?
Well, the issue here, those are two different issues. If we get close to the debt ceiling, we could see our credit rated downgraded, and that then could raise the rates that we're paying on our credit. Interest rates are covered by the Federal Reserve, and we are going to see those interest rates higher longer than expected. The Federal Reserve is expected to keep those rates higher in order to get inflation down, because they just can't handle inflation's at 5% right now, and it's just stickier than they thought. Core inflation is actually about leveling off, so it's not coming back down. That's inflation without food and energy prices. But the debt ceiling is a different issue when you talk about that. You're talking about the credit rating of the federal government, and that means when they do offer bonds to get out, the interest rate that we would have to pay would be higher. You know, there's never been a default in the U.S. history, and the House Speaker, Kevin McCarthy, saying there will not be a default under his watch. President Biden saying there will not be a default under his watch if Congress acts, but the two of them aren't talking to each other, they're talking at each other.
And, quote, economic catastrophe, that is what Yellen said. Are those over-dramatized words, or is that how serious the situation is?
No, that's exactly how serious the situation is when you talk about the full faith and credit of the U.S. government, because if there were to be a default, it could lead to a path where the dollar is no longer the reserve currency around the world, and that is very bad for the stability of our economy. You know, and then there would have to be, well, who would get that reserve currency? China is on their way to try and vie for it. They're already making deals with Brazil, and they've made deals with Saudi Arabia to trade in their own currencies, not U.S. dollars. So that long term could be an issue, but I think no one in Washington has an appetite to let that default happen. The question is, how do we get there? And that's one of the reasons the House Speaker Kevin McCarthy is passing a debt ceiling bill. It looks like they're setting up for a vote on Wednesday to get that passed. He wants to make sure he has something on the books in case that date comes back earlier than expected as to when the U.S. government would actually reach the debt ceiling.
And what are the odds that we actually do see some kind of, I guess, solution hammered out? Because as you mentioned, they're kind of talking at each other at this point. Are we expecting to see some kind of solution?
Yeah, you know, who knows is the answer to that question. It came up to the 11th hour. The last time this happened, it was what, 8 years ago, something like that, maybe 4, 5, 6 years ago, that they actually saw the credit rated downgraded, even though we did not reach the debt ceiling. We got very, very close to it. You know, this is something obviously Wall Street's watching, but at the moment the markets believe, if you look at what the markets are doing and how they're reacting, they do believe that there will not be a default on the nation's debt. They're hearing what the conversation is coming out of Congress and the appetite here at the White House. So they're hearing that something will be worked out before that deadline. The greater issue to watch is going to be the budget discussions at the end of this year in September. You know, there could be, we're hearing from the business community, a shutdown of the government over that budget that the president has proposed. But then a debt ceiling, the markets believe that that's not going to happen.
All right, Edward Lawrence there with Fox Business, my go-to for any kind of economic question. Is there anything else that you want to add about all this before I let you go?
No, my bill's in the mail.
All right, perfect. I will pay it probably never. All right, thank you again.
Thanks, Josh.
U.S.
All right, thanks so much to Josh Breslow for that interview, chatting with folks on the ground at the White House on the very latest on the debt ceiling and fallout potentially there. Taking a live look inside the LiveNOW from Fox Orlando studio. Getting a wide shot there on that as multiple countries have launched large-scale rescue missions for their citizens living in Sudan. It comes in the middle of a 3-day ceasefire brokered by the U.S. and Saudi Arabia. Fox News correspondent, Foreign Affairs correspondent Greg Palkett following the very latest on that for us this morning.
Sporadic gunfire.
U.S. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen.
Sporadic gunfire rang out across Sudan's capital on Tuesday, despite a 3-day truce between the Sudanese army and a paramilitary group. Over the past week, similar ceasefires have been largely ignored. Still, the break in heavy fighting allowed countries to evacuate diplomats, aid workers, and other citizens.
The United States is coordinating with regional and international partners and Sudanese civilian stakeholders to assist in the creation of a committee to oversee the negotiation, conclusion, and implementation of a permanent ceasefire.
U.S. officials say they are helping dozens of Americans connect with foreign convoys making their way to the Sudanese coast and using intelligence resources to determine safe routes out of the country. More military assets, including ships, are also deploying to the area, though there are still no plans for a large-scale evacuation.
We continue to remain in close touch with American citizens. That continues to be the case, offering them best practices on security precautions, on other measures that they can take.
World leaders stress that the situation on the ground is unpredictable. Since fighting broke out this month, nearly 500 people have been killed and thousands of others wounded. UN now one of several agencies forced to temporarily suspend work in harder hit areas.
The humanitarian needs in Sudan were already at record levels before this recent eruption of fighting. We are, of course, echoing the calls for the fighting to stop.
The UN says that before the fighting, about 15 million people living in Sudan needed aid. In London, Greg Palkott, Fox News.
Thanks to Greg Palkott for that reporting there. It's sunrise over in Washington, D.C., over the U.S. Capitol. Time now, 7:34 on the East Coast, 4:34 over on the West Coast. Going to be a busy day over on Capitol Hill. We've got a number of top events expected to come out today. We know the House Democrats expected to discuss the debt limit. We are expecting to hear from the Progressive Caucus as well as the new Democrat coalition to address the threat of a Republican-led default, that according to officials in the Democratic Party. We're also expecting a Senate Judiciary hearing to come examining the post-Dobbs America. Dobbs is that case, as many of you may remember, is the case that overturned Roe v. Wade. That's the new legal precedent set in there, which governs abortion in America. So we're expecting a Senate Judiciary hearing again on that. Moving on, we also are expecting to hear from U.S. President Joe Biden on his visit with the First Lady, as well as the South Korean President Yoon Suk Yeol, as well as Mrs. Kim Keon-hee for the official arrival ceremony again of the state visit in Washington. Senate social media presser, Senators Cotton, Britt, and Schatz expected to discuss the harmful impacts of social media. Just a number of the top events happening on Capitol Hill this morning. Later today, when we get those feeds here on Live Now from Fox, we'll make sure to bring them to you live, raw, and unfiltered. Meanwhile, 2024 candidates are off and running with a whole list of issues they want to bring to voters, but the issue of abortion clearly is going to be a top topic going into the general election for both Republicans and for Democrats. Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard is in Washington following that.
Almost a year after the Supreme Court sent the abortion issue to the states, North Dakota is in headlines as the Republican governor signed one of the strictest laws banning the procedure. Democrats are hoping to use abortion rights to get voters to the polls.
Folks, we made a lot of progress because of all of you, but there's more to do.
President Biden has announced his re-election campaign and is putting a spotlight on reproductive rights.
Around the country, MAGA extremists are lining up to take on those bedrock freedoms, dictating what health care decisions women can make.
On the Republican side, candidates say the GOP needs to take back the issue.
I am pro-life. I am unapologetic or unhesitant about it. Not because the Republican Party tells me to be, but for very personal reasons.
According to a Fox News poll, voters widely believe the economy is the most important issue, while abortion falls well behind it. Still, as we saw in the November midterms following last summer's Supreme Court decision to overturn Roe v. Wade, abortion rights can and will turn voters out to the ballot box, though some Republicans believe not as much as in 2022.
I think it will obviously be an issue in 2024, but after the Dobbs decision, I expect it to level out, and I don't think it'll be quite as hot of a button issue in the coming election.
Vice President Kamala Harris will run on the Biden ticket again. She is marking her first official day of the 2024 campaign, talking about reproductive rights here in D.C. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
All right, thanks so much to Lauren Blanchard for that reporting there. Taking a live look over Dallas, Texas. A little bit of a cloudy morning this morning over Dallas there. You can see traffic, though, fortunately moving along. Nice to see those shots. We have been hit by a rough string of rough weather across much of the Southwest. That's certainly hitting people hard across the U.S., and something that we'll be sure to keep taking a look at here on Live Now from Fox. Time now 7:38 on the East Coast, 4:38 on the West Coast. Good time to take a break. We'll be back in just a couple minutes. All right, welcome back here. Live now from Fox. Time now, 7:40 over on the East Coast, 4:40 over on the West Coast. Taking a live look right now over the U.S. White House. Interesting shot there in the front. We don't normally see that. There may be an event happening. We do expect that the South Korean president is going to be meeting with the U.S. president later today. You can see right there in the front, at the bottom in the front of the White House, you can see some curtains up there. Normally you can see the front doors of the White House. You can see also an American flag just behind it. I wanted to bring this shot up to mention just some of the latest out of the U.S. 2024 presidential run. We know President Joe Biden announced just this week he does plan to seek a second term at the White House. I wanted to run through a couple of things that we know about who's running this year. We've got Joe Biden again on the ticket for Democrats. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. also plans to run, as well as a Marianne Williamson. Waiting in the wings, there's Governor Gavin Newsom of California. Questions there. We also know that on the Republican side, former President Donald Trump, Nikki Haley have confirmed as well. Larry Elder out of California, conservative talk show host there, expected to run, as well as Asa Hutchinson. So some of the latest things that we have again this morning out of the presidential run of the U.S. heading for the U.S. White House. All right, we're going to go ahead and turn your attention today to lawyers for the suspect in last year's brutal murders at the University of Idaho, saying a woman who lived in the house has information which could help him. It's not clear, however, whether the woman will testify in the case of Bryan Kohberger. Fox News correspondent Dan Springer following that for us today.
2 months away from Bryan Kohberger's preliminary hearing, lawyers for the man charged with murdering 4 University of Idaho students last November say a surviving roommate can help his defense. Bethany Funk told police she was in her basement room in Moscow, Idaho, through the time of the murders and didn't even go upstairs after the horrific crime was discovered. She was barely mentioned in the police department's probable cause document. But in seeking a court order forcing her to testify, defense investigator Richard Battanti wrote the magistrate, quote, "During the course of my investigation, it became known to me that Bethany Funk has information material to the charges against Mr. Kohberger. Portions of information Ms. Funk has is exculpatory to the defendant. Ms. Funk's information is unique to her experiences and cannot be provided by another witness." But Bethany Funk, who now lives in Reno, Nevada, is fighting the subpoena. In a motion filed late last week to quash the summons, her lawyer wrote, "Even if Ms. Funk possesses exculpatory evidence, which remains unknown, there is no place or reason to present that evidence at a preliminary hearing." Kohberger is charged with 4 counts of first-degree murder. The former criminology grad student at nearby Washington State University could face the death penalty if convicted. There's nothing in the court record indicating how the surviving roommate might help Kohberger's defense, and the lawyers for both sides aren't commenting, citing the gag order that's in place. Now, the same judge who issued the subpoena will have to rule on the motion to quash it. In Seattle, Dan Springer, Fox News.
All right, thanks so much to Dan Springer for that reporting there from Washington. Major announcement this morning, this week actually, out of Bed Bath & Beyond, one of the original big box retailers known for its seemingly endless offerings of sheets, towels, and kitchen gadgets, filing for bankruptcy protection following years of dismal sales and losses and numerous failed turnaround plans. That's why we're turning right now to Bob Barnard, one of our reporters on the ground in Washington, D.C., outside of one of those stores there. Bob, how's things going this morning? How are folks in D.C. taking it?
How many people have these coupons? So if you've ever shopped at Bed Bath & Beyond, you've gotten these in the mail. Some of these have expired. I found these actually in the glove compartment of my car this morning. My wife and I saved these, and they'll even accept the expired ones. Bed Bath & Beyond will. However, today is the last day that you can actually use these. There's an ambulance going by us here, so I'm going to hold off for a second so I don't have to shout. We're in Columbia Heights, which is a neighborhood of Washington, D.C. There's a Bed Bath & Beyond store in the mall behind us. And if you've ever shopped there, you've gotten these coupons in the mail. The news today is these coupons are only going to be accepted today, and that's it. After today, all sales are final, and these coupons will no longer be accepted. If you have a gift card to Bed Bath & Beyond or Bye Bye Baby, which they own, those are good till May 8th. The 360 Bed Bath & Beyond stores, the 120 Bye Bye Baby stores will all be closed, the company says, by June 30th. They're going to try to offload their bridal and baby registries to another company, but basically they're winding down their stores. They've already closed some already, and again, they're planning on having everything shut down after filing for bankruptcy under Chapter 11 last week by the end of June. We have spoken to some people who have been longtime loyal customers and even retail industry analysts about what's happening here. Here's some of what they're telling us. Okay, so we have been talking, we'll maybe share that with you later this morning, but shoppers are saying, look, Sears went out of business. So we had a feeling, because Bed Bath & Beyond, Giacomo, hadn't really gotten into the online game as well as other retailers had, that maybe this day would come. J. Crew, JCPenney, Neiman Marcus, they have also filed for bankruptcy. So there is a shift in the big box retail industry, obviously, with Sears going out of business a number of years ago. And this is a company, Bed Bath & Beyond, that's been in the retail business for 52 years, and it's coming to an end.
How are folks taking it over there? Any conversations about that with man on the street?
Oh yeah, we were going to share some with you. One lady told us she's had coupons in her drawer that date back to 2003. So she's got 20-year-old coupons that the company will often accept. Some of these here have expired late last year, and they're usually pretty good about accepting them even if they've expired. You know, you've seen these 20% off, 25% off. And that's what people are telling us. They could get some good deals. And if you live in kind of like the center city here, this is a neighborhood commercial district, the store and the mall behind me here. I won't go as far as saying it's a lifeblood to the community. They have a CVS and a Target and other stores as well. But they've gotten used to having Bed Bath & Beyond always being there, and they're sad to see it go. Some people say, yeah, I shop primarily online, but I do like to go into stores, and if I'm going to buy, say, sheets and towels, I want to look at them, maybe even feel them. This is one place they're not going to be able to do that again in the coming weeks.
Yeah, we certainly saw that with Payless. We saw that with Kmart many years ago, Sears most recently, and
That's true.
You know, those sales tend to be pretty much whatever they can get out the door. They start at, you know, 90%, 80% and keep going down. You imagine folks might be lining up to get their final Bed Bath & Beyond stuff.
Yeah, this one here has a 60%. The main is 25%, but this some products are 60% off. Not sure if they'll honor that because, again, this is an expired coupon. They're usually good about the 20% off coupons. But yeah, I mean, there are other places to go, but they're becoming fewer and fewer.
Any word on whether or not Bed Bath & Beyond might move some of its name brand products online and shift it kind of that direction? We know, like Toys R Us, for instance, did something like that after they closed their big box stores. Any word from Bed Bath & Beyond?
Our sense is, and they have said that, yeah, today, the last day for coupons, all sales final going forward. Gift cards, you can use them till May 8th. They did say their online shopping component will continue, but they haven't said whether that'll continue beyond when the final stores close, which again, they plan to wind things down by June 30th. So as of July 1st, we don't believe there's going to be any online component in any shape or form for Bed Bath & Beyond or Bye Bye Baby.
Okay, we'll have to wait and see on all that. Bob Barnard in D.C. for us today on the very latest. I got some folks behind you waving. Thanks so much, Bob Barnard there in D.C. We appreciate the folks there as well. All right, a time now on the West Coast, 7:51, 4:51 over on, 4:51 on the West Coast, 7:51 on the East Coast. We're going to take a short break here on Live Now from Fox. We'll see you back here in just a couple minutes. All right, welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Giacomo Luca. Time now 7:53 over on the East Coast, 4:53 on the West Coast. More cities now on alert over the animal tranquilizer xylazine. It's a drug becoming more rampant on U.S. streets and is especially dangerous when mixed with fentanyl. Fox's Madison Scarpino has more on this from St. Louis.
Opioid epidemic even deadlier. It's also known by the street name Trank and can cause everything from rotting skin to death. And we want to warn you that some of these images are graphic.
This is what it looks like without a skin graft.
Tracy McCann knows the dangers of xylazine. McCann became addicted to opioids after an accident and eventually started using fentanyl. She says the past few years, more and more fentanyl started containing xylazine, a drug approved by the FDA for veterinary use, but not for humans.
At first, everyone was saying it was really good carfentanil and really good fentanyl. It was like a fentanyl, but it was just like a stronger high. But then once they started putting more into it, it would knock you out right away.
She eventually started getting wounds.
They would show as bruises at first. And then the next morning I'd wake up and my skin would be black and it would be like crusty. And, the addiction part, I couldn't stop.
Xylazine has been detected in 48 states, and the effects cannot be reversed by Narcan. McCann is one of the lucky ones. Many people are losing limbs or dying after taking the drug. The latest numbers from the DEA shows a spike in xylazine overdose deaths across all parts of the country.
This crisis that we're dealing with today presents a clear and direct threat to our national security, economic prosperity, and public health.
This drug is not made for humans.
After years of drug use, McCann decided to change her life.
I was looking at the drug dealers, the trash, the homelessness, people that had been amputated already because of this drug, and I kind of just looked at myself at 85 pounds going, what are you doing?
Now, McCann is almost 8 months sober.
I truly thought I was going to die junkie. And to be on this side now and hopefully help someone, in turn helps myself.
The DEA issued a public safety alert about xylazine, and the White House is calling xylazine mixed with fentanyl an emerging national threat. In St. Louis, Madison Scarpino, Fox News.
All right, thank you so much to Madison Scarpino there, reporting on the very latest on that dangerous drug now being found across much of the U.S. He said 48 states there were learning about that. All right, we're going to turn your attention now over to the Phoenix area. Residents in Phoenix are learning how to save lives by administering Narcan. According to the U.S. Drug Enforcement Administration, fentanyl is the single deadliest drug threat in the U.S. That's why officials coordinated this training along with people in their communities there, including help from the state representative Jennifer Longdon, who you can see there, where people are not only learning about drug overdose, but they're also walking away with critical tools like Narcan and fentanyl testing strips. The Phoenix Vice Mayor, Yassim Ansari, explains there what the goal of the Narcan training is.
Support if somebody is in the situation of overdosing from fentanyl. This will hopefully be the first of many trainings that we provide.
And we also reported, brought this to you on our show just a couple weeks ago. The city and county in Denver, Colorado, also offering a system where folks can go and get Narcan from officials to help in the event that they see someone struggling with overdose. Meanwhile, healthcare professionals say a growing number of people are undergoing genetic testing to see if they're at a higher risk of developing Alzheimer's disease. Fox News correspondent Marianne Rafferty is taking a closer look at that.
The country's opioid epidemic.
More than 6 million people in the U.S. have Alzheimer's, the most common type of dementia. The Alzheimer's Association says that number is expected to increase to roughly 13 million people by 2050. And while the National Institutes of Health says there isn't a single cause of Alzheimer's, your genetics can play a part.
I had the constant fear that, oh, it's good, I'm next.
After losing her mother to the disease, Wendy Nelson took a 23andMe DNA test to see if she had any copies of ApoE4, a gene variant that can increase a person's risk of developing Alzheimer's.
It comes up with very dramatic. You have 2 variants of ApoE4.
With each copy of the ApoE4 that you have, that not only increases your risk of developing Alzheimer's disease in later life, you tend to develop at a slightly younger age.
Pretty devastating news to learn.
While Nelson's results were not what she wanted, knowing her risk factors is giving her time to plan for what could happen in the future. And according to health data company Truvada, more Americans are following suit, citing how testing for ApoE4 is on the rise. Some doctors believe more people want to get tested because medical breakthroughs are showing signs of slowing the progression of the disease. The makers of the drug Leqembi say it's been shown to reduce the rate of cognitive decline in patients with mild Alzheimer's by 27%. The National Institutes of Health says up to 25% of people in the U.S. have 1 copy of ApoE4. Up to 5% have 2 copies. Marianne Rafferty, Fox News.
All right, lawyers for the suspect in last year's brutal murders at the University of Idaho say a woman who lived in the house has information which could help him. It's not clear, however, whether the woman will testify in the case of Bryan Kohberger. Fox News correspondent Dan Springer has the latest on this today.
Two months away from Bryan Kohberger's preliminary hearing, lawyers for the man charged with murdering 4 University of Idaho students last November say a surviving roommate can help his defense. Bethany Funk told police she was in her basement room in Moscow, Idaho, through the time of the murders and didn't even go upstairs after the horrific crime was discovered. She was barely mentioned in the police department's probable cause document. But in seeking a court order forcing her to testify, defense investigator Richard Battanti wrote the magistrate, quote, During the course of my investigation, it became known to me that Bethany Funk has information material to the charges against Mr. Kohberger. Portions of information Ms. Funk has is exculpatory to the defendant. Ms. Funk's information is unique to her experiences and cannot be provided by another witness. But Bethany Funk, who now lives in Reno, Nevada, is fighting the subpoena. In a motion filed late last week to quash the summons, her lawyer wrote, "Even if Ms. Funk possesses exculpatory evidence, which remains unknown, there is no place or reason to present that evidence at a preliminary hearing." Kohberger is charged with 4 counts of first-degree murder. The former criminology grad student at nearby Washington State University could face the death penalty if convicted. There's nothing in the court record indicating how the surviving roommate might help Kohberger's defense, and the lawyers for both sides aren't commenting, citing the gag order that's in place. Now, the same judge who issued the subpoena will have to rule on the motion to quash it. In Seattle, Dan Springer, Fox News.
Investigator working on behalf of the man accused of murdering 4.
All right, we're going to turn now to Josh Breslow here with Live Now from Fox, breaking down the very latest on this case. He spoke with a defense attorney about the Brian Kohberger murder cases.
Investigator working on behalf of the man accused of murdering 4 Idaho college students says one of the surviving roommates could help clear the suspect of the crime. A subpoena obtained by Fox states the investigator believes the surviving roommate heard or saw something that would prove Brian Kohberger did not commit the crime. The defense wants that roommate to appear in court for Kohberger's preliminary hearing, which is a 2-day hearing that starts June 28th. If she refuses, the court filing does say that she could be fined $500 or 25 days in jail. I do want to bring in a friend of the show here, Joshua Ritter, a criminal defense attorney in LA and former federal prosecutor, to talk more about this here. Thank you so much for taking the time here to join us.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me.
So first off, can you explain this order here, this subpoena, and what it really means overall? Does it hold any sort of value, or is it more just kind of an opinion situation?
Well, no, usually a subpoena has a lot of teeth. And so if the jurisdictional issues related to that subpoena are on sound legal footing, then yeah, she's got an issue. She's going to have to show up to court. And, you know, this is how our court system works. I understand that we don't want to re-victimize people unnecessarily, and we don't want to put people through things that they don't need to be put through again. But, you know, this is how we handle things in this country, is that you have to be able to call witnesses, especially when a defendant is facing charges this serious. They have to be able to mount a defense. And so if they feel that somehow she has exculpatory evidence that she could testify to, I think a judge will compel her. The issue is going to come down to, is there proper jurisdictional heft behind this, because if there was some issue about where she was subpoenaed, where she domiciled at, who has jurisdiction.
So do we have any idea, just based on the filing itself, what she might have heard, what she might have saw?
No, that's a really great question. You know, when the affidavit was released, we know that one of the survivors saw a masked man leaving, and that was some of the most startling evidence that we had heard about. It's unclear as to what this witness may have seen or heard. You know, it could be something as simple as, I saw a man, but she described him as being 6'6", which doesn't match the description, or, you know, perhaps she heard a voice that somehow doesn't match. Or it could all come down to timing. Perhaps when she says she heard these things, somehow doesn't line up with the police investigation narrative, and that the defense feels that that will somehow poke some holes in it. But we certainly haven't heard anything earth-shattering so far that would lead us to believe why this witness would be so important to the defense.
Tell me how a preliminary hearing like this works. Are we going to hear testimony and things of that nature? I would assume based on this we would. And the fact that it's slated to take place over 2 days, is that normal?
That is normal, and in a case of this seriousness and magnitude, I wouldn't be surprised if it took much longer. Sometimes you see in murder cases, they could take weeks, quite honestly, when you're dealing with several dead bodies. You know, you're going to have to go through the autopsies and everything else. But to answer your question, what a preliminary hearing is it's a hearing before a judge only. There's no jury, and it's a lower standard of proof. So you're not asking to prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt. You're asking for the judge to find probable cause. And essentially what it's saying is that we're not going to hold this person in custody, this defendant in custody, unless we check what the prosecution has to some extent. So it's an opportunity for a judge for the first time to evaluate to a lesser degree the prosecution's evidence to make sure that they do have enough evidence to hold that person and bind them over for trial. So again, it's not about guilt or not guilt. It's more about, is there probable cause to allow this person to answer for the charges at a later date.
What about the option of doing a grand jury?
Yeah, that's a great question. I would be surprised if they didn't pursue that here. Usually in cases that are very serious or very complex, or certainly cases that have this much media scrutiny, that's sometimes a better option for the prosecution. What that allows them to do, now we're not dealing with a judge, we're dealing with a grand jury, a group of people, and they're going to have evidence presented to them, but it's in a closed proceeding, it's private, and there isn't the kind of added pressure of having defense counsel there to cross-examine some of these witnesses. So that same witness that they're concerned about wouldn't have to testify under cross-examination, which might make them feel more comfortable. Now, what the prosecution has to do in that situation is to some extent play both sides of the courtroom and present some exculpatory evidence, but it is an option sometimes pursued by prosecuting offices in cases just like this. I wouldn't be surprised if it happened here.
And so several media outlets actually filed with a judge here. They were trying to get a gag order lifted. It sounds like the judge said, no, that's not going to happen. Kind of break down how that played out and whether that was a decision that was or was not expected.
Well, I will say that the judge has taken a pretty extreme view on this gag order. Usually you'll see a gag order in cases like this with a lot of media attention that might only apply to the attorneys involved. But the judge here has extended it beyond that, from the attorneys, family members, investigators, anybody just kind of ancillarily connected to this case, which you have to understand begins to encroach on people's First Amendment rights. I mean, people have a right to talk about things that are going on in their lives as long as it's not going to somehow affect the integrity of this ongoing investigation. So media outlets, obviously, took some umbrage with this and appealed that to the Idaho Supreme Court. That was recently denied by the court. And what's interesting is they didn't say that they are denying it on the merits of their argument. They're denying it on the fact that they didn't first go through that original judge to object to it and have a hearing with that original judge. So it's, in a way, it's the Supreme Court in Idaho, they're kind of punting, saying, listen, we find that you have an issue here, but you have to go through the proper channels first, so we're not going to make a determination on the merits. So I don't think this is the end of this. We might see this back in court in front of that judge who actually made the gag order ruling, to hear some more about what are her reasons behind it.
All right, Joshua Ritter there, former federal prosecutor and criminal defense attorney, currently there in LA. Anything you want to add about all of this before I let you go?
It's just such an interesting case because, to one extent, there's so much kind of attention surrounding it because of the intrigue of it, because of the nightmare situation of it. So we're kind of getting these little drips here and there, but then at the same time, you would hope that we would have a little bit more transparency allowed by the judge because of the interest in this, because otherwise.
All right, I want to turn now over to Beijing, China. We're learning that there's a press conference happening right now out of the Chinese Foreign Ministry. We're learning that the Chinese President Xi Jinping has spoken with the Ukrainian president, and members of that organization, the Chinese Foreign Ministry, are now answering questions from reporters. Some of the answers are in Chinese, but there is a translation, so be patient and listen in.
并且是对和平倡议表支持态度呢？我的另外一个问题是，中方是否支持俄罗斯继续保留其既得的领土利益？
感谢你再次提问。关于代表团的问题啊，还是我非常想更多的信息来告诉你，但是就像你所说的，这个再通过外交渠道保持沟通。
On your first question on the delegation, I would like to offer more details, But like I said, we can stay in communication through the diplomatic channel.
关于第二个问题呢，我没有更多可以回答的，还是请你再仔细研究中方的习主席讲的应该所有共同3点共同思考，还有我们的立场文件。
On your second question, I have no more information to offer. My advice is that you can refer to President Xi Jinping's 4 principles for the joint efforts in 4 areas, the 3 observations on Ukraine, and the China's position on the political settlement of the Ukraine crisis. Thank you.
谢谢。
Sorry, actually, the question was about reaching out to other countries. It's not necessarily talking about the delegation. It's have you reached out to other countries? So sorry, it's a bit confusing, but like part of the question was about the delegation, and you said you can offer more information later perhaps. But the other part of the question is about have you reached out to other countries about this peace proposal? Have they expressed an interest in joining your efforts?
我的第二个问题是，您是否就中方提供的这样一个和平倡议？
You're listening in there as members of the Chinese Foreign Ministry respond to answers, questions from reporters after Chinese leader Xi Jinping appealed for negotiations between Russia and Ukraine in a phone call Wednesday with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky warning, quote, "There is no winner in a nuclear war," state media said, and a long-anticipated conversation after Beijing said it wanted to act as a peace mediator. Up until now, no conversations had been had. Again, we're going to dip in so you can listen into these answers from the Chinese Foreign Ministry, live, raw, and unfiltered.
Enthusiastically responded from the international community.
谢谢，下一个。
Thank you.
中国日报记者啊，先跟于思确认一下，就是咱们特使是李辉大使吗？
对，
对，行，好的。然后有3个专家，一人一个问题。然后首先孙正志老师，就是您如何看待特使外交当前的作用？尤其是马上我们要派代表团去，尤其是去乌克兰斡旋，您如何看当前这个斡旋的意义，以及是实际的选择？第二个问题是给李永全老师的，从俄乌2国目前的情况以及欧盟成员国的情况来看，当前乌克兰危机是否到了劝和促谈更有利的时机？第3个问题给达威老师，您如何评价美西方当前对于乌克兰局势当中对于和谈的态度？您觉得当前和谈的困难和障碍在哪儿？谢谢。
First, I'd like to make it clear with the DDG whether the special envoy is Mr. Li Hui, and the answer is yes. And I have 3 questions for the 3 experts. My first question is addressed to Professor Sun. So what do you think about the role of special envoy diplomacy? And what is the significance of this shuttle diplomacy? My second question is addressed to Professor Li. Now, in terms of the Russia-Ukraine crisis, in terms of the relations between Russia and Ukraine and to all the EU member states, now is the better moment than any others for the 2 countries to conduct peace talks. My third question is addressed to Professor Da, is that what is the attitudes of the US and some other Western countries on promoting peace talks between Russia and Ukraine? What are the major difficulties facing the peace talks?
好，首先请孙所长回答。好，谢谢提出的问题。我觉得在这个时间啊，这个派出特使啊，这个体现了这个中方对和平方式啊，通过政治方式啊解决乌克兰危机的这个高度重视。
All right, you've been listening in there to the Chinese Foreign Ministry and answering questions from members of the press following a conversation between the president of China, leader Xi Jinping, and the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, Xi now saying his government will send a special representative to Ukraine for talks about possible political settlement, according to a government statement reported by state TV. We're going to head over now back to the U.S., continuing on a new story we're learning about, a lawsuit between school systems and social media platforms. That's picking up. The Orange County, Florida School District now joining the suit as plaintiffs. Fox 35 Orlando's Randy Hildreth joining us live this morning on that story. Good morning, Randy. What can you tell us about this lawsuit? Why are they bringing it?
Well, good morning to you. This came up at last night's school board meeting with leaders here at Orange County Public Schools. And one of the sentiments that was brought up is their concern about how social media is harming young people. And they have their eyes on large social media platforms, the ones that get talked about a lot, TikTok, Snapchat, Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, so the big name platforms. And their argument is that these social media platforms have created algorithms that target young people to the point that young people get addicted. They don't want to put their phones down. And some of the things that they are seeing on these social media platforms and the fact that they are addicted has exacerbated the mental health crisis in young people. And so that's one element of it. The other is that they argue that school districts have had to shell out money and resources to support students who have been harmed by these targeted algorithms that have created this mental health crisis. So, for example, school districts in recent years have had to pay for additional mental health services like hiring additional staff, increasing disciplinary actions, and paying for additional teacher training. And so the attorney who spoke with school board members last night says the goal of this lawsuit is to recoup money for districts that have had to shell out additional money, but then also to provide or push for these companies to be accountable for these practices they say specifically target young people.
I think that there's a lot of money that's being made, and it's a lot of harm that goes to our students. It's very expensive to you as a school district in dealing with this every day, and hopefully we can get some accountability, and maybe we can get some controls in place. I think that there's a lot.
And this is very early on in all of this. One of the general council members at last night's meeting talked about forwarding school board members just in the last few days the complaint so that they could look over it. But they also mentioned that other school districts across Florida, as well as Georgia, Alabama, and then also in California have expressed interest in going after these big social media platforms on behalf of the district, on behalf of the districts, on behalf of students who they say have been impacted. I'll go ahead and send it back to you live this morning. Randy Hildreth, Fox 35 News.
All right, Randy, thanks so much. We know that Congress has certainly taken social media platforms to the front, and we see now several school districts and states across the country doing the same. Thank you again, Randy Hildreth over Fox 35 Orlando, joining us this morning about that new lawsuit coming out of Orange County schools. We appreciate her reporting on that. Time now on the East Coast, 8:19, 5:19 over on the West Coast. That's a good time to take a break here on Live Now from Fox. When we come back, we'll have so much more live, raw, and unfiltered content. We'll see you back here in just 2 minutes. All right, welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Giacomo Luca. Time now 8:21 over on the East Coast, 5:21 over on the West Coast for folks getting their day started there. I want to turn now to this press conference happening live over in Beijing. This is following conversations that China's president had with the Ukrainian president, Volodymyr Zelensky, warning, quote, "There's no winner in a nuclear war," according to state media, and a long-anticipated conversation after Beijing said it wanted to act as a peace mediator. Xi's government will send a special representative to Ukraine for talks about a possible political settlement, said a government statement reported by state TV. China has been trying to appear neutral in the war, but refused to criticize Moscow's invasion of Ukraine. Xi and Russian President Vladimir Putin issued a joint statement before the February 2020 invasion, saying their governments had, quote, no limits of friendship. I'm going to go ahead and bring this audio up. There are questions happening both in Chinese and in English, but there is a translator, so please be patient as those questions are asked and the translator works to provide the translation in English.
They think that now the crisis is the confrontation between two different blocs. And I think that the US and somewhat other Western countries don't think that it is the right time to solve the crisis unless one side secured the full victory. We don't think this is realistic, and we think it is very cruel. And another point is that US and some other Western countries thinks that only one side is right and the other side is bound to be wrong. But from China's perspective, the Ukraine crisis is a very complex issue. So China has never taken its side or picked its side. Now, the problem is that China's position is different from those held by the Western countries. So they think that China belongs to another bloc, the opposite bloc. This is not true. I think I'd like to refer back to the question raised by my friend from Bloomberg. Why did it take so long? And I think that I don't think that China belongs to any one bloc. And it is the Western countries who think that China belongs to the opposite bloc, which has made communication a lot harder. But nevertheless, China has continued to play its role, or to play its mediating role. And we know that this call didn't happen until now, but I would like to ask, so which Western leader has maintained communication with the leaders of the both parties directly involved in the crisis, that is Ukraine and Russia? I don't think anyone has done this. So I think this call is an indication of China's fair and impartial objective in promoting peace talks. Thank you.
最后我想追问一下于司长，您觉得这次两国元首通话的时间点和最近引起很大争议的中国驻法国大使的有关前苏联国家主权地位的这番风波有没有任何关系，还是说完全是一个巧合？
A follow-up question to DDG Yu. Do you think that the timing of this call has anything to do with the remarks made by China's ambassador to France?
如果你是在问中方对法国大使的表态，我们已经做过权威的表态了，请你再查阅我们网站。
I think we have made our position clear on what we think about the remarks made by our ambassador to France, and I'd like to refer you to our website.
如果你是问中方的立场，那么我也讲得很清楚了，谢谢。劝和促谈的立场，我是指。
And if you want to know more about China's position, and I have also made it very clear, which is promoting peace talks. Thank you.
BBC. Hi, so another question from the BBC. Did Volodymyr Zelensky ask China to do anything in regards to its relationship with Russia. So to say anything to Russia, to do anything in relation to Russia, did he ask for anything at all in that respect?
英国广播公司，我的问题是，在通话中，泽连斯基总统是否要求中国做任何事情来帮助改善乌俄关系？是否要求中国对向俄罗斯传达什么话，或者是要求中国做某些事情来使得双方关系缓和？
就像刚才我介绍的，泽连斯基总统在通话中欢迎中方为恢复和平，通过外交手段解决危机，发挥重要作用。
President Zelensky said during the phone call that Ukraine welcomes China's to play a role in restoring peace and solving the crisis through the diplomatic channel.
Thank you.
好，如果大家没有其他问题的话，先生。
Yeah, so just to double check, so the call was made at the initiative of the Ukrainian side, right?
我想确认一下，是否是乌克兰方主动提出通话请求的？
习主席是应约同泽连斯基总统通电话。
President Xi Jinping made the phone call with President Zelensky at the latter's request.
Can I just check one other thing too before we finish? I'm just a bit confused in relation to the question from my colleague there. Countries sending a delegation, or definitely only just China sending a delegation?
我想追问一下关于您说的代表团的问题，是多国都会派代表团呢，还是只有中国会派代表团？
如果你是指的这句话，我愿意重申一下，中方将派中国政府欧亚事务特别代表赴乌克兰等国访问，就政治解决乌克兰危机同各方进行深入沟通。
China will send a delegation led by the Special Representative of the Chinese government on Eurasian affairs to Ukraine and other countries to exchange their views in depth on the political settlement of the Ukraine crisis.
向于斯追加一个问题，今年这个月正好也是全球安全倡议，习主席提出满1周年，在当前这个契机下，习主席与泽连斯基总统通话，然后中方决定派代表团接下来去斡旋，就您看这是不是也是对于全球安全倡议的一个它的实践的又一个生动展现？然后您觉得是不是也掀开了，就是说中国在具体落实全球安全倡议方面又迈出了新的一步，是不是进入了一个新的阶段？然后您对于这次接下来斡旋之旅有什么样的期许？
对代表团的期许。对代表团的期许是吗？
对，这是特使团的那个。
From China Daily, this year also marks the one-year anniversary of the Global Security Initiative, and I think that at this special moment, President Xi and President Zelensky had a phone call, and China also decided to send a delegation to Ukraine and some other countries. I think this is a manifestation of the Global Security Initiative, and I think this marks the specific application of this initiative, which also marks a step further for China's efforts in bringing the role of GSI into full play. And what expectations do you have for the upcoming visit made by the delegation?
虽然你是中国的媒体啊，我还是要表扬你这个问题提的还是很有水平的。
All right, you've been listening in there to the Chinese Foreign Ministry holding a press conference after we're learning that the president of China, Xi Jinping, appealed for negotiations between both Russia and Ukraine during a phone call on Wednesday with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. We're learning that China is expected to send a special representative to Ukraine for talks about a possible political settlement, according to a government statement reported by Chinese state TV. Time now 8:31 on the East Coast, 5:31 over on the West Coast. We're going to take our second commercial break of the hour here on Live Now from Fox, but we'll return with much more live, raw, and unfiltered content. We'll see you back here. All right, welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Giacomo Luca. President Biden's running for re-election. If he wins the 2024 race, he would be 82 years old at the start of his next term. Fox News correspondent Molly Line has more on what Republicans and Democrats are now saying about this presidential run.
In a 3-minute video released 4 years to the day of his last campaign announcement, the president criticized MAGA extremists and called on voters to let him finish the job.
When I ran for president 4 years ago, I said we're in a battle for the soul of America, and we still are.
His decision has received a largely positive response from his party, even as some question his agility as the oldest president in American history.
I think there are folks who question whether a president at his age can and should be reelected. My answer is strongly yes.
People believe that Joe Biden has an agenda. He is trying not to divide us. He cares about this country.
As expected across the aisle, the response was a lot different.
Not only does he have a terrible record to run on, I think the video shows the lack of energy and enthusiasm that he has, and I think, frankly, that the country has to see him get reelected.
This is not a time for Joe Biden to try and play politics. This is actually a time for someone to come forward and save America. And in my opinion, I think that's Donald J. Trump.
Former President Trump, the Republican primary frontrunner, also released a video today calling Biden the most corrupt president in American history. He has vowed to defeat him in the election. In Boston, Molly Line, Fox News.
All right, and live now from Fox is Josh Breslow speaking with a professor over at American University about President Biden running for that second term. We're going to listen in to that now to get her reaction.
Announced that he will make a second run for the White House in 2024. Biden had said repeatedly that he planned to run for re-election alongside Kamala Harris, and this morning in that 3-minute video released on his website and social media, Biden made the official announcement. It could all, in the end, lead up to a rematch between Biden and former President Trump. A lot of questions here. Dr. Alan Lichtman is a distinguished professor in the Department of History at American University. He joins us now live to talk more about all of this. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here.
Certainly.
So the big question here, we kind of expected this. Is this really a surprise that the announcement was made?
Oh, you know, it is certainly hardly a surprise. Look, this is about the same time that Barack Obama announced his very successful re-election campaign for 2012. It precludes, I think, any significant Democratic challenges running against Joe Biden, and it gives him a chance to fundraise for his re-election bid.
And going back to the basics here, when you have an incumbent running for president, do we still have the same kind of primary process like we're going to have for Republicans and like we had, of course, back in 2020? Is it the same kind of process there?
Not normally. You almost always have a major nomination fight for the out party. When you have an incumbent president, though, rarely do you have a major fight. And when you do, it's very bad news for the incumbent president, like it was for Republican Gerald Ford in 1976 when he fought tooth and nail against Ronald Reagan, or for President Jimmy Carter, the Democrat, in 1980 when he was challenged by Ted Kennedy. So Biden is trying to clear the field. And we can talk a little later also about the implications of party battles.
Of course. And first off, something else that I did think about here, was it kind of assumed that Kamala Harris would once again be his running mate? Could that have changed? Was it thought that that would have changed?
I think it's extremely unlikely that that would change. There are certainly occasions where presidents have dumped their vice president, most famously and most impactfully for the country when Abraham Lincoln dropped his vice presidential candidate and picked up Andrew Johnson, who then became president after Lincoln's assassination and changed the course of American history. But I don't see that at this time. And of course, Franklin Roosevelt dumped his vice president and picked up Harry Truman, who then became president when Roosevelt passed away.
Was there any other possibility, any other Democratic candidate that stood out as a possibility to run for president in 2024?
There really isn't a Democrat who is capable of challenging Joe Biden or would have the motivation to launch this kind of quixotic challenge against a sitting president, which almost never succeeds. If, in fact, Biden didn't run or couldn't run, there'd then be a host of possible Democratic nominees. Hillary Clinton again, Kamala Harris, Elizabeth Warren, Bernie Sanders, you name it, Governor Newsom of California. But I think Biden has cut off the field at this point.
I gotcha. And who could be the possible Republican candidate to take on Biden in 2024? We know, of course, that Trump has entered the ring once again, so we could have a rematch there. We also have Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, who has not said whether he plans to actually run for president. However, he's kind of implied it, I would say, over the last few weeks or so. So who is his possible who is his possible competition, I guess, in 2024?
I'll give you three answers: Trump, Trump, and Trump. He seems to have lapped the field at this point. And as you said, you know, DeSantis isn't even a declared candidate. And you don't win by being an implied candidate. And you got to understand, he's been very successful in Florida. But there is nothing like the white-hot scrutiny of a presidential campaign. And so far, DeSantis hasn't shined at that. And no matter what seems to happen to him, the Donald Trump base seems to be impenetrable.
Do you think that Ron DeSantis will announce a run for president anytime soon? Or do you think he's trying to gauge, I guess, reaction from the party first to see if they even want him to run for president?
Well, it's not clear who the party is. You know, you've kind of got, it's kind of become the Trump party. You know, people talk about Trump versus mainstream Republicans, but Trumpism is now mainstream within the Republican Party, as we've seen with the ostracization, for example, of Liz Cheney and Adam Kinzinger and others who dared to challenge Donald Trump. I think what DeSantis and others perhaps have this bizarre strategy of thinking we can't, out-Trump Trump, but maybe his legal troubles will become so great that he'll have to drop out. Or even if he's nominated, if he's convicted of some crime, the Republican National Committee will remove him, and then all bets are off.
What are Biden's chances, if there is this possible matchup that we do have between Biden and Trump, once again, a rematch, what are Biden's chances and what are Trump's chances there?
Well, as you know, I have a prediction system, the 13 keys to the White House, which has been correct since 1984. Started when I was 9, but that's a whole other story. And the way it works, it's 13 true-false questions that gauge the strength and performance of the White House party, the Democrats this time, of course. And if 6 or more of the questions are false, the White House party is a predicted loser. Now, with Biden running again, the Democrats are in their best position to win. And here's why. Because Biden secures 2 of my 13 keys, the sitting president key, the incumbency key, and the internal party battle key for the incumbent party, since he won't have a serious contest. That means 6 other keys would have to fall for Biden to lose. That can happen, but it's not all that likely. If Biden doesn't run or something happens to derail his campaign, then the Democrats lose both of those keys, because there wouldn't be a sitting president running and there'd be a big party battle to take his place. In that situation, they'd only have to lose 4 more keys to predict their defeat. So forget all this talk about a lack of enthusiasm for Biden, his potential age. He by far gives the Democrats the best chance to win. And leave aside the keys. Open seats and internal party contests for the party holding the White House, they're poison. Never under those conditions does the party holding the White House win. So
all right, thanks so much to Josh Breslow for that conversation. Sorry about that, folks. I was going to show you a shot of the Capitol. Looks like SpaceX took over there, one of their feeds. This is actually out of Dallas, Texas, a rainy day over there. And as we've been getting a lot of weather across much of the Southwest and into the Midwest. Time now, 8:44 on the East Coast, 5:44 on the West Coast. We're going to take our commercial break, but we'll return with much more live, raw, and unfiltered content. I'll see you back here in just a few minutes. All right, welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Giacomo Luca. You're taking a live look over New York City today. You can see Hudson River there, as well as the Statue of Liberty standing tall on that cloudy day. A little bit of a hazy start at 8:46 over in New York City, 5:46 in the morning over in Los Angeles, as folks start to wind up their day across America. House Republicans, meanwhile, and the White House are waiting to see who's going to blink first in the debt ceiling debate, which is still inching closer to a potential default. President Biden says he won't negotiate, but the House Speaker is putting pressure on Democrats to come to the table with deep spending cuts. Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard's in Washington with the latest.
When Americans take a look at the matchup next November, whether it's with Donald Trump or Ron DeSantis, it's going to be a pretty clear choice, and I think Joe Biden's going to do very well.
Democratic leadership rallies behind President Joe Biden just hours after he announces his re-election bid. On Tuesday morning, the president made it official. In a 3-minute video released 4 years to the day of his last campaign announcement, the president criticized MAGA extremists and called on voters to let him finish the job.
When I ran for president 4 years ago, I said we're in a battle for the soul of America, and we still are.
His decision has received a largely positive response from his party, even as some question his agility as the oldest president in American history.
I think there are folks who question whether a president at his age can and should be reelected. My answer is strongly yes.
People believe that Joe Biden has an agenda. He is trying not to divide us. He cares about this country.
As expected, across the aisle, the response was a lot different.
Not only does he have a terrible record to run on, I think the video shows the lack of energy and enthusiasm that he has, and I think, frankly, that the country has to see him get reelected.
This is not a time for Joe Biden to try and play ticket politics. This is actually a time for someone to come forward and save America. And in my opinion, I think that's Donald J. Trump.
Former President Trump, the Republican primary frontrunner, also released a video today calling Biden the most corrupt president in American history. He has vowed to defeat him in the election. In Boston, Molly Line, Fox News.
All right, thanks so much to Molly Line there for that reporting. Taking a live look over Hidden Lake in Michigan. Beautiful start there. Looks like a bit of a windy day. Certainly got the lake moving out pretty nice there in Michigan. We're going to move on now over into the east, as multiple countries have launched large-scale rescue missions for their citizens living in Sudan. It comes in the middle of a 3-day ceasefire brokered by the U.S. and Saudi Arabia. Fox News senior foreign affairs correspondent Greg Palkett has more.
Sporadic gunfire rang out across Sudan's capital on Tuesday, despite a 3-day truce between the Sudanese army and a paramilitary group. Over the past week, similar ceasefires have been largely ignored. Still, the break in heavy fighting allowed countries to evacuate diplomats, aid workers, and other citizens.
The United States is coordinating with regional and international partners and Sudanese civilian stakeholders to assist in the creation of a committee to oversee the negotiation, conclusion, and implementation of a permanent ceasefire.
U.S. officials say they are helping dozens of Americans connect with foreign convoys making their way to the Sudanese coast and using intelligence resources to determine safe routes out of the country. More military assets, including ships, are also deploying to the area, though there are still no plans for a large-scale evacuation.
We continue to remain in close touch with American citizens. That continues to be the case, offering them best practices on security precautions, on other measures that they can take.
World leaders stress that the situation on the ground is unpredictable. Since fighting broke out this month, nearly 500 people have been killed and thousands of others wounded. UN now one of several agencies forced to temporarily suspend work in harder-hit areas.
The humanitarian needs in Sudan were already at record levels before this recent eruption of fighting. We are, of course, echoing the calls for the fighting to stop.
The UN says that before the fighting, about 15 million people living in Sudan needed aid. In London, Greg Palkott, Fox News.
All right, thanks so much to Greg Palcott for that reporting on the very latest out of that escalating conflict in Sudan. Taking a live look this morning. Right now, you can see that shot over New York City. A hazy day there in the Big Apple. It's 8:51 on the East Coast, 5:51 in the morning over on the West Coast. Oh, there's a shot of the White House this morning as well. We know that the South Korean president is expecting to be meeting with the U.S. president sometime today as the president and the White House host this foreign visit. We'll bring that to you as soon as we get it here on Live Now from Fox. But for now, we're going to take our final commercial break of the hour. We'll see you right back here in just a couple minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Giacomo Luca. You're taking a live look inside the Live Now from Fox studios in beautiful Orlando, Florida. California investigators still don't know what led to the fatal stabbing of Cash App founder Bob Lee earlier this month. The man accused in the killing appeared in court for a second time but didn't enter a plea. Fox News chief correspondent Jonathan Hunt has that story.
The arraignment for the man suspected of killing Cash App founder Bob Lee has been delayed once again. Nima Momani's attorney, Paula Canny, was granted a week-long postponement after she said she needs more time to prepare a defense. Canny told the judge the prosecution has not provided all the evidence in the case.
If I have this discovery by Friday, I will file my opposition to their motion for detention, and the court will make that decision. My client will enter a plea of not guilty to the charge, will deny the special allegation.
The district attorney says her office has not withheld anything from the defense.
She, in my opinion, has sufficient evidence in this case to be able to enter a plea of not guilty on behalf of her client.
In court, Momani only said, "Yes, Your Honor," when asked if he was okay with the delay in his arraignment. He's due back in court May 2nd. He'll be held without bail until then. Momani was arrested earlier this month after prosecutors say they found video evidence of Momani and Lee together just before Lee was stabbed to death. A motive for the murder is still under investigation, but prosecutors believe the two may have argued over Lee's relationship with Momani's married sister.
We believe that we have sufficient evidence to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Momani murdered Bob Lee.
If convicted, Momani faces 26 years to life in prison. In Los Angeles, Jonathan Hunt, Fox News.
And you're taking a live look at the White House this morning ahead of an expected state visit from the South Korean president, meeting with President Joe Biden, again discussing a number of topics, including a recent agreement to send a nuclear submarine to the South Korean peninsula for the first time in 40 years. That's according to senior Biden administration officials. It's a conspicuous show of support to Seoul amid growing concern about nuclear threats by North Korea. Sorry, folks, we lost that shot. We'll go back to what we have. Oh, it's dipping out, in and out there. But the planned dock visits are a key element of what's being dubbed the Washington Declaration, aimed at deterring North Korea from carrying out an attack on its neighbors. It's being unveiled as Biden's hosting, again, Yoon for a state visit during a moment of heightened anxiety for both leaders over an increased pace of ballistic missiles tests by North Korea over the last several months. And go back to that shot, but we keep losing it. It's going in and out here, but we also have a word this week that U.S. President Joe Biden is planning to run for re-election. He had said that before, but finally made it official. And we are speaking with experts today. The very latest on that, we have Josh Breslow here with Live Now from Fox, again speaking with an expert on the very latest on the presidential run.
Biden has announced that he will make a second run for the White House in 2024. Biden had said repeatedly that he planned to run for re-election alongside Kamala Harris. And this morning, in that 3-minute video you're watching right now, released on his website and social media, Biden made the official announcement. It could all, in the end, lead up to a rematch between Biden and former President Trump. Dr. Rob Mellon Jr., an assistant professor of instruction at the University of South Florida, joins us live now to talk about all of this. Thank you so much for taking the time here to join us.
You're welcome. Thanks for inviting me.
So your thoughts when you see this 3-minute video posted and hear that Biden is now officially entering the race to run for re-election there in the White House? Not really much of a surprise, I imagine.
No, not a surprise at all. I think we all knew and expected that he would be running for re-election, and the tenor or tone of the video announcement seems to re-emphasize the same themes from his 2019 announcement, and obviously taking place 4 years to the day from the previous announcement. So not much of a surprise there.
And I was going to ask this, you kind of touched on it here, but what is the significance of choosing today, this time, to make the announcement?
Yeah, exactly. I think it's symbolic for him that it was 4 years ago on this day that he announced that he was running for president, and his primary goal stated at that time was to prevent President Trump from gaining a second term. And I think that he sees that today, that with the latest polling information coming out showing that Donald Trump is the front runner in the Republican Party for the nomination, he sees it as imperative to get out in front and begin making his case for re-election at this point.
Do you think in 2024 that we're going to have a Trump-Biden rematch?
I think it's really very likely at this point in time. Primaries are strange creatures and anything can happen between now and then. We did hear yesterday the announcement from Fani Willis in Georgia, the district attorney there, that there possibly will be some indictments coming out this summer. She's warning law enforcement to be ready. So that would seem to indicate that the former president might be involved in that, as well as some of his operatives in Georgia. So when we look at that and we see, it's unclear just at this point how much that might affect his ability to run for president, or his even willingness to continue running, depending on what kinds of charges and what kinds of things happen there. So yeah, at this point I would say yes, it's pretty likely we're still going to see it, because his approval has ticked up a little bit in the Republican Party, and his standing's gone up. So we'll see. These things might play into helping him more than hurting him.
And I know you don't have a crystal ball or anything like that, but if there is that rematch, just based on numbers, polls, things that we've seen so far, who is going to come out on top?
Wow, that definitely would be a prediction. If I were to call it, I would say that the current president would have an advantage in that area. Historically, if we look at elections, incumbents are very, very difficult to beat, barring a massive recession or a downturn in the economy or anything like that. Something that we're not quite expecting to see at this point. The economy seems to be, in spite of all the efforts of the Fed, chugging along and creating jobs and doing well. Inflation's falling. So I would think that at this point, the advantage would probably be still with the current president, Biden, despite the age and all of the negative approval ratings that are going on.
Was there any other Democratic candidate that could have run for president if Biden had not said, I'm going to run for re-election? Was anyone kind of a front runner, I guess, to possibly take the Democratic nomination?
Yeah, that's the I think that's the problem right now for the Democratic Party, is that they really don't have any candidates or prospective candidates that have that national name recognition. You might think of Gavin Newsom in California, but he tends to be a very polarizing figure, appealing more to the far left progressives than to the moderate center, where Biden does draw from that moderate center area. Other than that, there's most of your Democratic individuals tend to be on the older side and tend to be, in their late 60s, 70s, 80 age range. So the Democratic Party has a problem right now with trying to find young blood, young fresh blood to run for president. So.
What other Republicans could possibly get the nomination if, let's say, Donald Trump decides he does not want to run after all, he drops out of the race? Are there any other frontrunners there in the Republican Party?
Well, at this point, I would think that Governor DeSantis of Florida is probably the runner-up choice for most Republicans, given that if Donald Trump were not a candidate for the presidency at this point. So I think that his numbers tend to be strong. His reelection here in Florida was very strong, winning almost 60% of the vote. So he would be the first one to come to mind. You've got other candidates out there like Mike Pence and Tim Scott and Nikki Haley and Asa Hutchinson and maybe Chris Sununu of New Hampshire. All of them might compete in the primary system. If it comes down to a primary that's absent Donald Trump from that for some reason. But I would probably say that DeSantis would be the odds-on favorite if Trump is not in the race.
All right, Dr. Mellon, thank you so much for taking the time here to join us. Is there anything else that you want to add about all of this before I let you go?
No, just, thanks for inviting me on again, and I'll look forward to talking to you at some point in the future, and we'll see how all this pans out.
All right, a big thank you there to Dr. Mellon for that interview and kind of some perspective there after the president Biden, did announce just yesterday that he will run for re-election alongside Kamala Harris in 2024. You are taking a live look here outside of the White House as the stage is set. We've been talking about this all throughout the morning, but coming up in just about an hour or so, Presidents Joe Biden and President Yoon Suk Yeol of South Korea are going to sign an agreement that includes plans to have U.S. nuclear-armed submarines dock in South Korea for the first time in more than 4 decades. This comes amid growing concern, of course, about nuclear threats by North Korea. This is being unveiled as President Biden does host Yoon for a state visit. The agreement will also call for the U.S. and South Korean militaries to strengthen joint training and better integrate South Korean military assets into the joint strategic deterrence effort. South Korea will also reaffirm its commitment to the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, which is an agreement signed by several major nuclear and non-nuclear powers that have pledged their cooperation to stem the spread of nuclear technology. So again, that state visit expected to get underway here in just about an hour. The stage is set, and I believe you can actually hear some of the events in the background. So let's pop up the audio and listen in. All right, it is great to listen in because you can almost feel like you are there in Washington, D.C. at the White House as all of this is getting underway. And that's what we do here at Live Now from Fox. We like to bring you there so you can feel like you are there as well. 9:07 on the East Coast and 6:07 on the West Coast. A lot to get to here on Live Now, so let's step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. On the other side, we'll get back into your headlines and live events. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. The time is 9:09 on the East Coast and it is 6:09 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. If you were watching before the break, you could see we went out live to Washington, D.C. That is where this event is about to get underway, I would say within the next hour or so. It's slated to begin at about 10 a.m. Eastern Time, as that is when President Biden and the First Lady will greet the South Korean president and his wife. So we'll bring you full coverage of that. There's also a news conference scheduled with both presidents coming up later on today. You can watch all of that right here on Live Now from Fox. We do have another viewpoint that shows yet another angle there outside the White House in D.C. In the meantime, I do want to head to an update to a story that we brought you yesterday right here as breaking news on Live Now from Fox, and this involves the murder of an Uber Eats driver in Florida. As that news conference got underway with the details, we brought it to you live, raw, and unfiltered. Now, an update on the story. This involves that suspected MS-13 gang member on your screen. He is accused of robbing and murdering that Uber Eats driver, delivering to his home over in Pasco County, Florida. That is near Tampa, and this is video of that suspect appearing in court just yesterday and comes from our Fox 13 Tampa team. Our Fox 35 Orlando team spoke with the victim's family to learn more about him.
So 1 minute at a time, not even 1 day, but 1 minute. just we're so clueless what to do, and I just need to reach out for help for my mom mainly.
Brittany DeZoba is broken. She says her family is shattered after losing her stepfather, Randall Clark, in what sheriffs are calling a gruesome murder.
I don't want her to be alone. Oh, man. And just knowing she has to come home every day to her husband not there. They shared so many amazing memories together.
DeZoba tells us the 59-year-old moved out to Pasco County with his wife to enjoy retirement. He had picked up a job as an Uber Eats driver to help support their dreams of life on the beach. On the night of April 19th, he texted his wife around 6:40 to tell her he was making his last stop of the night. Pasco County investigators say moments later, Clark was seen on a video at the home of 30-year-old Oscar Salas Jr.
The detectives, it says, part of the investigation, but when you watch that video, he's literally standing there just waiting, and he probably was thinking to himself, am I at the right house? Because nobody was answering. But then the camera goes off.
Deputies believe Salas robbed and murdered Clark at his home on Mogg Road in Holiday, Florida. There, they found blood throughout the home and Clark's wedding ring. They also saw video of Salas carrying out black trash bags. The sheriff says in those bags were parts of Clark's body.
This man murdered my stepdad, my mom's husband, for no reason. We don't know them. We don't know this guy. They don't get in any trouble. You know, like, what is the motive? What is he trying to get out of this?
Sheriff says Salas is a convicted felon with a violent history and connection to a gang. They say he was released from an Indiana prison on parole and moved to Holiday in January.
This is demonic. This individual what he did was demonic. But at the same time, we couldn't answer the question why.
Dave Puglisi, Fox 35 News.
And again, our Fox 35 Orlando team and Fox 13 Tampa team are covering this story around the clock as the information is coming out here. Now, that video on your screen does show the suspect in court. It was a very, very brief court appearance, only lasting for under a minute. I do want to play it for you here, raw and unfiltered.
Please come up to the podium. The second name I call, please stand back at the door so that we can move through this fairly quickly. Oscar Solis. After Mr. Solis is Stephanie Brown. Mr. Solis, you're charged with murder, homicide, engaged in a robbery, find probable cause, public defender is appointed, you have a zero bond, and that will remain. No.
We've asked that some bonds be given. Stay with us for zero bonds.
I'm leaving zero bond. Stephanie Brown, and then Amanda Davia.
Is that it?
All right, so as you can see, a very brief court appearance there, just about 45 seconds to a minute long. As we do get more details and that case does develop, we'll bring it all to you right here on Live Now from Fox. Another big story, a jury seated and the trial underway in the defamation lawsuit against former President Trump filed by ex-magazine advice columnist E. Jean Carroll. Carroll claims Trump raped her in a luxury department store dressing room in New York back in the 1990s, which Trump says never happened. Carroll never reported the alleged rape to law enforcement and went public with her accusation in a 2019 book. In response, Trump reportedly called Carroll, quote, a nut job, claiming the case was, quote, a big fat hoax, and said Carroll was not my type. Because of those statements and denying the rape happened, Carroll is suing Trump for defamation. Briella Tomasetti with our Fox 5 New York team is covering the trial from start to finish. She followed this report with a wrap-up of day one.
Back up.
Let's go. Give it space. Give it space, please.
How do you feel today? Any words before court, Ms. Carroll?
E. Jean Carroll didn't stop to speak with reporters who flooded her with questions as she arrived at the federal courthouse in Lower Manhattan yesterday morning. Jury selection and opening statements were held in the civil trial, centering around the former advice columnist's claim that Donald Trump raped her at a New York City department store dressing room in the mid-1990s. One of Carroll's lawyers said she'll testify that what unfolded in just a few minutes would change her life forever. But Trump's defense attorney, Joe Tacopina, told jurors that her story is wildly implausible and short of evidence.
We believe E. Jean Carroll.
The jurors, who are being kept anonymous to prevent potential harassment, range in age from 26 to 66. They include a janitor, physical therapist, security workers, healthcare collectors, a librarian, and high school employee. The jury of 6 men and 3 women were questioned about their news-watching habits and whether they've made any political donations, among other things.
Keep the exit clear!
Carroll never reported the alleged assault to police, but wrote about it in her 2019 memoir. Trump says it never happened, calling Carroll a nutjob who fabricated the rape claim to sell her book. He referred to the case as a big fat hoax and also said she's not my type. For that reason, Carroll is suing the former president for 2 things: sexual battery and defamation. The statute of limitations in this case already ran out, but when the state legislature passed the Adult Survivors Act last year, it opened a short window for Carroll to sue Trump. Carroll is one of more than a dozen women who have accused Trump of sexual assault or harassment. He denies all of the allegations. No matter the outcome, though, the trial could have major implications, especially when it comes to the 2024 presidential race and the former president's Manhattan grand jury indictment for alleged hush money payments to adult film star Stormy Daniels. And because this is a civil case, Trump is not required to be in court. He's already given a videotaped deposition, but hasn't ruled out testifying either.
All right, a big thank you to Briella Tomasetti. We've had her live pretty much every morning as this is getting underway, and we will make sure to bring you updates as we get them. I want to bring you to an update to a breaking story that we covered over the weekend here. 3 18-year-olds have now been arrested in connection to the rock-throwing crime spree. This is over in Colorado, in Jefferson and Boulder counties. We know at least one person, a 20-year-old woman, was killed as a result. Now, the Jefferson County Sheriff's Office telling our Fox affiliate in Denver that they have arrested 3 suspects in the case that has now grabbed the attention of many in the metro area and nationwide. Overnight Tuesday into Wednesday morning, deputies said they arrested Joseph Koenig, Nicholas Mitch, Carol Chick, and Zachary Kwok. The 3 men, all 18 years old, and were taken into custody at their home there in Colorado. All 3 suspected of throwing rocks, and all are facing charges of first-degree murder, extreme indifference. Additional charges expected to be filed at a later time here. Now, the sheriff's office said it's unclear which suspect was driving during the crime spree, but they can confirm they were driving in a black 2016 Chevy Silverado. The 3 suspects arrested in connection to that rock-throwing crime spree that killed Alexa Bartell back on April 19th. Bartell was driving northbound near the 10,000 block of Indiana Street, if you are familiar with that area. Now, the sheriff's office believes the suspects threw a large rock either from a vehicle or the side of the road at her car. Investigators say the rock hit her and she died as a result. This was not the first time rocks were being thrown at cars that night. A total of 5 incidents eventually reported. You can see them all on your screen here on that map that shows each and every one of those locations. So again, we know that 3 teens have now been arrested in connection with these rock throwing incidents, one of them resulting in the death of a 20-year-old woman. It is now 9:20 on the East Coast and 6:20 on the West Coast. Let's head to our second 2-minute commercial break of the hour, and on the other side, a lot to get to here. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. Once again, taking a live look outside the White House there in D.C. as the stage is getting set. Coming up in just about 40 minutes here, we do expect President Biden and the First Lady to greet the South Korean president and his wife. But I do want to go over some of the basics of what we know so far as Presidents Joe Biden and Yoon Suk Yeol of South Korea are signing an agreement that includes plans to have U.S. nuclear-armed submarines dock in South Korea. This is the first time that would happen in more than 4 decades. This comes, of course, amid growing concern about nuclear threats by North Korea, and this is all being unveiled as President Biden is hosting Yoon for this state visit. Again, he is expected to arrive at the White House in just about 40 minutes. The agreement will also call for the U.S. and South Korean militaries to strengthen joint training and better integrate South Korean military assets into the joint strategic deterrence effort. South Korea will also reaffirm its commitment to the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, an agreement signed by several major nuclear and non-nuclear powers that have pledged their cooperation to stem the spread of nuclear technology. This state visit comes as Biden did announce that he will make a second run for the White House in 2024 alongside his partner there, Kamala Harris. It could all lead in the end to a rematch between Biden and former President Trump. Fox's Doug Luzader has more for us.
President Biden will be meeting with the president of South Korea today. He's even expected to face some questions from the media as he's testing out some of his messaging for 2024.
Let's go, Joe! Let's go, Joe! Thank you.
For President Biden, this was the welcome he was no doubt hoping for at a union meeting in Washington.
This is real. It's time to finish the job. Finish the job.
Finish the job. The new slogan of the new Biden 2024 campaign that had been launched just hours earlier.
Let's finish this job. I know we can.
For Biden now, every event, including meeting again today with the president of South Korea, is an opportunity to drive that message. But there are limits, because these are, after all, official events. And drawing that line isn't so easy, as the press secretary learned yesterday.
Does the president plan to serve all 8 years?
I'm just not going to get ahead of the president. That's something for him to decide.
Karine Jean-Pierre later had to clarify that the president would, in fact, serve out a full second term if reelected, something she was reluctant to say from the podium, she says, because it was campaign-related. It's not clear when the campaign events will start in earnest. And even though Biden will face some fellow Democrats in the primary, one of them suggests the lock is in, that the Democratic Party is unlikely to sign off on any primary debates.
So, yeah, I don't think the DNC should be dictating from on high that they will try to invisibilize any other candidates. I believe in the process of democracy.
And Democrats have already shifted the order of primary states to give Biden an additional boost as he campaigns for the nomination. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
All right, so once again, that will get underway here coming up in just about 30 minutes. So we'll bring it to you live, raw, and unfiltered. That is what we do here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, you are taking a live look here in the UK as the evacuees from Sudan do land there on that smartwings.com plane. We've been showing you this for the past few days here, but it looks like they've landed and the shot has cut out. So unfortunately, we do not have that shot right now, but actually, as I say that, it comes right back up. Again, they are landing here during that fighting that is going on in Sudan. A lot to this here. We do know that the fighting is now in about the second week, and there have been at least 400 deaths in Sudan. This is a battle between the Sudanese army and a paramilitary group, and it's showing no signs of letting up anytime soon. You are seeing people evacuated from that area, not just citizens of Sudan, but also American, British, Chinese, and French citizens that are being airlifted out of that area to avoid the violence that is going on in that area. We do have this live image once again, so we will pop in and out of that to see how it is progressing. In the meantime, I do want to go over to some of the other stories that we are following here, and this one involves the murder of the Cash App founder. This has been going on, the investigation here, for about a month. That is when the founder of Cash App was found murdered, stabbed to death over in San Francisco. A suspect expected to appear in court just yesterday after a postponed arraignment. Well, the arraignment has been postponed again. Jonathan Hunt with Fox News breaks down what happened.
The arraignment for the man suspected of killing Cash App founder Bob Lee has been delayed once again. Nima Momani's attorney, Paula Canny, was granted a week-long postponement after she said she needs more time to prepare a defense. Canny told the judge the prosecution has not provided all the evidence in the case.
If I have this discovery by Friday, I will file my opposition to their motion for detention, and the court will make that decision. My client will enter a plea of not guilty to the charge, will deny the special allegation.
The district attorney says her office has not withheld anything from the defense.
She, in my opinion, has sufficient evidence in this case to be able to enter a plea of not guilty on behalf of her client.
In court, Momani only said, "Yes, Your Honor," when asked if he was okay with the delay in his arraignment. He's due back in court May 2nd. He'll be held without bail until then. Momani was arrested earlier this month after prosecutors say they found video evidence of Momani and Lee together just before Lee was stabbed to death. A motive for the murder is still under investigation, but prosecutors believe the two may have argued over Lee's relationship with Momani's married sister.
We believe that we have sufficient evidence to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Momani murdered Bob Lee.
If convicted, Momani faces 26 years to life in prison. In Los Angeles, Jonathan Hunt, Fox News.
All right, Jonathan, thank you so much for that report there. Now, Chinese leader Xi Jinping spoke today over the phone with Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky. She's saying his government will send a peace envoy to Ukraine and other nations and act as a mediator in Russia's war with Ukraine. Now, it's not clear if the envoy is also going to visit Russia. For the most part, China has attempted to appear neutral in the war, but has not actually criticized Moscow's invasion of Ukraine. Xi telling Zelensky, quote, "Negotiation is the only viable way out." Now, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky marking the 37th anniversary of the Chernobyl nuclear disaster. That's what that video on your screen is from. He did lay flowers at the memorial in Kyiv for the lives lost in that tragedy, and Zelensky also used the occasion to warn about Russia making nuclear threats as the war rages on. Last year, Moscow briefly seized control of the radiation-contaminated Chernobyl exclusion zone before Ukrainian troops recaptured it. Zelensky said, "We cannot let Russia use nuclear plants as a way to blackmail Ukraine and the entire world." Again, it is the 37th anniversary of that nuclear disaster. Once again, taking a live look here outside the White House as we do expect South Korea's president to arrive in just under 30 minutes. It is now 9:30 on the East Coast and 6:30 on the West Coast. That is scheduled for 10 a.m. Eastern Time. We expect South Korea's president and his wife to be greeted there by President Biden and the First Lady. It appears that Vice President Kamala Harris and the First Gentleman will also be there, rather, Second Gentleman. So we will have coverage of that as well. But I do actually want to pop up the audio so you can feel like you are there. That's one aspect of Live Now from Fox that is awesome. You can pop up audio and feel like you are there in the room. Okay, so that is live outside the White House as preps are underway for the arrival of the South Korean president and his wife. We'll be checking back in. We know there is also a news conference set for later on today with the president President Biden, of course, and South Korea's president. We'll bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered. We also do have another live event that is going to get underway really any minute now. Take a look. That stage probably looking very familiar if you watch us here on Live Now from Fox, because coming up, we do expect to have the House GOP presser. They are going to talk quite a bit about several different issues, and we also have House Democrats that are going to discuss the debt limit, the debt ceiling, a big issue here, as Janet Yellen, the Treasury Secretary, did say just yesterday that this needs to be resolved as quickly as possible, or there could be an economic disaster. Let's head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, and on the other side, we're going to go live over to Switzerland. That is where the World Health Organization is meeting to talk about various illnesses around the world. You're watching Live Now from Fox. On Live Now from Fox, as we mentioned, the World Health Organization will be speaking in Switzerland really any moment now. They are going to be discussing global health issues. That, of course, will involve the latest on COVID-19 and other ailments across the world here. We are going to dip in once that gets underway. You can see the placeholder image there is set up. So again, we'll bring that to you as it does come in. In the meantime, let's head back over to the White House and pop up the audio here. Actually, it looks like the House Democrats are now speaking on the debt ceiling. So let's pop that up and listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
Congressional Progressive Caucus. Proud to announce, along with nearly 200 of our House Democratic colleagues, we are releasing a letter.
All right, so as you can hear there, they're having some audio issues, but it seems like they've now got it under control, so let's pop that audio back up.
Now, before we go into the specifics, I want to address one thing. Republicans like to claim they are being fiscally responsible. But let's be clear, there never has been and never will be anything fiscally responsible about refusing to pay America's bills. Killing millions of jobs is not fiscally responsible. Neither is knowingly unleashing a recession. So we Democrats stand united across the ideological spectrum of our caucus, from some of the most progressive members to some of the most moderate members and everything in between, to stand up and say Let us actually do our work. Let us actually do the responsible thing and ensure our bills. It is rather interesting. I can't help but observe that one of the best ways you can tell that there is a Democrat in the White House is Republicans suddenly start talking about the deficit and debt. They forget about this issue, mind you, whenever there's a Republican in the White House. Whether it's George W. Bush, Donald Trump, they had no problem raising the debt ceiling. You didn't hear a peep out of them about this issue. But anytime there's a Democrat in the White House, they go off on this gambit, no matter how many previous times it has failed for them. Just recently, when Donald Trump was president, Congress voted 3 times to raise the debt ceiling. Twice under congressional Republican control, and once under congressional Democratic control. Those 3 increases in the debt ceiling included 0 spending cuts. And Republicans had no problem whatsoever voting for them. So what they are doing today on the House floor with their DOA Act, the Default on America Act, fortunately that bill will be DOA, and I'm quite confident not signed into law. That doesn't get us any closer to resolving this situation. The X date, the date by which America must absolutely pay its bills, is drawing closer. In fact, perhaps even closer than was originally thought in January. So it's time once and for all for Speaker Kevin McCarthy to end this reckless brinksmanship. Join with us, as he has in the past, the recent past. Fulfill our obligation, as America has for 247 years. Let us ensure that we pay America's bills. There is too much riding on failure. And with that, I am happy to bring up my good friend, the chair of the Congressional Progressive Caucus, Pramila Jayapal.
Thank you so much, Representative Boyle. We're so proud to have you as our ranking member of the Budget Committee. Representative Custer, it's so wonderful to be here with you as chair of the New Democratic Coalition and with colleagues from across the ideological spectrum who have signed this letter, and to say that Democrats stand united. We are here because by refusing to pass a clean debt ceiling, Speaker McCarthy has thrown a grenade that threatens the American economy, the global economy, and we are here to demand that Speaker McCarthy put the pin back in the grenade, that he remember his constitutional duty and allow America to put a clean bill on the floor to lift the debt ceiling. The Default on America Act that would cause a recession, would threaten jobs, hurt seniors, veterans, and working and poor people across America is DOA for the American people. If the United States defaults, I just want to go into the consequences of this a little bit so that people understand out there what the Republicans are doing. It could plunge America into a recession. 7 million people could lose their jobs. Seniors and people with disabilities could miss Social Security payments that they desperately need. Small businesses wouldn't get their loans. Families wouldn't be able to get child care because child care workers wouldn't be able to get paid. Veterans would be robbed of health care. Interest rates would skyrocket. It would lead to higher credit card bills for the average American family who is trying to pay off those credit cards or pay their mortgage payments. And it's estimated that families will lose at least $10 trillion in household wealth and their retirement accounts. So I just want to be clear, as Ranking Member Boyle said, that Republicans have suddenly decided that they have a problem with raising the debt ceiling under a Democratic president, but they didn't have those problems when Donald Trump was president. In fact, they turned around at that point and raised the deficit by $2 trillion with their 2017 tax scam that gave 80% of the benefits to the top 1%. Now, Speaker McCarthy wants to destroy the economic security of working families. And the chaos of the extreme MAGA Republicans will spread chaos to every single one of our homes across the country if they have their way. Working people are still being squeezed by the cost of living. They should not be forced to pay for the consequences of MAGA extremists using their own pocketbook. Conversations about government spending have a time and place during the annual appropriation cycle. That's what we do during the appropriation cycle. That's fair game. And we welcome Republicans trying to negotiate during the regular budget process, just as parties have every year. But let's just remember for a second why they haven't gotten these demands through before. Because they are so extreme, cruel, and unworkable that not even moderate Republicans will vote for them. Who wants to tell their constituents that they kicked 1.7 million women and children off of nutrition assistance? Who wants to tell their constituents that 600,000 people are going to lose their health care, or that seniors are not going to get their Social Security and Medicare payments, or people with disabilities are not going to get their Medicaid? It's cruel, it's extreme, it's unworkable, it's hostage-taking of the American people to pass an agenda that they could not pass through the regular budget process. And that's why we as Democrats are united today across the ideology.
You are listening in live, raw, and unfiltered there as House Democrats are speaking on the debt ceiling limit. I also want to call your attention over to the bottom right-hand side of your screen. Unfortunately, that SpaceX launch has been aborted there at the last minute. Looked like it had about 30 seconds left until liftoff. It is not going to happen. So we'll keep you updated as we do get more details on, first off, what happened, but when it is actually going to launch. I do want to get into some of the other headlines. This is one we've been talking a lot about over the last several days here. The iconic 20% off Bed Bath & Beyond coupons in your drawer, now essentially worthless. After filing for Chapter 11 bankruptcy protection, the retailer stopped accepting at the end of yesterday, I believe. But what about gift cards, store clearance, and other brands that are going to go belly up? Consumer reporter Steve Noviello is in Dallas to break it all down for us. Steve, as always, thank you so much for being here.
Yeah, good morning to you. It looks like this company is kind of throwing in the albeit perfectly folded towel. While you can still shop in stores, those coupons rather are now a thing of the past. So go to the junk drawer, take them all out, and deposit them right into the recycling bin because they are officially worthless. What has started today, though, are the store closing sales. So some important things to run down for you here. First up, anything you buy from this point forward will not be returnable. Anything you purchased prior to today is still subject to the same return policy as was standing on the date that you purchased it. So essentially 30 days from the purchase date. Online shopping will continue. Home delivery will continue. I do want to mention, though, that if folks are planning on going to these liquidation sales, you really want to do your homework and check the prices here. Just because something is part of a store closing sale does not mean it's necessarily being marked down past what maybe a competitor that doesn't have all of these restrictions on it would be selling it for on sale.
So the coupons no more. What about the gift cards? Because that's the question that, everyone has is I have all these gift cards that are just sitting around. What do I do with those?
Yeah, it's a good question. So May 8th is the last day to use gift cards in stores. May 15th is the last day to redeem rewards or use merchandise credits. I do want to remind folks that the gift cards are good cross-platform. So meaning, if you just had a baby shower and you're thinking, okay, I've got hundreds of dollars of Bye Bye Baby gift cards and I don't know what I'm going to do with them in a week, you can also spend those gift cards at Bed Bath & Beyond and vice versa. So maybe it's a good time to start thinking about kind of future-proof purchases. So if you've got a newborn, eventually that newborn is going to need a bigger car seat, right? Eventually they're going to need the next size up in diapers. So maybe it's a good idea to buy some of those future-proof items, store them in your house as opposed to letting those coupons expire and completely losing their value.
So any subsidiaries there of the company that are actually not going to be affected? Another big question that so many people have.
Yeah, it's interesting. We've been getting a lot of email from folks asking us about Cost Plus World Market and the Christmas Tree store. Good memory, by the way, for those folks. Both of them used to be owned by Bed Bath & Beyond, but the company quietly sold them off a couple of years ago. So they are completely unaffected by any of this news. Who is affected are Bed Bath & Beyond and of course, Bye Bye Baby as well. So one of the other things that's also unaffected are the registries. So if you've just started or in the middle of a wedding registry or a newborn registry at any of these stores, the company says they are preserving those registries. You will still have access to them. They plan to transfer them to a third party so that you can still carry out and kind of complete that process. Again, the store closing sales start today. We expect the best selection, of course, to be right out of the gate, the biggest discounts in the next couple of days to couple of weeks. By the end of the summer, this will all be but a distant memory, just in time for those pop-up Spirit Halloween stores to probably swoop in and temporarily occupy all of that abandoned retail space. I've got a list of those FAQs and the important dates and policies right now, facebook.com/SaveMeSteve.
All right, head over there right now. Can't wait for those Spirit stores to open. Steve, thank you so much for taking the time to join us.
Yep, take care.
9:47 on the East Coast and 6:47 on the West Coast. Let's head to our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour. On the other side, those House Democrats still speaking on the debt ceiling, so we'll pop up the audio and listen in live, raw, and unfiltered. Live now from Fox, and you are taking a live look outside the White House as folks are getting lined up here. We do expect President Biden to greet South Korea's president and his wife. That's coming up here in just about 10 minutes. Everything getting underway. We could actually see young performers that were walking down the stairs moments ago. It is likely they will perform prior to this meet and greet. Now, Presidents Biden and Yoon Suk Yeol of South Korea have also signed an agreement that includes plans to have U.S. nuclear-armed submarines dock in South Korea, and this will be the first time in more than 40 years. This comes, of course, amid that growing concern about nuclear threats by North Korea, and this is all being unveiled as President Biden is hosting Yoon for that state visit. The agreement will also call for the U.S. and South Korean militaries to strengthen joint training and better integrate South Korean military assets into the joint strategic deterrence effort. Once this all gets underway, we'll bring you out there live, raw, and unfiltered and let you listen in. For now, though, let's actually head back to the House Democrats as they are speaking about the debt ceiling right now. Let's pop up the audio and listen in.
So I wouldn't be surprised if one were to see that again. I don't know.
Well, I would just say, looking at yesterday's discussion in the Rules Committee that went until 2 in the morning, clearly they realized that the concessions they made during the speaker debate to put a certain number of people that represent the extreme MAGA right part of the Republican Party on the Rules Committee had consequences because they said they weren't going to negotiate, and ultimately they made the bill even more cruel and extreme and unworkable. Now, he may get the votes to pass it on the floor, but that doesn't address the fundamental issue of whether they want to govern. And when the Republican Party has been taken over by these extremists, the prospect of being a governing party goes down. And that's, at the end of the day, are they going to push us to a default? Are they going to shut down the government? Are they going to make America lose full faith and credit of global economies as well? That's the question that's before them. Do they want to govern, or do they want to be an extreme, cruel, unworkable proposition party that doesn't get anywhere and doesn't do anything for the American people?
Did you want to say anything? I would just finally, I would add, what we have seen and we may continue to see is more Republican chaos, crisis, and confusion. Well, I saw you for it. And
I have two, if that's all right, if you'll indulge me. The first one is just, you've been very clear, negotiating on spending is appropriate, but not specifically on raising the debt limit. So how do you see this ending then, if that's the position here and you know the position on the other side? My second question was just about the involvement of the White House and at this point, and what level of engagement you think is appropriate, what you're seeing from the White House on spending.
Well, so on the second question, I was literally one of the first members of Congress to endorse Joe Biden 4 years ago. I have already endorsed his reelection. I am close to this White House. I was proud to welcome President Biden to my district in Philadelphia on March 9th when he unveiled the White House budget for next year. I have been in personally, I'm only speaking for myself, I've been in close contact with this White House. I would point out again the remarkable unity when it comes to our position, not just across the wide ideological spectrum of the House Democratic Caucus, but also working with the White House as well. I don't know if...
Yeah, I certainly would say the same for New Dems. I think for Progressive Caucus, we've been in very close contact with them. And I think what we're projecting today is this unity, the same unity that went through 15 rounds of the speaker race. And now we're 213. There's not a single yes vote in our caucus for this proposal that is cruel and unworkable. And the other thing about it, back to your original question over here, you know, we call it default on America. It's DOA when it reaches the Senate as well. So I think that's what Mr. McCarthy has to contend with, is we have a divided government right now, and Democrats are united in our approach.
I would just add that I think there are Republican senators who also don't want us to default on our debt. So I think in the end, the Republicans in the Senate will also have to help work with the Republicans in the House, because this is not something. Otherwise, I think the Republicans in the House will throw us into a default. I think on President Biden, one of the things that I've really appreciated is in the last 2 years, under a Democratic Congress, both in the House and a very thin margin in the Senate, obviously, but with his leadership, we were able to show how if you invest in our people, in our economy, in our jobs, it actually drives up revenue. And we always talk about debt and deficit as if they're the same thing. They're not the same thing. There's debt and then there's deficit. And for deficit, there's two sides. There's revenue and there's spending. And this president has shown how if we increase revenue by taxing the wealthiest corporations, the wealthiest individuals who just need to pay their fair share. We're not asking them to do any more. They can make profits.
All right, you're listening in as House Democrats are speaking on the debt ceiling. Now look off to the top right-hand side of your screen, as any moment now, President Biden will greet South Korea's president. It looks like everything is getting underway, so I do want to take that full here and pop up the audio, live, raw, and unfiltered. All right, so as you see right there, the event about to get underway. You can already hear music in the background, and we do have soldiers and other military members that are lined up there. They are ready for the arrival of South Korea's president. Of course, he will be greeted by President Biden, the First Lady, as well as Vice President Kamala Harris. That is expected to get underway just about any moment now, but I do want to bring you out there live because you can definitely feel like you are there outside the White House when I pop up that audio.
National Trust Center Trust! Ready! Front! National Ready! Front! Marching south! Head! On!
This, of course, scheduled to begin there at about 10 a.m. Eastern Time. It is now 10 o'clock there on the East Coast and 7 o'clock on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. A lot, and I mean a lot, of live events that are going on throughout the day here. So we're going to bring those to you live, raw, and unfiltered as we do here. So let's pop up the audio again, as this is expected to get underway anytime soon here. So you can actually feel like you're there as you hear the music over in the background. right, so once again, that ceremony officially getting underway there. You can hear the music in the background. That's the great thing about Live Now from Fox, is we can make you feel like you are there when we pop up the audio. So once again, coming up here just momentarily, we will see the arrival of the South Korean president and his wife. He will be greeted there by President Biden at the White House, along with the First Lady and Vice President Kamala Harris. So we are going to see that get underway momentarily. You can see everyone kind of lined up at the door as we do expect this to get going here in just about a minute or so. I'm going to head back out there live and pop up the audio live, raw, and unfiltered.
Distinguished guests, the President of the United States and Dr. Biden. Distinguished guests, the national anthem of the Republic of Korea, followed by the national anthem of the United States. salutes the honors. Distinguished guests, the President of the United States.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. What a beautiful day to invite great friends back to the White House. Welcome to the White House. Today we celebrate the ironclad alliance, the shared vision of our future, and the deep friendship that unites the Republic of Korea and the United States. President Yoon, Ms. Kim, you were kind enough to host me in Seoul last year, just 10 days after your inauguration. And Jill and I were honored to be able to return some of your hospitality with your second state visit to this administration.
철통 같은 동맹을 축하하고 우리의 미래를 위해 우리가 공유하는 비전 그리고 우리의 깊은 우정을 통해 대한민국과 미국이 연합해 됨을 경축하고자 합니다. 윤석열 대통령님, 김건희 여사님, 취임하신 지 불과 열흘 후이셨음에도 작년 서울에서 저를 따뜻하게 맞아주신 데 대해 감사드립니다. 저와 제 아내는 이제 그때 받은 환대를 저희 행정부의 제2차 국빈 방문을 통해 일부나마 갚아드릴 수 있게 되어 기쁩니다.
This year marks the 70th anniversary of the alliance between our two nations. It's an unbreakable bond, forged in bravery and the sacrifice of our people, sanctified by the blood of American and Korean troops who fought and defended liberty. And I'm proud we are joined today by veterans of the Korean War.
올해는 우리 두 국가의 동맹 70주년을 맞이하는 해입니다. 이는 우리 국민들의 용기와 희생의 토대 위에 세워진 끊어질 수 없는 관계입니다. 자유를 수호하기 위해 함께 싸운 미군 그리고 한국군 장병의 피로 거룩하게 된 관계인 것입니다. 오늘 특별히 한국전 참전용사 분들께서 이 자리에 함께하고 계신 것에 큰 자부심을 느낍니다.
Those veterans are the reason we can stand here today. Two vibrant and innovative democracies, we stand as strong, proud, and free because of them. And it's so meaningful, Mr. President, to visit the Korean War Veterans Memorial with you last night, to lay a wreath of remembrance, to fulfill a sacred obligation.
예, 이 참전 용사분들은 활발하고 혁신적인 민주주의 국가인 우리 두 나라가 강하고 당당하고 자유롭게 함께 설 수 있는 이유입니다. 윤 대통령님 또한 어제 저녁 대통령님 내외분과 함께 한국전 참전 기념비를 방문하여 기념 헌화하고 우리의 거룩한 의무를 수행한 것은 의미 있는 시간이었습니다.
On September 1, 1950, Corporal Luther Story performed acts of bravery above and beyond all measure, defending his brothers in arms on the Pusan perimeter in the Korean War. The last anyone saw of the corporal, he was wounded, fighting off the hostile assault to protect his company's withdrawal. In 1951, his heroism was recognized with the Medal of Honor, but Corporal Story's body was never accounted for until now. The Republic of Korea and the United States worked together to identify Corporal Story's remains among those buried as a Korean War unknown in the National Memorial Cemetery of the Pacific. Today, we can return him to his family and to his rest with all the honors he deserves, because we never forget our heroes.
1950년 9월 1일 루서 스토리 상병은 한국정 당시 부산 교두보에서 동료 전우들을 보호하기 위해 모든 수단을 초월해 용기를 발휘했습니다. 스토리 상병을 마지막으로 복격한 사람들의 증언에 따르면 그는 자기 자신 부상당한 채로 퇴각하는 중대를 보호하고자 적군의 공격에 맞서 싸웠습니다. 이듬해 1951년 그의 영웅적인 행동이 인정받아 자유훈장이 추서되었습니다. 하지만 상병의 이후에는 찾지 못했습니다. 바로 최근까지 말이죠. 그러나 대한민국과 미국은 협력을 통해 국립태평양 기념묘지의 한국인 무명용사 유행 가운데 스토리 상병의 유해를 찾아내게 되었고, 오늘 스토리 상병을 그가 마땅히 받아야 할 영예와 함께 그의 가족의 품 그리고 참된 안식으로 되돌려 드릴 수 있게 되었습니다. 이는 우리가 우리의 영웅을 결코 잊지 않았기 때문이었습니다.
Mr. President, over the past 7 decades, our alliance has grown stronger and more capable. And the cooperation between our people, our commitment to one another, has grown deeper across every aspect of our partnership. Today, our economies are in the vanguard of technological development. Our nations are powerhouses of innovation. And our people, united still by our democratic values, are taking on the challenges of the world. We're taking them on together. We're standing strong against Russia's brutal aggression against Ukraine, advancing an Indo-Pacific region that is free and open, building secure and resilient supply chains, and pioneering the clean energy economy. Investing together to ensure our future will be grounded in the values that we share, which have always made us strong.
대통령님, 지난 70년 동안 우리의 동맹은 그 힘과 능력이 증가되어 왔습니다. 우리 양국민들 간의 협력, 서로를 향한 헌신 또한 우리의 파트너십의 모든 측면에 걸쳐 깊어져 왔습니다. 오늘 우리 양국 경제는 기술 발전의 선봉에 서 있습니다. 우리 두 국가는 혁신의 파워하우스, 동력입니다. 우리 국민들은 민주주의적 가치 아래 하나 되어 전 세계의 도전에 함께 대응하고 있습니다. 우리는 우크라이나에 대한 러시아의 잔인한 침공에 함께 맞서고 있으며 자유롭고 개방된 인태 지역을 위해 일하고 안전하고 회복력 있는 공급망 구축, 청정에너지 경제 선도를 통해 우리가 함께 공유하는 가치, 그리고 과거에도 언제나 우리를 강하게 만들어준 그 가치 위에 우리의 미래 역시 그 기반을 둘 수 있도록 하기 위해 함께 투자하고 있습니다.
Mr. President, ours is a future filled with unimaginable opportunity and endless possibility. Nothing is beyond our ability to reach when our nations and our people stand united. We have proven that time and again over the last 70 years. As our troops say, who still proudly serve together in the ROK to this day, we go together. May we continue that refrain of the Republic of Korea and the United States for all the days ahead. We go together. God bless our nations. And God protect our troops. Thank you.
대통령님, 우리의 미래는 엄청난 기회와 무한한 가능성으로 채워져 있습니다. 우리 두 국가와 양국민이 함께 선다면 우리가 하지 못할 일은 없을 것입니다. 지난 70년 동안 우리는 이를 계속해 입증해 왔습니다. 우리 장병들, 지금도 당당하게 대한민국에서 함께 복무하는 이들이 오늘까지 함께 외치는 것처럼 같이 갑시다. 또한 이 함성이 다가오는 미래에도 대한민국과 미 합중국의 변치 않는 합창소리요 후렴이 되길 기원합니다. 함께 갑시다. 하나님께서 우리 양국을 축복하시고 우리 장병들을 보호하시길 기도하고 축원합니다.
Distinguished guests, the President of the Republic of Korea.
존경하는 조 바이든 대통령님, 질 바이든 박사님, 그리고 귀빈 여러분, 저는 어제 조 바이든 대통령님 그리고 질 바이든 박사님과 함께 내셔널 몰에 있는 한국전 참전 기념 공원에 다녀왔습니다.
Mr. President, Dr. Biden, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, last evening, my wife and I visited the Korean War Memorial on the National Mall with President Biden and Dr. Biden.
저는 그곳에서 우리는 전혀 알지 못하는 나라, 만난 적 없는 국민을 지키기 위해 국가의 부름에 응한 우리의 아들과 딸들에게 경의를 표한다는 비문을 보았습니다.
There I saw the epitaph that reads, "Our nation honors her sons and daughters who answered the call to defend a country they never knew and a people they never met."
왜 그들은 알지 못한 나라, 만난 적 없는 국민을 위해 목숨을 바쳤을까요? 그것은 바로 자유를 지키기 위한 것이었습니다.
Why did they sacrifice their lives for this faraway country and for the people they never met? That was for one noble cause, to defend freedom.
한미동맹은 자유를 위한 투쟁의 결과 탄생한 혈맹입니다. 한미동맹은 이익에 따라 만나고 헤어지는 거래관계가 아닙니다. 한미동맹은 자유라는 보편적 가치를 수호하기 위한 가치 동맹입니다.
The ROK-US alliance was forged in blood as a result of our fight for freedom. The ROK-US alliance is not a transactional relationship. It does not operate for the sake of mere interest. The ROK-US alliance is an alliance of values standing together to safeguard the universal value of freedom.
그러므로 한미동맹은 정의로운 동맹입니다. 한미동맹은 세계의 자유와 평화, 번영을 위한 글로벌 동맹입니다. 한미동맹은 미래로 나아가는 동맹이고 행동하는 동맹입니다. 저는 동맹의 70년 역사를 되돌아보고 동맹의 미래를 함께 설계하기 위해 여기 왔습니다. 그리고 자랑스러운 동맹 70주년을 동맹국 국민들과 함께 기쁜 마음으로 축하하고 기념하기 위해 여기에 왔습니다.
Thus, the ROK-US alliance is a just alliance. It is a global alliance for the freedom, peace, and prosperity around the world. The ROK-US alliance is an alliance in action, moving toward the future. Ladies and gentlemen, I came here to look back to the 70-year-long history of our alliance and with President Biden to design the vision for our shared future. I came here to celebrate and congratulate on the 70th anniversary of the alliance with pride, with joy, and with the American people.
다시 한번 국빈으로 초청해 주신 바이든 대통령님, 질 바이든 박사님, 그리고 미국 국민 여러분께 감사드립니다.
President, Dr. Biden, I once again thank you for your kind invitation for my state visit, and I also thank the American people for your warm welcome and hospitality. Thank you.
Mr. President, this concludes the ceremony.
And there you you have it right there as President Biden welcomes South Korea's president there to the White House along with his wife. We do know they are going to hold a news conference here at about 12:30 p.m. Eastern Time to discuss more about what the two talk about here inside the White House. Let's head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, and on the other side, we are following some breaking news out of Sudan. We'll get you right there coming up in just 2 minutes. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, and I do want to get to some breaking news that we are following out of Sudan here. White House National Security Council spokesperson John Kirby now confirming the death of a second American citizen there in Sudan. On a virtual call with press, Kirby told reporters the unnamed American died Tuesday. He said, quote, "We extend our deepest condolences to the family. We continue to make clear at the highest levels of our government, the leadership of both the Sudanese armed forces and the rapid support forces, that they are responsible for ensuring the protection of civilians and non-combatants, including people from third countries and humanitarian staff that are working there to save lives." Kirby also pointed to the U.S. brokered ceasefire that started at midnight on April 24th, so 2 days ago there. Quote, "Although there are some reports of violence and sporadic shelling and firing, we're glad to see that the levels of violence generally appear to have gone significantly down. We urge both military factions to fully uphold the ceasefire and to further extend it. We've said this many, many times that the violence is simply unconscionable and it must stop. We've got to do what's right for the Sudanese people. They want a return to peace and security in Khartoum and around the country, and they want to see a transition to civilian authority, and we need to keep working at that." Kirby pointed to remarks from National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan, who indicated President Biden, quote, "has asked for every conceivable option to help as many Americans as possible. That effort will continue, and we are actively facilitating the departure of a relatively small number of Americans who have indicated to us they want to leave. We continue to deploy U.S. intelligence, surveillance, and assets there, unmanned assets, to support land evacuation routes, which Americans are using, and we're still moving naval assets within the region to provide support along the coast and off of Port Sudan. American citizens arriving in Port Sudan, and we are helping to facilitate their onward travel as appropriate." So once again, we have learned from the White House spokesperson there that a second American citizen has died amid the fighting in Sudan that is responsible for hundreds of deaths at this point, as we do see the Sudanese army fighting with a paramilitary group. It is 10:47 on the East Coast and 7:47 on the West Coast. Let's head to a quick 2-minute commercial break. On the other side, we'll get back into the headlines and live events. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Live now from Fox. I do want to take a live look at the New York Stock Exchange right now. The Dow is in the red. It started off the day there in the green, but now down about 0.35%. We'll take a look at the stock board all throughout the day right here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, I do want to head out to D.C. right here. As you can see, we're watching a Senate Judiciary hearing examining a post-Dobbs America. Let's pop up the audio and listen in, live, raw, and unfiltered.
And to see how profoundly restrictions on abortion access harm all of our communities. Thank you for having me today, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Dr. Berman. Thank you to all of the witnesses. Ms. Zarowski, I can't remember testimony as compelling or as forceful as yours. I do this for a living. When I heard your story, as you presented it, I thought for a moment, what would I feel like if you were my daughter going through this? The joy of a possible grandchild that's been erased and now you struggling to live. And an arbitrary political obstacle to saving your life. At some point you had to be so sick and near death before they finally would agree to terminate the pregnancy. As you listen to the testimony from witnesses who share your feelings and don't, what was your reaction?
It's a good question. It's very complicated. As Dr. Verma said, everything about abortion is complicated. I understand that. It gives me a lot of hope to know that there are people like you and like some of my fellow witnesses who are fighting for safe and accessible health care. But it's also infuriating to know that there are people who think that what happened to me was okay and that it should have happened and that it should continue to happen.
Once again, your answer is direct and has great meaning for me personally, I hope for others. I'd like to ask Dr. Skopas a question. Based on your profession and medical expertise, with a reasonable degree of medical certainty tell me when life begins?
96% of biologists agree, and I agree, and this is scientifically proven, that life begins at the time the sperm fertilize an egg to create a zygote, which is the first stage in the process of human life.
So the termination of a pregnancy is the taking of life at any stage after the moment of conception?
The legal definition of abortion is an action performed with the intent to end the unborn human life.
So is the answer the affirmative?
Yes, sir.
Do you support Senator Graham's bill?
I'm here today in the capacity as a clinician and as a researcher. And as I've stated in my testimony, I think there are many reasons to support Senator Graham's bill based on the effects that late-term abortions have on women, which I have noted in my practice can be devastating, particularly the case that many of these women are coerced into these abortions.
All right, so that hearing underway, that is a Senate Judiciary hearing examining what they're calling a post-Dobbs America. A lot of discussion there about abortion. Looking off to the top right-hand side of your screen, I want to remind you that we are following this breaking news that we have learned from the White House here. A second American has now died in Sudan. This is part of that ongoing battle that has been going on for weeks at this point between the Sudanese army and a post-paramilitary group there. So we're going to follow the latest, but again, hundreds of deaths as a result, and the White House confirming here a second American has died. Let's head to our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour, and on the other side, we will head back out live to D.C. and pop up the audio on this Senate Judiciary hearing. Fox, the time 10:56 on the East Coast and 7:56 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. Right now, I do want to head back out live to Washington, D.C., as we do have this Senate Judiciary Committee hearing underway on what they're calling a, quote, post-Dobbs America. This is all connected, of course, to abortion and abortion law. Let's pop up the audio here and listen in, live, raw, and unfiltered.
Amanda's situation was terrible. What happened in Texas?
You know, Amanda, I want to say I am so sorry at your loss of Willow, and I am so sorry that your doctors misunderstood Texas law. I've reviewed Texas law, of course, because I practice there and I want to understand, as well as all of the other laws in the states. Every single law allows an exclusion for a doctor to use their reasonable medical judgment to determine when to intervene in a medical emergency, which is usually defined as a threat to the life of the mother or permanent irreversible damage to an organ or an organ system. None of the states have the terminology that the threat must be immediate. Doctors know, and we obstetricians have always known, even prior to Dobbs, the Hyde Amendment has been in place since the late 70s, and the Hyde Amendment allowed an exclusion for life of the mother. So doctors have been practicing, and I have not changed my practice in any way since the Dobbs decision. The American College of Obstetrics and Gynecology, in regards to the horrible situation that Amanda found herself in, pre-viable, premature rupture of membranes, where the water bag breaks, but labor does not ensue, and the baby is a long way from being able to live outside of the mother. The American College acknowledges that the risk of infection is high, which can become sepsis, which can threaten the mother's life. The likelihood that the baby can make it to an age in which it can live outside of the uterus is very low. And they tell us, and obstetricians do follow ACOG's recommendations for the standard of care, they tell us at the time of diagnosis that we should offer immediate termination of pregnancy, which they define as induction or dilation and evacuation abortion, or expectant management. So in a woman who is not currently infected and sick, I have had patients who have wanted to stay pregnant in hopes that they could get the baby to a gestational age where it could live, but it has always been the standard of care and continues to be the standard of care to offer delivery at that time. Most of my patients have opted for induction rather than D&E because they wanted to have a baby to mourn, but either one could have been offered and should have been offered to Amanda.
Thank you. 15 weeks. Is it fair to say that baby has a heartbeat at 15 weeks? Does anybody on the panel disagree with that? As a matter of fact, the baby has a heartbeat about 2 months before 15 weeks. Is that right, Dr. Stoke?
23 days after conception, there's a muscular chamber innervated by electrical impulses pumping blood cells, which are oxygenated throughout the baby's body.
Does anybody disagree with what I said about the European standard, that 47 of 50 European nations limit elective abortion at 15 weeks or less? Does anybody disagree with that? Good. The bottom line is 55,000 babies are aborted after 15 weeks in the United States. Is that right, Dr. Verberhurst?
That's correct.
And most are elective, so this would matter. So I'm for my bill. I'm not asking you to be, Dr. Stoop, but I'm for it. And let me tell you why I'm for it. I'd like America at some point in time to say, 15 weeks being pretty good to me, that a baby is well developed, can feel pain. You can't operate on the baby medically without anesthesia because the baby can feel pain in efforts to save its life, to draw a line. There's nothing unreasonable about trying to draw a line at 15 weeks when 47 of 50 European nations do that, with exceptions for rape, incest, life of the mother. What's unreasonable is allow abortion on demand up to the moment of birth. That's exactly what your bill does. That puts you in the category of China and North Korea. I welcome this debate. We're not going to back off. We're going to try to have America in line with the civilized world, not North Korea and China. Nothing good comes from wholesale abortion on demand at 15 weeks when the baby can feel pain.
Senator Whitehouse.
Thanks, Chairman. Welcome to the witnesses. One of the things I noticed about the Dobbs decision was that in order to get where the justices in favor of that decision wanted to go, they had to change the legal standard, from a balancing of interests to history and tradition. In a balancing of interests, one of the interests is the interest of the woman involved in the procedure. In history and tradition, you go back to ancient history, before women had rights, like the right to vote, like the right to have credit without the permission of their husband. It looked like the rights of women were being deliberately removed from the equation by the justices of the Supreme Court. And in that context, Ms. Zarowski, how did it feel to you? How did you feel that your rights, your interests were being considered as you went through the experience that you had to?
I felt I had absolutely no right to make a decision for my own body, for my own health, for the health of my child. You know, I thought about when my grandfather was in the hospital, similarly also had sepsis, and my dad and his siblings were making the decision on how he should receive health care and what kind of treatment he should receive. And what I couldn't understand in those 3 days where I had to sit and wait to get health care is how is it that my dad was able to make health care decisions for his dad, but I couldn't make my own health care decisions for myself and for the child that was inside me. I had no right, I had no opportunity, and neither did my health care team.
In addition to changing the legal standard to get the result they wanted, the other thing that stuck out for me in that decision was Justice Alito's language that Roe versus Wade, and I'll quote him here, was egregiously wrong from the start. So presumably that means the start back in 1973. Well, after that start, while Roe was egregiously wrong, Alito came before this committee. And he had the chance to tell us that he thought Roe was egregiously wrong, make that observation about that case, and instead he hid that sentiment. He said instead, Roe versus Wade is an important precedent of the Supreme Court. It was decided in 1973, so it has been on the books for a long time. It is a precedent that has been on the books for several decades. It has been challenged. It has been reaffirmed. No egregiously wrong. Everything designed to reassure us that he was not going to overturn that decision. So looking back, he looks a lot like a sleeper agent predetermined to attack Roe, who wouldn't disclose what he was up to until he had the majority that he needed to change the legal standard and destroy the legal precedent. I think it's a very unfortunate episode in the Supreme Court's history. Dr. Verma, one of the groups I've heard the most from about this in Rhode Island has been OBGYN doctors who express real horror at what this means for their practice, particularly in circumstances where a pregnancy has begun to go wrong, where there are very difficult decisions that have to be made that balance the life of one fetus against perhaps another if it's twins, against risk to the mother. And in that context, they view these laws as forcing decisions and disabling them from making decisions that are customary medical practice. Could you comment on that and what some of the circumstances are that you consider to be most dangerous with regard to these laws?
Absolutely. Thank you for that question. I can tell you as the OBGYN on this panel who provides full spectrum care, including labor and delivery and abortion care, that these laws are creating huge amounts of confusion on the ground and preventing people from accessing the health care that they need. We train for years and years to be able to look at the person in front of us and to make the best healthcare decisions with them and their families. And we're seeing that many people with high-risk pregnancies are not able to get the abortion care that they need. You've heard a couple examples of people that break their water before the baby's able to survive outside of them. I also take care of people with medical conditions like really high blood pressure, where continuing the pregnancy puts them at risk for things like stroke and preeclampsia. We see people with peripartum cardiomyopathy, where the pregnancy causes their heart to enlarge and weaken, and the risk of having that happen again in another pregnancy is quite high. For all of these people, we're having to ask ourselves, how sick do they have to get to be able to intervene, instead of just being able to provide the best medical care for the person in front of us. We're having to figure out, can I do this under the law? And that's creating huge amounts of confusion and absolutely preventing people from getting the care that they need.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
All right, you've been listening in there to that Senate Judiciary hearing examining a post-Dobbs America. That's the decision that overturned the long-standing Supreme Court decision, Roe v. Wade, which governed abortion in America, making it once a constitutional right to access that type of care. Dobbs obviously overturning that. We're coming up on the one-year mark since that decision was overturned, and the Senate Judiciary hearing continuing to examine the impact of those things, that decision here in that committee meeting. We're going to take a short break here on Live Now from Fox, but when we return, we'll make sure to dip back into that coverage as soon as we can. We'll return here in just a few minutes, live, raw, and unfiltered. Thanks to everybody for joining us today on April the 26th, Wednesday, 11:10 over on the East Coast, 8:10 over on the West Coast. We do have some news to share with you off the top here. The UK Competition Markets Authority has, in fact, prevented Microsoft's proposed purchase of Activision over concerns the deal would alter the future of the fast-growing cloud gaming market, leading to reduced innovation and less choice for UK gamers over the years. The final decision to prevent that deal coming just today. We're learning from the UK's CMA after Microsoft's proposed solution failed to effectively address the concerns in the cloud gaming sector outlined in the Competition and Market Authority's provisional findings published back in February. Microsoft had planned to purchase Activision for $68.7 billion, one of the most popular video game publisher in the world. In January of 22, that announcement came out. The CMA launched an in-depth review of the deal back in September 2022, and in February of 23 provisionally found that the merger could make Microsoft even stronger in the cloud gaming, stifling competition in this growing market. And we're also learning that Pope Francis has decided to give women the right to vote at an upcoming meeting of the bishops, a historic reform that reflects his hopes to give women greater decision-making responsibilities and lay people more say in the life of the Catholic Church. Francis also approved changes to the norms governing the Synod of Bishops. It's a Vatican body that gathers the world's bishops together for periodic meetings following years of demands by women to have the right to vote there. And we're going to go ahead and turn back to the Senate Judiciary Committee hearing that's taking place right now, happening live right now. We have folks with the Senate Judiciary Committee discussing the Dodd's decision. That's the decision that overturned Roe v. Wade. We're going to dip in back to that coverage right here on Live Now from Fox, live, raw, and unfiltered.
Or certainly no right to consent. If someone wanted to get an abortion because they had a female baby and they wanted a male child, this proposed law would overrule that restriction and allow sex selection abortion. I could go on and on and on, but I don't believe that the proposal that Senator Durbin and his Democratic colleagues have made represents the consensus in this country. We all have a right to our own moral judgments, but when it comes to the laws of the land, no one has a right to impose their personal views on everyone else, which is what Roe versus Wade did. The Supreme Court took that out of the discussion among the American people or the halls of Congress or the state legislators and said that you could not pass a law, regardless of where the consensus was, effectively allowing abortion on demand through till the time of delivery. So we need to solve this problem, but we're not going to solve it in Congress. This is now being debated, should be debated, and be resolved in the state legislatures around the country. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Since the senator from Texas mentioned my name several times, I'd like to make a point for the record. In 2013, Dr. Kermit Gosnell, a physician in Pennsylvania, was found guilty on 3 charges of infanticide, murdering babies born alive in his clinic after botched late-term abortions. Gosnell was also found guilty of involuntary manslaughter in the death of a woman who was undergoing an abortion in his care. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. I might remind the senator that this happened while Roe versus Wade was the law of the land. To suggest that it somehow would absolve that kind of conduct is just plain wrong.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You don't need to remind me.
Senator Klobuchar.
Ms. Zarowski, thank you for sharing your difficult story with all of us today. As you know, nearly half the states in the country have now enacted restrictions or are moving toward bans. 12 states are enforcing near total bans on abortion. In your testimony, you say that traveling to another state for care was not an option for you because you would have had to drive 8 hours and risk what you called the death sentence of developing sepsis, which can kill quickly in the middle of the West Texas desert or 30,000 feet above the ground. What do you want people to know about the risks that bans and restrictions place on women experiencing miscarriages?
Thank you for that question. So first, I'd like to revisit something that Senator Cornyn brought up in Dr. Scott's response, because I'd like to make it clear that Dr. Scott is not my physician. She has never been my physician. She's never treated me. She has not seen my medical records. Quite frankly, my physician and my team of healthcare professionals that I saw over the course of 3 days while I was repeatedly turned away from healthcare access made the decision to not provide an abortion because that's what they felt they had to do under Texas's law. And that will continue to happen, and it is continuing to happen. And it's not a result of misinterpretation, it's a result of confusion And the confusion is because the way the law is written, the language in the law is incredibly vague, and it leaves doctors grappling with what they can and cannot do, what health care they can and cannot provide. And if they make the wrong decision, they face up to 99 years in prison and or losing their license. And in my opinion, that was intentional, because after the Dobbs decision, the administration put out guidance for when an abortion can and cannot be, or should not be provided. And the state attorney general in Texas, Ken Paxton, hated that so much that he sued the government to overturn those guidelines. And so what happened to me is exactly what he wanted to happen.
And your point is that right now we have a patchwork of laws across this country. And if we would enact some federal standards here and codify Roe v. Wade into law, which was the law of land before this, this wouldn't have happened to you.
That's right.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Verma, how do the medical consequences of delaying care impact women?
They impact women significantly. We are seeing, I am practicing in Georgia where we have a 6-week ban in place.
All right, you've been listening in there to that Senate Judiciary Committee hearing. I now want to turn over to this meeting that's happening right now. Democrats are holding a very latest press conference trying to update folks on the negotiations and the conversations around the debt ceiling. We're going to go ahead and dip into that live, raw, and unfiltered.
Everything possible. He's willing to say the bill's closed and then open it back up because people, had concerns about it. Which, by the way, I wanted to highlight, and it's a tribute to Ranking Member Neal. We very much appreciate Republicans going on the record talking about tax credits, biofuels tax credits, and the work that Ranking Member Neal and the Ways and Means members did. The Inflation Reduction Act is amazing. We appreciate that House Republicans are now seeing that. And that they're hearing about it back home. That's the only reason why they're making a change, is because that bill, that tax credit, that piece of legislation is popular back home. We appreciate that acknowledgement. Look, that's a question for the whip and a question for another day. We'll have conversations about that. I think all of us have expected since January that at some point over these next 2 years, that was likely going to happen. When you have to negotiate with the most extreme members of your conference, that's what you have to do. Last question.
So there are now some revised projections that the debt ceiling could be reached in weeks sooner than initially anticipated. As the leadership here, what is your message to people who are hearing this and they're concerned about the direction that things appear to be headed?
People should be scared. I'm going to ask Joe Neguse and Lauren Underwood to close us out. People should be frightened that Republicans want to negotiate, that they feel compelled to continue to advocate for removing food off the table of everyday Americans, to kick people off of health care. Those are the negotiating points that they are fighting so hard for, and people should be scared about that.
Yeah, I would echo the remarks of the chairman and would simply say that Americans should be deeply disappointed and I think disheartened by the actions that extreme MAGA Republicans have taken in the House thus far in the first 100 days, and of course culminating now in holding literally our entire economy hostage with the demands that they've made for these cruel and draconian cuts that will harm everyday Americans. So obviously the stakes are very high. House Democrats will continue to put people over politics and push our colleagues on the other side of the aisle to see the light. I would say, just to underscore the point that Chairman Aguilar made, because this came up during rules last night. Again, I don't know how many of you all watched the proceedings at 1 a.m., but just to give you a sense, I suspect not many, but and I don't blame you for that, but to give exactly, but to give you exactly to give you a sense of the room. Midnight in Washington, where are House Republicans? In a back room in the Rules Committee, literally a cigar smoke-filled room, cutting deals that would bankrupt the American people. And the only reason they were able to ultimately get that default on America bill within the rule out of committee to the floor today is because of a deal they negotiated literally at 1:30 in the morning last night, to preserve President Biden's biofuel tax credits from the Inflation Reduction Act. So it's a question that I hope all of you ask some of our colleagues on the other side from the most extreme wing of their caucus, why they made the decision at the 11th hour to support President Biden's climate provisions. I think it'd be an interesting question to ask.
But to follow up on that, Leader Scalise was saying that this would be a prime time for the president to sit down and speak with Speaker McCarthy. With this tighter deadline now, would you agree with him or no?
President Biden has put forward his proposal that would cut the deficit by an additional $3 trillion. We have a plan. Democrats are united behind that plan, and that is the plan that puts people over politics. We have not seen what I would consider realistic or serious plan coming from the extreme MAGA Republicans. Instead, they have put forward this proposal that wants to take away health care from people, take away food from working families in this country, and that wants to cut veterans' benefits. It's unacceptable. And so we're focused on delivering for our communities, and they are trying to accommodate the most extreme voices in their conference.
Thank you. Thanks.
All right, you've been listening in there to House Democrats speak about the debt limit and the ongoing conversations happening in Washington over whether or not the debt ceiling will be raised and whether or not officials in the highest levels of government can reach a deal. We're going to head back to this latest hearing happening right now in the Senate over the decision, the Supreme Court decision of Dobbs, which overturned Roe v. Wade, a in-depth conversation happening there. We will take that in just a moment, but we're going to take our second commercial break of the hour here on Live Now from Fox. When we return, we'll have much more live, raw, and unfiltered content. Stick with us. Back here to Live Now from
we've said
Fox.
time and time
Taking a
again
listen in
that
right there to Senate, actually House Democrats talking about the debt ceiling. Officials in the U.S. still trying to reach an agreement there on the debt ceiling as well as the U.S. budget. We're going to go ahead and take that full and pop up that audio live, raw, and unfiltered so you can continue to listen in on what officials on the Democratic side are saying about these negotiations.
To throw down on the table and to say, I want to wreck the U.S. economy. That's not how this should go. And we're going to continue to talk about that.
If McCarthy refuses to put the debt limit bill on the floor, would Democrats support a motion to vacate the speakership?
Look, we're not going to have discussions about hypothetical motions, but I think it's pretty clear from January on that Speaker McCarthy has to negotiate with the most extreme members of his conference because he has to, because his job is on the line. He's fine putting them in uncomfortable positions and making people wait 5 days and 15 votes, and looking the way he does, and just sitting there and taking it from the most extreme members because he had to. He wants that job that much. He's willing to auction off everything possible. He's willing to say the bill's closed and then open it back up because people, had concerns about it. Which, by the way, I wanted to highlight, and it's a tribute to Ranking Member Neal. We very much appreciate Republicans going on the record talking about tax credits, biofuels tax credits, and the work that Ranking Member Neal and the Ways and Means members did. The Inflation Reduction Act is amazing. We appreciate that House Republicans are now seeing that and that they're hearing about it back home. That's the only reason why they're making a change, is because that bill, that tax credit, that piece of legislation is popular back home. We appreciate that acknowledgement. Look, that's a question for the whip and a question for another day. We'll have conversations about that. I think all of us have expected since January that at some point over these next 2 years, that was likely going to happen. When you have to negotiate with the most extreme members of your conference, that's what you have to do. Last question.
So there are now some revised projections that the debt ceiling could be reached weeks sooner than initially anticipated. As the leadership here, what is your message to people who are hearing this and they're concerned about the direction that things appear to be headed?
People should be scared. I'm going to ask Joe Neguse and Lauren Underwood to close us out. People should be frightened that Republicans want to negotiate, that they feel compelled to continue to advocate for removing food off the table of everyday Americans, to kick people off of healthcare. Those are the negotiating points that they are fighting so hard for, and people should be scared about that.
Yeah, I would echo the remarks of the chairman and would simply say that Americans should be deeply disappointed and I think disheartened by the actions that extreme MAGA Republicans have taken in the House thus far in the first 100 days, and of course culminating now in holding literally our entire economy hostage with the demands that they've made for these cruel and draconian cuts that will harm everyday Americans. So obviously the stakes are very high. House Democrats will continue to put people over politics and push our colleagues on the other side of the aisle to see the light. I would say, just to underscore the point that Chairman Aguilar made, because this came up during rules last night. Again, I don't know how many of you all watched the proceedings at 1 a.m., but just to give you a sense, I suspect not many, but and I don't blame you for that, but to give exactly, but to give you exactly to give you a sense of the room. Midnight in Washington, where are House Republicans? In a back room in the Rules Committee, literally a cigar smoke-filled room, cutting deals that would bankrupt the American people. And the only reason they were able to ultimately get that default on America bill within the rule out of committee to the floor today is because of a deal they negotiated literally at 1:30 in the morning last night to preserve President Biden's biofuel tax credits from the Inflation Reduction Act. So it's a question that I hope all of you ask some of our colleagues on the other side from the most extreme wing of their caucus, why they made the decision at the 11th hour to support President Biden's climate provisions. I think it'd be an interesting question to ask.
But to follow up on that, Leader Scalise was saying this would be a prime time for the president to sit down and speak with Speaker McCarthy. With this tighter deadline now, would you agree with him or no?
President Biden has put forward his proposal that would cut the deficit by an additional $3 trillion. We have a plan. Democrats are united behind that plan, and that is the plan that puts people over politics. We have not seen what I would consider realistic or serious plan coming from the extreme MAGA Republicans. Instead, they have put forward this proposal that wants to take away healthcare from people, take away food from working families in this country, and that wants to cut veterans' benefits. It's unacceptable. And so we're focused on delivering for our communities, and they are trying to accommodate the most extreme voices in their conference.
Thank you. Thanks.
All right, we're going to go ahead and turn now back to that live event happening over in the Senate. The Judiciary Committee is having conversations on the Dobbs case. That is the Supreme Court decision that overturned Roe v. Wade. Leadership in the Senate are asking a number of health professionals questions about that, trying to understand the impact of the overturning of Roe v. Wade and the impact of the Dobbs decision on abortion in America. We're going to go ahead and dip back into that live, raw, and unfiltered.
Or judges or senators. And I want to know what women should know from you in the face of what I think has been some disinformation here medically.
Absolutely, and thank you, Senator, for that opportunity. So I want to start by saying that the American College of OBGYNs, which represents over 60,000 OBGYNs across the country, along with over 75 other major science-based medical societies, have identified abortion care as incredibly safe, essential health care. This is not one profession. This is not one society. This includes the American Medical Association, the American Academy of Family Physicians, of Pediatrics, of Surgery, of Anesthesia. The science on this is settled. Abortion care is incredibly safe, essential health care. This is the consensus of the science-based, evidence-based medical community. In addition, the American Board of OBGYNs, which is the board that certifies all of us OBGYNs at this table, has identified abortion care as incredibly safe, essential health care with risk of serious major complications of less than 1%, and has actually said that misinformation about abortion, spreading misinformation about abortion is medical unprofessionalism. In addition, we heard some people bring up Kermit Gosnell. What he did was terrible. To say that that represents the reality of abortion care in this country as a disservice to me, my colleagues, and my patients. I see my patients accessing abortion care from a place of compassion every day. Compassion for themselves, their existing families, their children. When we see a patient, we give them all of their options. That includes talking to them about adoption, continuing the pregnancy, and abortion, and confirm that they are completely sure before moving forward. And we provide them with abortion care in a safe, compassionate way. If someone chooses to continue a pregnancy, I'm also very happy to support them in that and deliver their baby. I do all of OBGYN. I think that focusing on people experiencing regret does a disservice to our patients who are making these informed decisions about their health care and lives and are experts on their own lives. We also have excellent data from the Turnaway study, which followed 1,000 women for over 5 years and showed that the most common emotion after an abortion was relief.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Senator Blumenthal. Next is Senator Lee.
From time to time, the Supreme Court corrects prior errors. It happened with Plessy versus Ferguson, which was a bad decision. We've all acknowledged that, along with Dred Scott, along with Korematsu, are bad decisions. I like it when the Supreme Court is able to correct prior errors. That is what occurred with Dobbs. Dobbs corrected a prior error. It's difficult to endure hearing people say that they're worried about the credibility of the court, when sometimes those words are uttered by people who are themselves actively, willfully, deliberately attacking the credibility of the court, sometimes as officers of the court. We're seeing this through unfair attacks on Justice Thomas and other members of the U.S. Supreme Court, and it's got to stop. Look, Dobbs was right. As a matter of constitutional law, this is a matter not for the courts to decide, but for elected lawmakers, typically in state legislatures, not our national legislature. So if you don't like the policy outcome, go to your state legislature. But this is not an issue in which the federal judiciary is somehow empowered. There is no reproductive rights clause of the U.S. Constitution. So let's not pretend that we're worried about the credibility of the court if we are simultaneously attacking the credibility of the court and its ability to do its job. Now, a lot of these issues relate to this legislation that's been introduced in the wake of the Dobbs decision, which is itself way more radical even than Roe versus Wade was, and way more radical than where Americans are comfortable going. You know, 69% of Americans are uncomfortable with abortion after the first trimester, 69%. But you'd never guess that from the way Democrats in the United States Senate vote on these issues, where essentially all of them support or appear to be comfortable with second and third trimester abortions. And in fact, all but I think 2 members of the Democratic caucus in the United States Senate voted against the Borderline Abortion Survivors Act. And so this legislation Democrats are now pushing would prohibit any state law from regulating abortion within a state's borders, essentially ever, not to protect girls, not to protect women, not to protect health, safety, and welfare, not to protect the rights of a baby born alive. Now, putting aside for a moment the life of the child, when considering the health impact of abortion on women, I think there are important considerations to make. Dr. Ingrid, Dr. Scalp, I'd like to start with you. What concerns do you have for the physical and mental well-being of women who have late-term abortions?
It's well established that women who have late-term abortions are at much higher risk for mental health complications, as we mentioned, anxiety, depression, substance use and abuse, and suicidal ideation and self-harm.
Let's talk about suicide for a minute. Those who have second or third trimester abortions, late-term abortions, do they have, what do their higher suicides look like?
In the United States, we do not have data on this because, as I mentioned, backing up to maternal mortality, this is data is collected until a full year after the end of the pregnancy, and it is virtually impossible because the CDC mostly looks at death certificates. It's virtually impossible to link an say a coerced abortion and a suicide 6 months later.
Right.
And I don't think that there are many efforts to do this.
By the way, how many abortions are medically indicated, medically necessary?
Using the definition that the intent is to kill the baby, I would say none. As we discussed earlier, occasionally there is the need to do a separation of the mother and the baby. The intent in that case is to save the mother, and sometimes the baby regrettably dies. But even if you use that or if you said that, well, that counts as an abortion, it's still far less than 1% of the abortions in our country.
Very good to know. Now, as you have noted, women are 4 times more likely to experience serious medical complications from a chemical abortion as a surgical abortion. Why is the abortion industry pushing chemical abortion? Does it have more to do with the fact that this is an industry that makes a lot of money off of that? Or does it have more to do with the fact that that dispenses with a lot of inconvenient things, like the fact that we've got Planned Parenthood clinics that have been caught on tape telling girls not to tell the age of the person having the abortion, because then they would have a duty to report it. What is that? What's causing that?
I think there are definitely advantages for the abortion industry to promote chemical abortions. They don't have to hire a surgeon, pay for sterilization of instruments and the costs that go along with that. And the reality I would like to acknowledge is that, again, about 90% of obstetricians do not perform abortions, and even obstetricians who claim to be pro-choice, many of them will not perform surgical abortions. So I think there was a staffing issue that began the promotion toward chemical abortion. There may be some advantages in terms of funding, but now that we see—
Is there a profit motive, perhaps? Could that—
There was a time that the cost of a surgical abortion and a chemical abortion were approximately the same, an average of about $575. But I think we also see, in light of states beginning to have pro-life restrictions, that this is a way to get around those restrictions and provide abortions in states that are trying to protect unborn life.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I see my time has expired.
Senator Hirono.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Scop says that Ms. Zarowski's doctors misinterpreted Texas law, which criminalizes abortion. So her doctors were acting under
All right, you're listening in there to the Senate Judiciary hearing examining a post-Dobbs America, how abortion, again, is being impacted by that Supreme Court decision that overturned Roe versus Wade. Time now, 11:42 on the East Coast, 8:42 over on the West Coast. We're going to take a short break here on Live Now from Fox, but we'll return with much more live, raw, and unfiltered content. All right, welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Giacomo Luca. You're taking a look there over in Montgomery County, Pennsylvania. We have the district attorney there speaking about a woman who was killed in front of her son in a, quote, targeted shooting that unfolded in the drive-thru of a local Dunkin' Donuts. And the person, of course, family members remain incredibly shocked about that incident. Authorities say the 35-year-old Rachel King was shot to death around 7:30 in the morning on Tuesday, right outside a Dunkin' Donuts in the Melrose Shopping Center, if you are familiar with that area. She was also a teacher. This happened right in front of her 11-year-old son. Again, the district attorney there in Montgomery County speaking to the press now, providing updates in that case and on that investigation. So we're going to bump that up live, raw, and unfiltered.
Carol, could you come up and they asked to share a few words, and I am happy to provide them with a microphone here.
Good morning. I'm Carol King, Rachel's mommy. And I just wanted to say a couple of things. One, to thank Detective Henry, who told me on Tuesday morning, I'm sorry to tell you that your daughter, Rachel King, has been killed. I thank Lieutenant Richards. I'm grateful for DA Steele, Assistant DA Caroline, and all of those in the Cheltenham Police District, those in Philadelphia who also had a hand in helping us. As a family of believers in Christ Jesus, we believe that vengeance does belong to God. Our hearts are hurting, but we also believe this: in time, they will be healed, and we will move forward with our grandson, Jalen. We just wanted to have an opportunity to say thank you, because we know the road ahead is not going to be easy, but we believe in the team of people that are here today, and even those behind the scenes that we may never know their names, but they are going to work and bring justice for Rachel Elizabeth King. She may not have been famous, but she was, as her father said, and we agree, she was great. So her memory will never be lost. Thank you so much.
I would simply like to thank DA Steele and his office, the Cheltenham Police Department, the Montgomery County Law Enforcement for their diligence and their dedication, for taking this case personally. I would also like to thank the Philadelphia Police Department for their collaborative work with Montgomery County. We can't articulate how grateful we are for the work that has been done to this point and the work that is still yet to be done, that they are committed to doing. Above all, we are in agreement. We want justice done. We want it done swiftly. We want it done accurately. And we want it done fairly. Lastly, I would like to thank all of the people who have been so supportive of our family during this ordeal. Hundreds upon hundreds of people who have prayed for us, prayed with us. People, some we know, some we do not know, some we may never know, and yet they've been supportive of us. Our family will continue to pray for law enforcement, that the job that they do will be done with precision, and we have every confidence that that will indeed take place in this case. We have every confidence of that taking place. Again, we thank you, one and all.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll take questions.
Is it accurate to say Al Hakim was hired? This is a murder for hire?
Look, all the evidence in this case points to the beginning of a relationship between these two in February. Lots of contact. Pictures of the victim being shown, and then maps and a car being bought, and then contact after. And I'll also say what we talk about as consciousness of guilt, getting rid of lots of things on your phone right before you talk to the detectives. So, look, we're going to continue to go down this track and investigate this, but it appears that it was a conspiracy. It was a murder for hire. It is a horrific killing of an innocent young teacher in front of her 11-year-old son.
Kevin, is there any indication, I know she supplied him with the car, is there any indication that she supplied him with the firearm as well?
There's the picture that we found of that firearm, that was taken, and we believe that there was communication between the two of them with the gun. I can't say definitively, that she supplied it or how he came, but they both know that he had that gun.
And this was a ghost gun that was manufactured by somebody. In other words, it's not a gun that was purchased in the gun store.
Correct. These are privately made firearms. Whether where the kit was bought, I'm not sure on this, but we know that he had it, and we know in the Philadelphia case and in our case, the bullets and the casings that we found were from the same gun, and that's significant. So in the course of 4 days, he killed twice.
Is there any indication that the woman accused made any threats directly to King or Haynes? And you said she was arresting them for months before they put that protection order?
Yeah. So what we know is that she, from the protection from abuse order, on at least one occasion, she was sitting outside of Rachel's home and watching her, and this harassment, is kind of laid out in the protection from abuse order that Mr. Hayes got on her, where she's contacting repeatedly, knocking on windows, doing a number of actions that seemingly set this course of what she did, and again, all the evidence points to them, the two of them working on this together, providing photos, providing buying the car in her name. He likely paid for it, but it was in her name. So, that's some of the things that we have in it.
Was Rachel also included on this protection from abuse order, or was it just Hayes?
Hayes and his children, and part of it and part of the facts behind it were the harassment also of the victim, Rachel.
So that time when she was, the defendant was outside, sitting in front of her house, were they taken to court for that at all? Were police called, involved?
I don't know that police were called at that point. Not that I'm aware of, but it's outlined in the protection from abuse allegations that were given, and then a judge, gave the order.
All right, you've been listening in there to District Attorney Kevin R. Steele in Montgomery County, Pennsylvania, following up on the latest out of the investigation into the killing of Rachel King, providing updates there. She was a teacher, again, in the Montgomery County area. He provided updates on that case just moments ago. We're going to bring this back to you as soon as we come back from a short break here on Live Now from Fox. We'll go ahead and reset and bring that press conference back to you live, raw, and unfiltered. We'll see you in a couple minutes. All right, welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Giacomo Luca. Today is Denim Day. Advocates plan to raise awareness on sexual violence for National Denim Day by standing against victim shaming and victim blaming. To learn more about this, I spoke with a group that helps people across Central Florida who have experienced sexual violence. Month is Louis Damiani. He's the executive director over the Victim Services Center of Central Florida. Louis, thanks for joining us.
Hey, thank you for having me, Luca. Great to see you.
Appreciate it. First off, tell me, what is Denim Day? And I see you got your denim jacket on. Great to see that.
Got my
Tell me
denim
all about it.
button on. Yeah, well, so Denim Day is really the longest running sexual violence and prevention education campaign in history. And the idea behind it is we seek to rid the world of, erroneous and destructive attitudes and behaviors that surround sexual violence, and also to, support survivors and make sure that we seek real justice for them.
Talk to me about what sparked Denim Day. What's the backstory behind all of that?
So this was started in Italy. It was a controversial Supreme Court ruling, really, is what got it started. So there was a young woman wearing jeans, tight jeans admittedly, who was assaulted by her taxi cab driver. And they caught the guy and put him in jail, and he appealed his conviction. And the argument that his lawyers made was that because she was wearing tight jeans, she was somehow asking for it and deserved to be assaulted. Well, believe it or not, I mean, in some absurd moment, the Supreme Court agreed, and they overturned this guy's conviction and let him go. And the women in the Italian parliament, as a means of protest, started wearing jeans after that. And not only to support survivors, but also to protest, the absurdity of the decision. And so, from there, it became a European movement. And then this was back in 1999. And then it actually made it over the United States. And now the last Wednesday of every April, and April is Sexual Assault Awareness Month. So we finish the month on the last Wednesday in April. That's Denim Day USA. And then us here in Central Florida, we go the extra mile. We really embraced Denim Day about 8 years ago now, I think, and nobody was talking about it. Nobody was doing it. We said, we're going to make this a focal campaign here across Central Florida, and it has just been explosive. Just this morning, one of our staffers, actually it was yesterday afternoon, one of our staffers posted a video on TikTok about Denim Day, and it's already had 100,000 views as of this morning. So it is, it's spreading like wildfire, and it's this big social media campaign, and it will be running all day today, and really anybody can participate. That's the beauty of it.
Post their photos of themselves wearing denim in that way to continue to bring awareness about sexual assault and for survivors and victims.
You betcha. And it's super easy to participate. And all you got to do is take a picture, shoot a video. This year, we actually have a dance contest. So put your video up on TikTok, and then you just, just tag us at BSC Florida. And we're out there on Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, whatever your platform is. We're active on all social media platforms. Then just tag us, use the hashtag Denim Day, and just watch this thing explode. Last year, man, we were all the way up into Georgia. It was nuts by the end of the day. Our little agency just creating awareness about sexual violence, and and talking about when you hear crazy talk, and when you hear people minimize the impact of sexual harassment and sexual assault and make jokes about it. Well, it ain't no joke, and this is our moment in time to speak up, put our foot down, and say, this is terrible. This destroys lives. It's illegal. It's immoral. It's, it's horrendous. And that's the only way we're going to change culture, by having platforms like this. By the way, kudos to you for bringing us here today to talk about it and draw awareness to sexual violence. Also, make sure we're supporting those that have been victimized. We know 1 in 5 women is going to be victimized at some point in their life. So we all know somebody that's going to be touched that could use the services like an organization like mine, the Victim Service Center of Central Florida, provides free of charge 24 hours a day. So, if you know somebody that's been victimized, please don't wait, seek help. It's free, it's available, it's what we're here for.
And we know there are so many survivors out there, maybe that have not come forward. We know that sexual assault and sexual crimes are widely underreported. If someone has fallen victim, they haven't reported it yet, or they're seeking services, talk to me about what an organization like yours would do and what they can do to reach out to groups like yours to seek help.
So that's a great question that has many different answers to it. But what I can tell you is we run a 24-hour helpline. So if somebody has been assaulted in the moment, our folks are on it. You can call our helpline. The number's 407-500-HEAL. Super easy to find us. You go into your browser, you start typing victim. We're going to be the #1 Google search here across Central Florida. Super easy to access and get help in that moment. The sad statistic is that the average person on this type of crime does not come forward and report their crime, to your point, until about 9 years after their impact. We know that from the people that we serve. In fact, our little organization helped get the statute of limitations in Florida extended and changed for that using that data that I just shared with you. So it's not unusual for people to not report for a myriad of reasons: fear, shame, guilt, whatever that might be. But when they are ready, so are we. And what that means for them, we have crisis counselors. They're on our phone 24 hours a day. But also, if somebody comes in to see us, we'll meet face to face with them. Really, for those individuals that wait long term, 9 years, whenever you're ready, we're ready. We do counseling, therapy, support groups, whatever they need to help them live their best life moving forward. That's what we're here to do. But if they've just been assaulted and the 911 comes in, well, our folks are on it. We respond, and on average, I'm proud to tell you, we have about a 26-minute response time till our people are there on site with the victim. And at that point, it's really up to them what that individual needs. Obviously, they're in shock and trauma, and our folks will work with them to help them through that aspect. But should they need medical intervention, we do that. Should they need, we have a team of forensic nurses that actually, sometimes you hear about a rape kit, we collect the DNA. We're the first ones. We're the ones that collect the DNA profile, get the clothes, collect all the evidence, if that's what the victim wants. Generally, that's what they want because they want justice to be served. That's how we get the DNA profile. We actually give all that packaged evidence to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, and then they run a DNA profile and put them into the national database. And then hopefully later on, they catch somebody, goes to trial. We got bulletproof DNA. Hopefully justice gets served at that point. So there's a lot we can do. All I would say is if you are either somebody that has been victimized or somebody, the other, people like you and I that are just ambassadors out there for, trying to help our friends and our family get support and help, well, point them in our direction, and we will take it from there and do everything we can to try to get them to a point where they live their best, fullest life moving forward.
Absolutely, Louis. We know so many organizations across America are doing similar work to yours, and we should certainly encourage folks to check in with their local county to check what resources are available. Louis, as we end on this note, talking about Denim Day and continuing to raise awareness, any closing thoughts?
No, just, be vigilant, tell people, share with people why today is so important. Take a moment, even if you've never been victimized. Let's say you don't actually know somebody. It's still important for all of us to take a stand and be part of the solution. We're never going to change things unless we change things. And, I would just say, take a stand, make a social statement, speak up when you hear, erroneous and destructive, stupid things being said. And, together we can change the way people look at this horrific crime that really destroys lives. So I just thank you again for giving me a couple of minutes and a platform to talk about it and hopefully do our little part here in Central Florida to make a difference.
Thanks so much for your work and continuing to shed light on this issue. Louis Damiani over at the Victims Services Center of Central Florida. Thanks so much.
Thanks for having me.
Mr. President, attempts to alter status quo by force, supply chain fragmentation and disruption, challenges in food and energy security are...
All right, you're taking a look there at a number of the top events that we have happening here across the country today. You see there Asa Hutchinson hosting a campaign event there. President Biden meeting with the president of South Korea during a White House state visit. And the Senate Judiciary Committee continuing their live hearing there on the Dobbs decision. We're going to have a lot more of this content here on Live Now from Fox, but we are going to go ahead to our first commercial break of the hour. When we return, you'll see me here, Giacomo Luca, bringing you more live, raw, and unfiltered content. All right, welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Giacomo Luca. You're taking a look there at senators introducing new legislation to protect kids from harmful social media. We're going to go ahead and dip into that press conference, which happened within the hour here on Live Now from Fox.
To manipulate them. The epidemic started in 2012, coinciding with the release of smartphones with front-facing cameras. And it's continued in lockstep with the popularity of apps like Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok. The business model of these apps is simple. The duration of time the user spends on the app and the extent to which they engage with content is directly correlated with ad revenue. And social media companies have stumbled onto a stubborn, devastating fact. The way to get kids to linger on the platforms and to maximize profit is to upset them, to make them outraged, to make them agitated, to make them scared, to make them vulnerable, to make them feel helpless, anxious, despondent. And because these emotions increase engagement, making young people feel the very ways that we as parents and as a society don't want them to feel is built into the business model. And the results are catastrophic. Studies from the CDC have found that nearly 2/3 of high school girls and 1/3 of high school boys feel persistently sad or hopeless. Think about that. 2/3 of high school girls feel persistently sad or hopeless. And 22% of all high school students have seriously considered suicide. 22%. Our bill is a common sense, bipartisan approach to help to stop this suffering. Following the Surgeon General's recommendations, it prohibits users under the age of 13 from accessing social media platforms. It requires social media companies to verify the age of their users and raises the verification standard above the standard of clicking, yes, I'm 18. It requires parental consent for users age 13 to 17, letting families make the best decision for their children. And for users in that 13 to 17 age bracket, it bans algorithmic boosting that uses personal data to feed your content. As for-profit businesses, social media companies have a responsibility to maximize revenue, meaning there's a direct correlation between agitating kids and satisfying investors. It's not a stretch to say these companies have a near obligation to upset an entire generation of children on a persistent basis. We must act. By instituting these simple, straightforward guidelines, we'll be able to give the next generation of children what every parent wants for their child, which is a chance to grow up happy and healthy. I'd now like to introduce one of my great partners on this bill, Senator Tom Cotton.
Good morning. For too long, big tech has exposed our kids to dangerous content and disturbed people. Moms and dads have felt helpless while their kids suffered, sometimes leading to devastating tragedies. This bill is a giant step towards fixing that problem. It puts parents back in control and sends an important message. Social media companies have a duty to help keep kids safe and parents informed, or face serious consequences. Most social media platforms already claim not to allow kids under the age of 13 onto their platforms, but often rely on self-reporting methods that can be easily circumvented by kids. As a result, 38% of kids ages 8 to 12 say that they already use social media. There are even fewer safeguards for teenagers who report spending nearly 9 hours every day looking at screens. Yet more than 60% report trying but failing to quit social media, signs of dependency and addiction. This is not an accident. Social media platforms use powerful algorithms to addict young users and to keep them scrolling for as long as possible. The rise of smartphones and social media has also coincided with an unprecedented mental health crisis for America's kids. And of course, child safety is another concern as well. Federal law enforcement estimates that there are 500,000 predators online every day, and 50% of their victims are between the ages of 12 and 15. This danger haunts countless parents and keeps them up at night. Our bill is a common sense approach. If a child is, say, too young to sign a contract or too young to open a bank account, in the real world, they're too young to sign terms of service agreement and use social media in the digital world. They're too young to see a rated R movie. They're too young to be exposed to much of the content that is on social media and manipulating what they think, what they feel about themselves and others. So I look forward to working with my partners on this bill, and Republicans and Democrats alike, to see it enacted into law so we can protect our kids. And I'll turn it over to Senator Murphy.
Thank you very much, Tom. I want to thank Brian and Tom and
Katie, for this partnership. As a politician and as a parent, I have seen the tremendous benefits that social media delivers to Americans of all ages. It allows us to better connect with the people that we serve. I've seen the smiles on my two children's faces when they're watching something that delights them online. I've seen the way that it can help connect them to their peers. But I have also seen the immense damage that it does to our kids in a very personal way. I've watched with this combination of wonder and worry and anxiety as I've seen both my children be subjected to these algorithms that are intent on addicting them to their screens and pulling them away from much more fulfilling and meaningful connection to their family and to their peers. Chase Naska committed suicide last year at age 16. And in the aftermath of that suicide, his parents got access to his phone and were able to see the content that one of these social media companies was delivering to their young son, whose brain at age 16 was still developing. He was getting relentless content about depression, hopelessness, and death. Some of the last videos he likely saw before he stepped in front of a moving train told him, take the pain away. Death is a gift. One young man said on his feed, I'm going to put a shotgun in my mouth and blow my brains out. And a female voice pipes in and says, cool. The social media companies have had plenty of opportunity to do the right thing and to make sure that the content they are delivering to our kids is healthy. They have failed to deliver. I don't think it's a coincidence that the four of us are all raising young children today, because parents want and deserve tools to help keep their kids safe online. Today, they simply don't have those tools. This bill fixes that. This bill gives parents the ability to decide with their children when is the right time to step into this world. And by reserving these algorithms for individuals whose brains are ready to receive and deal with that content, we're also taking a really important step to protect the health of our kids online. So I'm really excited to be working on this bill with this group. I think it's really important that parents in the Congress step up and tell the story of what's happening to our families and lead the conversation about how we change our laws to protect our kids and give these new tools to parents. With that, let me turn it over to Senator Britt.
Thank you. It is an honor to be standing here. I want to thank these gentlemen for your leadership, Senator Schatz, Senator Cotton, Senator Murphy. Truly appreciate you stepping up and answering the call. I stand here today, just like these men, not as a Democrat or Republican, not as someone who sits on the right side of the aisle or the left, but as a concerned parent. As a mom who is raising a 13 and a 14-year-old right now, I see the effects of this every single day. When I talk to my friends and talk about what they're dealing with their children, the realities and the negative effects that social media can bring into one's life and into one's home, particularly as they learn to grow, as they're trying to learn their way, have become very real. I've traveled the state of Alabama, and unfortunately I've heard the same thing from parents in every corner of our state. I have sat across from a father who showed me the last picture of his beautiful daughter who died by suicide the next day. Y'all, enough is enough. The data speaks for itself. Over 50%, or just around that, of high school students have said that they are actually addicted in one way or another to social media. We look at the numbers referenced by Senator Schatz between the years of 2011 and 2019, depression among our children has doubled. And in our high school, females 1 in 3 have said that they have considered suicide. As someone who was a high school young woman at one point in her life, I can tell you how challenging that time is for anyone. But that was 25 years ago. If you add in the complications and the additional stressors and pressure of social media, it becomes too much for some to bear. This bill steps up and does what we need it to. It allows parents to be back a part of the conversation, and it also makes sure that big tech cannot prey on the emotions of our children. I am proud to be a part of this as we see this problem continues to grow. The time to act is now. We must protect our children so that we can protect their future and ultimately make sure that they have the opportunity to live the American dream.
All right, you've been listening in there as senators propose a new law to protect kids on social media. This is something that members of Congress have been targeting and tackling over the past couple of weeks now and months as social media and content on there begins to be put in the spotlight and how it's affecting kids. I want to jump over now to one of our feeds and just show you a couple of live feeds that we do have happening right here on Live Now from Fox. This is the Senate Judiciary Committee hearing on Dodds. The number of senators there asking a number of questions there to officials who are there to answer questions about the impact of Dodds after Roe v. Wade. Moving over here, here's a beautiful shot of San Antonio, Texas. You can see a cloudy day over there in San Antonio, but traffic moving pretty nice there. A beautiful shot as those clouds really been pulled along. Also, we have Asa Hutchinson, former Arkansas governor, who did this week recently announced his plan to run for president of the United States. He's having a campaign event. So there's that feed there as well. And the final feed we have right now, that's a shot of the House floor, U.S. House of Representatives there. We have appears to be a congressman, again, standing on the floor as a number of issues being discussed today. Earlier, I listened in, and the budget was a big conversation there. Time now at 12:24 on the East Coast, 9:24 over on the West Coast. Great time to take a break here on Live Now from Fox, but when we return, we'll have much more live, raw, and unfiltered content. All right, welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Giacomo Luca. I want to bring you right back to that press conference that we had earlier. You see there, senators are announcing a new law that would help protect children on social media. This is a bipartisan effort. We're going to go ahead and dip back into that coverage, live, raw, and unfiltered.
In the Senate and the House, on the Democratic and the Republican side of the aisle, to do a suite of things on behalf of kids' online safety. So I'm not going to get into sort of any public policy disputes right now, except to say that one of the foundations of this bill is age verification, and we do not believe the current age verification regime is actually working. But if you are one of those people who does not think that a parent should be involved in the decision to get a kid on social media at the age of 13, we just have a fundamental disagreement, and that is one of the foundations of this bill. We want to empower parents, and we think parents agree with us.
Brian,
Yes.
can I step forward?
Yeah, sure.
Actually, I want to follow up, speak on the age verification question. Look, age verification online is done every day. It's not hard, it's not complicated. There are third-party companies that do this for government agencies at the local, state, and federal level. You're talking about only one data point, a person's birthday. For 13 to 17-year-olds, adding the parental relationship. Companies like ID.me are used by the Social Security Administration or the VA, or they're used by states as politically diverse as Wyoming and California for things like gambling or lottery or other kinds of online activity. We do age verification routinely. So it's simply not a serious argument that we cannot do online age verification for social media companies, just like we do in so many other settings in the digital world.
Yes.
Ken, I just wanted to follow up on that to see if you could walk us through a little bit more how you intend to require these social media companies to enact this, more rigorous age verification standards, and also how to prevent them from using some of these algorithms. And do you have any buy-in from some of these social media companies?
On the first, it's a rather technical sort of legal question, so let me get you the details on how the age verification standard works. But we just made sure to raise the standard. We're not prescriptive on how they mechanically do the age verification. And on the second, I'm sorry, what was the second question?
Just how you would.
Oh, we have not, we have not shopped this with social media companies for understandable reasons, but we're looking forward to the dialogue.
Hey, Brian,
Leon,
if I can,
yeah, sure.
Just again, on the age verification point. First off, remember, there's two classes of youth here. Under 13. Social media companies already claim that they don't allow people under 13 on their platforms. So they've already conceded the point. Now we're just haggling over the details. And I would submit if social media companies argue that you cannot verify their age, they're simply trying to kill the bill because they want to monetize minors' eyeballs for their profits. And second, as Senator Schatz said, the bill is not prescriptive. It requires these companies to take reasonable steps. They could develop their own system and argue that that's a reasonable step. They could use third-party contractors that are already used by other government agencies. It allows the Department of Commerce to create a pilot program that can be used as well. It simply imposes a burden of reasonableness on these companies, which is widespread across the law, and says that if you don't follow reasonable steps, given the state of technology today, you can be held accountable by the Federal Trade Commission or by state attorneys general for inflicting these harms on minors.
Yeah.
This might be a question just for Senator Cotton and Senator Britt. Are you hearing any concerns from fellow Republicans that this might be an overregulation, that it's actually the job of parents on their own to keep their children off of social media?
So I think that's exactly what parents want. They want to be back in the game. They want to have the ability to make sure that they can have tough conversations with their children. We all know, obviously, the benefits that can come from social media. We want our children to be able to connect and to explore. But we also want to make sure that that's done within the proper, where we put up the proper guardrails. Parents being able to figure out when children are ready for that is a critical step in that. And then also knowing that they have that ability to actually explore. When you look at what algorithms do, they continue to push you to certain content. This is going to allow kids, as I was talking earlier, back in the day, and it's maybe too old for some of you young ones in the front row, but you would go into a library, you have the Dewey Decimal System, you'd go to the card catalog, you'd be able to search and find where you wanted to go, exploring the entire room. What algorithms do is they basically send you back to the same part of the library over and over and over again. We want our children to be able to actually see what's out there. And then then
What you are listening to right there is a conversation going on, a news conference from a bit earlier that is a bipartisan support of some kind of legislation that would prevent certain kids at certain age from using social media. You do have lawmakers here who are saying that social media can be dangerous for children. So again, we'll bring you more as we do get it. In the meantime, I do actually want to head to some breaking news here that we are following. This is coming out of the state of Florida, and it's part of the ongoing battle between Disney and Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. We do have some new information here that is just coming in as Disney is now suing Florida Governor DeSantis after the state revoked its self-governing authority in a highly publicized feud over the company's political activities. Walt Disney Parks and Resorts filed a complaint in the U.S. District Court for the Northern District of Florida today, alleging DeSantis led a, quote, targeted campaign of government retaliation against the company that violates Disney's free speech rights. Quote, Disney regrets that it has come to this, but having exhausted efforts to seek a resolution, the company is left with no choice but to file this lawsuit to protect its cast members, guests, and local development partners from a relentless campaign to weaponize government power against Disney in retaliation for expressing a political viewpoint unpopular with certain state officials. Now, if you have been paying attention to this case, this is part of the ongoing feud between Disney and DeSantis that seemingly began after Disney showed opposition to what many are calling the Don't Say Gay bill. The law prohibits public school teachers from instructing on sexual orientation or gender identity in kindergarten through 3rd grade. So again, Disney now filing this lawsuit against Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. It is now 12:34 on the East Coast, and it is 9:34 on the West Coast. Coming up really any moment now, we do expect to hear from President Biden. He is going to be holding a news conference alongside South Korea's president, who is visiting here for a state visit. We'll bring you those comments live, raw, and unfiltered. Let's head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, and on the other side, more headlines and more live events. You're watching Live Now from Fox. All right, everybody, welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. You are taking a live look outside the White House. We do expect any moment now that a news conference will be held by President Joe Biden alongside South Korea's president. We heard from both of them a bit earlier on today, but this will be a more detailed conversation about what the two spoke about earlier today inside the White House. I do want to go over some of the basics here of what we've learned so far today as President Biden and Yoon Suk-yeol of South Korea signed an agreement that includes plans to have U.S. nuclear-armed submarines dock in South Korea for the first time in more than 40 years. This comes amid the growing concern about nuclear threats by North Korea, and this is all being unveiled as President Biden is hosting Yoon for a state visit. The agreement will also call for the U.S. and South Korean militaries to strengthen joint training and better integrate South Korean military assets into the joint strategic deterrence effort. South Korea will also reaffirm its commitment to the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, which is an agreement signed by several major nuclear and non-nuclear powers that have pledged their cooperation to stem the spread of nuclear technology. The state visit, of course, coming as Biden did announce that he will make a second run for the White House in 2024 alongside Kamala Harris. Now, as I mentioned, we did carry the speech earlier on today, live, raw, and unfiltered, and after that, cameras were allowed inside the White House to get some video of a conversation between Biden and South Korea's president. The comments, just a few comments that were made, just a couple minutes or so. I do want to play those for you here, raw and unfiltered.
Everyone in? Mr. President, my friend, we're honored to celebrate with you the 70th anniversary of our alliance with you, with Korea. And President Eisenhower said all those years ago, he said, quote, security of an individual nation in a free world depends upon the security of its partners.
대통령님, 나의 친구이신 대통령님, 70년 동맹을 함께 오늘 축하하게 돼서 매우 기쁘게 생각합니다. 아이젠하워 대통령이 다음과 같이 얘기했습니다. 한 자유세계의 한 나라의 안보는 파트너들의 안보에 달려있다.
And today I'm proud to say, Mr. President, I think that our partnership is ready to take on any challenges it may face. We see it in the Indo-Pacific, where our alliance is the linchpin of regional security and prosperity.
그리고 오늘 우리의 동맹은 우리 앞에 닥치는 어떠한 도전도 헤쳐나갈 수 있는 그런 강한 파트너십이다라고 자랑스럽게 얘기할 수 있습니다. 우리의 동맹은 인도-태평양 지역에서 볼 수가 있습니다. 그것은 지역 안보와 번영의 핵심 축이 되고 있습니다.
And we see it in the Indo-Pacific, where our alliance is a linchpin of that security, and we see it in our defense of democratic values, from the ROK leading the next Summit for Democracy to our shared commitment to stand with Ukraine as it defends its democracy against Russia's assault.
우리의 동맹은 인도-태평양 지역에서만 볼 수 있는 것이 아니라 또 민주주의의 가치를 방어하는 데서도 볼 수 있습니다. 대한민국이 민주주의 정상회의를 주최하는 것에서 볼 수 있고 또한 러시아의 침공을 받아서 민주주의를 보호하기 위해서 노력하고 있는 유크레인을 도와주는 데서도 볼 수가 있습니다.
And we also see it in the way we're doubling down on our cooperation as allies, even as the DPRK ramps up its challenges.
또한 우리의 동맹은 북한이 긴장을 고조하는 와중에 동맹의 협력이 더욱더 배가 되는 것에서도 볼 수가 있습니다.
And we see it in our growing economic cooperation. ROK businesses are investing billions in the United States, and together we're building the future. Everything from electric vehicles and batteries to solar power to semiconductors.
우리의 동맹으로 인해서 경제 협력도 더욱더 증강하고 있습니다. 한국 기업들은 미국에서 수십억 달러를 투자하고 있습니다. 그리고 우리는 함께 미래를 만들어가는 것입니다. 전기 자동차와 배터리, 그리고 태양열, 또한 반도체, 이 모든 것을 통해서 미래를 구축하고 있습니다.
Mr. President, I want to thank you and your courageous principled diplomacy with Japan, which strengthened our trilateral partnership. It makes an enormous difference.
대통령님, 담대하고 원칙이 있는 일본과의 외교적 결단에 대해서 감사드립니다. 이는 3자 파트너십을 강화시킬 것이고 엄청난 영향을 가져올 것으로 믿습니다.
I'm looking forward to our meeting today, and most importantly, I'm looking forward to the future our countries will forge together. Thank you for being here.
오늘 함께할 여러 가지 논의를 기대하고 있습니다. 그것보다 더 중요한 것은 우리나라가 함께 미래를 만들어가는 것을 기대하고 있습니다. 감사합니다.
바이든 대통령님 따뜻하게 환대해 주셔서 감사합니다. 역대 미국 대통령들이 건국의 아버지들이 만든 이 헌법의 정신을 구현하기 위해 끊임없이 고민했던 이 집무실에서 바이든 대통령님과 회담을 갖게 돼서 뜻깊게 생각합니다.
Mr. President, thank you very much for your warm welcome once again. It is indeed meaningful for me to talk to you here at the Oval Office. This is the very place where the presidents of the United States strive to realize a nation that embodies the spirit of the Constitution written by the founding fathers.
이곳 오벌 오피스에서 대한민국에 관한 많은 중요한 결정들도 이루어졌을 것입니다. 오늘 제가 이 자리에 이렇게 있게 된 것도 그러한 역사와 과정의 결과가 아닐까 생각합니다.
I suppose that many important decisions regarding the Republic of Korea were also made at this office. I believe I was only able to be here today as a consequence of all those moments of history.
지난 70년간 한미 동맹이 걸어온 발자취는 앞선 지도자들의 판단과 결정이 현명하고 옳았음을 보여주고 있습니다.
The journey of the ROK-US alliance over the past 70 years proves that our predecessors' decisions were right and wise.
한국은 전쟁의 폐허 속에서 국제적 위상을 가진 국가로 성장했으며 한미 동맹은 한반도뿐만 아니라 글로벌 평화와 안정의 핵심 축이 됐습니다.
Korea rose from the ashes of war and has become one of the leading countries of the international community. Now the ROK-US alliance is not only the linchpin of peace and stability on the Korean peninsula, but also across the globe.
한미 동맹은 자유민주주의라는 보편적 가치에 기반한 가치 동맹입니다. 이익에 따라서 만나고 헤어지는 편의적인 계약 관계가 아닙니다. 가치에 기반해서 영원히 지속되는 동맹입니다. 서로 생각이 다른 어떤 현안에 대해서도 협의를 통해 충분히 문제를 풀어나갈 수 있는 회복력이 강한 동맹입니다.
Mr. President, our alliance is an alliance of values based on our shared universal values of freedom and democracy. It is not a contractual relationship of convenience, only seeking working interest. Guided by our shared values, our alliance is everlasting partnership. The ROK-US alliance is also resilient. Together we can resolve any issues between us through close consultations.
이런 가치에 기반한 동맹이기 때문에 한미 동맹이 글로벌 동맹으로 발전할 수 있는 겁니다.
This is the reason that the ROK-US alliance is now transforming into a true global alliance.
힘에 의한 현상 변경 시도, 또 공급망의 분절과 교란, 식량과 에너지 안보 문제 등으로 세계의 평화와 안전이 도전받고 위협받고 있습니다.
Mr. President, attempts to alter status quo by force, supply chain fragmentation and disruption, challenges in food and energy security are threatening global peace and stability.
가치 동맹인 한미 동맹이 세계 평화와 번영을 위협하는 위기를 극복해 나가는데 핵심적인 역할을 할 수 있습니다.
As a value alliance, we can together play a critical role in navigating through all these challenges, Mr. President.
오늘 바이든 대통령과의 정상회담은 한미 동맹이 세계 평화와 번영을 위한 글로벌 동맹으로 새 출발하는 역사적 이정표가 될 것입니다.
Mr. President, our summit talks today will set a historic milestone for the alliance, marching anew toward the peace and prosperity of the world as a global alliance.
Agreed. All right. Thank you all.
All right, so that was a bit earlier on today. They did allow reporters inside the White House just to get some of those brief comments. We also heard from both presidents a bit earlier on today when they did arrive at the White House. Now, as you can see on your screen, we are waiting for them to give another speech after they've had their discussions there. We're going to hear from both President Biden and the president of South Korea. Now, initially it appeared that that was going to happen around 12:30 p.m. Eastern Time. The Associated Press seems to have updated their time and now says that it is expected to start around 1:30 p.m. Eastern Time, so a lot going on here. Let's actually head to our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour, and on the other side, we will get right back into your headlines and live events. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, and you are taking a live look outside the White House where it appears around 1:30 p.m. Eastern Time. We will hear from President Biden speaking alongside South Korea's president. They have been meeting there at the White House, and they do have the state dinner later on tonight. But we will bring you those comments here live, raw, and unfiltered as the stage is clearly set there. Now, a bit earlier on, we played those comments from the Democrats as they were speaking about the debt ceiling. Now, we're also hearing from the Republicans, not just about the debt ceiling, but about other issues as well. I do want to play that for you here, raw and unfiltered.
Health. No responsible leader in this country worth their salt would, in a debt limit situation and negotiation where we look at our nation's indebtedness and its impact on the financial health of our country and our children's future, and not do something about it. What we're asking President Biden to do is to do what he did when he was vice president. Do what he did simply when he was in the Senate. Come to the table and put common sense spending controls and fiscal reforms as we raise the debt ceiling, pay our bills, and protect the good faith and credit of the United States. Folks in West Texas, and I imagine across the country, see that as pretty straightforward, especially, Madam Chair, as they suffer under the effects of the $10 trillion in spending over the last 2 years, $6 trillion added to the national debt, record inflation, soaring interest rates, and a nosedive into recession. That is the reality of the rest of America. And so they're tightening their belts and they're changing their spending habits, and by God, the people in this town who represent this great nation, who are responsible for funding this government, need to do the same. I was at the Rules Committee hearing last night, 6 hours, required all the stamina I could muster and patience. But I think there are a few things that are noteworthy that I would like to share with you. Number one, I didn't hear any of my Democrat colleagues challenging or pushing back on the substance of our debt ceiling proposal. I think it's that straightforward. I think it's that common sense to right-size the bureaucracy coming out of COVID. Go back to 4 months ago where we were spending just 4 months ago. Obama's last year of his budget had us spending at that level. So I think there's consensus that that is extremely reasonable. And then you got the list of reversing some of the reckless spending items like the student loan cancellation, the army of IRS agents and the like. But I didn't get any pushback last night substantively on what we have been presenting. Secondly, I didn't hear a single Democrat offer up in 6 hours an alternative item of savings. We're at $1.5 trillion in annual deficits today. That's what we're borrowing. We'll be at $3 trillion in 10 years. We're at $500 billion in interest payments. We'll triple that in 10 years and be paying $1.5 trillion. And not one time in 6 hours of this conversation about how we right size, how we get on the right track that is sustainable and responsible, and not one alternative. Just a bunch of boogeymen, just a bunch of phantom funding cuts that they rolled out there. It was sad because it was a party that's lost its way, that has lurched so far to the left, they can't even come back to the common sense Clinton era work requirements for able-bodied adults. I saw them have a death grip on the blank check and the status quo, and they will lose that fight. They will lose that fight with the American people. It's not about me. It's not about these guys. It's about the American people. Lastly, this one, I get emotional about it. So, but because it's real. This is real. The most vulnerable group in America, in my mind, and there are lots of vulnerable groups, and we have to be responsible, and we have to prioritize. That's what this is about, prioritizing. But it's also about protecting the future as we prioritize, and our children's future. I think the most vulnerable group in America are the children that have no place in this town, no lobbyists to speak of that I know of, no seat around the table, it feels like, and they're going to inherit $31 trillion in debt and counting. Who's going to speak up for them? This is what they will inherit, and somebody's got to speak up. But in 6 hours, and I close with this, in 6 hours, and you'll never invite me back to another one of these press hearings, but in 6 hours, I heard a lot of stakeholders in government programs and government funding. I heard a lot of groups and communities. I never once, and I said this at the hearing, if you listen to the 6 hour tape, not one time did my Democrat colleagues mention the children and grandchildren of the people here, the future generation of Americans who will inherit the whirlwind because of the seeds that were sown of reckless spending and an insatiable appetite to spend this country into bankruptcy. So I'm going to support this Limit, Save, Grow, obviously, and it's a responsible thing to do. It's the right thing to do, and I pray to God that we'll get our president, respecting him in the office, to come to the table and be a leader worthy of the citizens of the United States of America.
We will now hear from our whip, Tom Emmer.
Hold the applause. Hold the applause.
House Republicans are going to pass this debt limit. We are going to show that people the American government doesn't have to be dysfunctional. And by the way, we're also going to show that Republicans, House Republicans under Kevin McCarthy, are the ones that are continuing to lead. We're going to pass this because the alternative is far worse. Don't be fooled. There is no such thing as a clean debt ceiling increase. That's about as dirty as it gets. Handing Chuck Schumer and Joe Biden a blank check for more of their reckless spending that's driving inflation and destroying family finances that Jody was just talking about. With this transformational bill, House Republicans have the opportunity to effect change and implement reforms, all while avoiding default. Joe Biden and Senate Democrats have done absolutely nothing but obstruct. Members of Biden's own party now want him to do the responsible thing and negotiate. Instead, what's he doing? He's already threatening a veto. He is playing with Americans' lives and the economic health of our nation, all in the name of his political theater. It's truly disgusting and revolting. Our members built this legislation from the ground up, and our members are going to pass it. House Republicans, again, are the only ones that are armed with solutions to this problem. It's time for Joe Biden and Chuck Schumer to show us what they're made of. And now, I'm going to turn it over to the Tiger from Louisiana, our majority leader.
Thank you, Whip. This is a critically important week for the future direction of our country. For too long, and especially over the last 2 years, we've seen Washington go on a spending spree unlike anything in our nation's history. Joe Biden has maxed out the nation's credit card. And now at this moment, where the credit card is maxed out, Joe Biden has gone into hiding, trying to run out the clock and create a debt crisis, demanding not that we address the spending problem that maxed out the credit card, but believe it or not, Joe Biden is demanding that he get another card to go max out. No family in America would run their household that way. And frankly, I think when you look at the polls and see how low Joe Biden's numbers are, nobody in America thinks that this is the responsible way for the commander-in-chief to lead this country. But if Joe Biden won't lead, House Republicans will. And that's why you will see us pass a bill this week to address the debt ceiling, but also at the same time to address the spending problem that brought us to this moment. I think people are hungry for this moment. They're hungry for this kind of leadership. You've seen it from Speaker McCarthy, Jody Arrington, whose bill it is, to all of us on this leadership team who have been working for weeks and months with all of our members representing every part of our conference. Anybody willing to bring ideas to the table, and there have been some really good ideas, and if you look at this package, it represents the most common sense, straightforward approach to addressing the spending problem that got us here as we confront the debt ceiling. Think about this, basic work requirements. You know, the voters of Wisconsin just a few weeks ago were asked this question. Should people have to try to find work in order to get welfare benefits? Do you know that 79.9% of Wisconsin voters just a few weeks ago on a statewide ballot said absolutely yes? People understand that. At a time when every worker, every small business is looking for workers, President Biden is paying billions of dollars to pay people not to work. So when we say let's have some basic work requirements, we're not talking about small numbers. It's over $100 billion of savings that the taxpayers would get. That single mom that's working 2 or 3 jobs right now to make ends meet under this tough economy, she doesn't want to have to pay for somebody who's sitting at home working, who's fully able-bodied. And the important thing of bringing some of these important common sense measures like work requirements is not only does it save taxpayers money who are working hard, it also helps shore up programs like Social Security. We'll be able to put tens of billions of dollars back into Social Security, a program that Joe Biden has undermined with his reckless policies. We strengthen those programs by putting basic work requirements back in place. These aren't new ideas. These are ideas that Bill Clinton agreed with a Republican Congress to do back in the 1990s, and it worked, and it will work again. These are proven solutions to this nation's spending problem. And so we're proud to bring this bill forward. We're proud to get this bill passed this week. But it's long past time that President Biden stop hiding, stop trying to run the clock out. It's been over 2 months since he said he would sit down with Speaker McCarthy again and meet, and yet he's refused to do that. You now have a growing drumbeat of Democrats who are saying that it's time for President Biden to sit down with Speaker McCarthy. The country knows we can't stay on this unsustainable path. And if Joe Biden's not willing to lead and do something about it, House Republicans are. That starts this week. With that, we'll be happy to take some questions. Chad.
This is kind of the dress rehearsal for what comes later this summer when the Senate gets a hold of this, and then also what happens with the president. With that concern, though, if it's that hard to get your side in order and not have to do this last-minute maneuvering, what does that portend for the summer, and does that give confidence to the markets in this process?
I wouldn't call it hard as much as thoughtful. There has been a lot of hard work that's gone into how best to start this negotiation. Speaker McCarthy, again, over 2 months ago, did get the opportunity to sit down with President Biden. It would be a lot easier if Democrats were actually part of this conversation. You know, the American people have been part of this for a long time because they do this every day in their household. They figure out how to make ends meet with the dollars that they take in. This federal government, under President Biden, when Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer were running everything for the last 2 years, have gotten us to a point that for every $100 that comes in, the government is spending $129. You can't keep doing that. And so we would really like it. It'd be a lot easier if President Biden was sitting at the table with the speaker saying, okay, let's come up with ideas of how to solve this problem. But because they walked away from the table, we said, we're not going to just sit back and run the clock out like President Biden. We're going to do it on our own. And so this bill represents a lot of really good ideas. If they've got better ideas, as Chairman Arrington said, not one idea was presented by Democrats yesterday. Not one concern for the young people of America who will pay this tab was expressed by Democrats. But we care about that.
Speak a little bit to the changes that were made last night where you were Chairman Arrington with regards to like the biofuel credits, how that impacted the overall bill, if it did, and also where there's still some
There were some technical changes to address dates and alignment. If you look at the tax credits, for example, in the initial draft, it repealed all of the tax credits, but some of those tax credits were not part of the IRA, that legislation. Some were actually in place before that, so the intention wasn't to get rid of all of those, just the ones that were created in the IRA. And if you look at the scoring, it was really focused on that. So those clarifications were made to address that. Then on the work requirements, if you looked, there were three main components, SNAP, TANF. Not all of them aligned up on the same dates of implementation, so we wanted to make sure they all aligned on the same dates of implementation.
Are you holding the vote today, the final vote? And do you have the votes? There were still some significant no's out there.
So the good news is that we can vote as early as today on this. We're going to bring the rule shortly, 1:30. We'll be bringing the rule vote, which allows us then to bring the bill up, and it addresses the changes that were made. So we'll be ready to move as early as today. I wouldn't tune out C-SPAN today if you're watching. We want to get this done as soon as possible, but more importantly, we want President Biden to finally start getting engaged in this process. You ask for the job of President of the United States to be not only the commander-in-chief, but also the leader of the free world. This is not a job where you run and hide when the going gets tough. This is the time where you step up. These are the moments that you come and run for these jobs to solve big problems. And I'm disappointed that the president is trying to run and hide during these toughest moments. And again, you're seeing Democrats. Each day over the last week, you've seen more and more Democrats coming out saying, President Biden's got to start negotiating with Speaker McCarthy. And I think you'll see that that drumbeat even louder after we pass this bill. We'll do one more question. Well, this... I'll let the whip take it.
The bill was closed. You just heard it. There were technical changes that there's nothing of substance that was changed in the bill. So the bill was closed. and we will pass the bill.
It's good. See y'all on the floor.
All right, that right there was a news conference held by House Republicans. They were speaking mostly on the debt limit and said that they do want a solution to this, and they are hoping it does come soon. It is 1:07 on the East Coast and 10:07 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. Let's head to our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour, and on the other side, right back into the headlines and live events. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to get to some breaking news coming in out of Carthage, Mississippi. Take a look. A barricade situation believed to involve one of 4 Mississippi jail escapees has now ended with a house fire and a body found. The information from the Hinds County Sheriff Tyree Jones just released here. He also posted on social media these photos and said, after a structure fire and exchange of gunfire between a barricaded subject believed to be escapee Dylan Arrington and multiple law enforcement agencies, a deceased person has been found in that burning residence. The sheriff said several days ago, Arrington and 3 others were discovered missing from the detention center. A search has been on for all 4 of those suspects, and now we know that after an apparent shootout with one of those suspects, a body has been found. We will keep you updated as we do get more details on that. I also want to take you live outside the White House as we do expect to hear from President Biden and South Korea's president. This coming up around 1:30 p.m. Eastern Time, so it should be about 20 minutes from now. We will bring you those comments live, raw, and unfiltered. In the meantime, I do want to head over to the House floor right now as they are discussing several topics, and it appears one of those is the debt ceiling. Let's pop up the audio here and listen in.
They actually have to sit down now and talk with Republicans and come to agreement. Now, we've come forward with a proposal that we think makes a lot of sense. My friend's worried about us driving off the debt. Why are we passing an extension of the debt ceiling? That's exactly what this legislation does. And we're saying, oh, we just want to talk. Here's our opening proposal. We don't expect you'll take everything or agree with everything. We know you control the United States Senate. We know the President of the United States has a veto, but you are going to talk with us. and you're not going to get a clean debt ceiling. We're not going to give you what you can't get yourself in a Democratic United States Senate. We're going to have a real discussion about what we need to do as a country. Now, my friend says we have different values. In some ways we do. Look, we have a common commitment to the institution. We have a common belief in democracy. I think we believe in civil discourse even when we disagree. We have many things beyond that that we agree on. But we do differ in some ways. We believe we ought to live within our means, and that's a good thing to try and do. We think the American people ought to be able to keep more of their own money to spend on their own family and their own investments. We're willing to put some ideas forward how to do it. We think out-of-control spending is going to make life worse. I mean, the cruelest tax of all is inflation. My friends are worried about the poorest of the poor. I know that's sincere. I also know the inflation that this Democratic House and Senate of 2 years ago and the administration inflicted on the American public is a curse to the poorest of the poor. So let's sit down, find some common ground. We've done it before. We act as if it's extraordinary to actually debate around a debt ceiling, spending restraints. That's the way it's normally done, particularly in divided government. That's what the American people have given us. I suspect they want us to work together. We've done our part of the bargain. We will finish that out today. We'll extend the debt ceiling, as we promised we would do. We will put forward a series of suggestions and proposals. We think they're good. Our friends won't agree with them all, but at the end of the day, they're going to have to come to the table. If they can't pass a clean debt ceiling, or if you can pass a clean debt ceiling in the Senate, go ahead and do it and come to the table with that. But I don't think you'll be able to. So we're going to sit down and find some ways to begin to restrain this out-of-control spending. And we're going to do it because there's a Republican majority in the House that demands that we do it, that we begin to live responsibly, that we not inflict inflation on the American people, that we prioritize our spending in some reasonable and rational way. So with that, Madam Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time. I urge the passage of the rule and the underlying legislation, and I move the previous question on the resolution.
The gentleman from Oklahoma yields back. The question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, on that I ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number have risen. The yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed.
What you're listening to there is over on the House floor in D.C. Lawmakers, of course, debating raising the debt limit. This has been a discussion over the past several months here, and we know that U.S. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen did say just a couple days ago here that this needs to happen because if the debt limit is not raised, there could be economic catastrophe. Let's pop the audio back up and listen in. It looks like there is more conversation going on as we speak. That's what we like to do. We like to bring you there live so you don't miss even a second. All right, well, they are now in recess, as you can see, for a period of less than 15 minutes. We'll bring you back there once they do get back to discussing that. Taking a live look here over in D.C., we're outside the White House, where we do expect President Biden and the President of South Korea, who is here for a state visit, to speak. They're going to speak alongside each other momentarily. That's expected to start around 1:30 p.m. Eastern Time. I don't want to interrupt the comments, so I do want to get you to all of your commercial breaks here so we can listen to the president in full comments there. Let's head to a 2-minute commercial break, and we will be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. You are taking a live look right there over outside the White House. We're around 1:30 p.m. Eastern time. So in about 12 minutes here, we do expect President Biden to be speaking in a news conference here alongside South Korea's president, who did arrive at the White House a bit earlier on today. You saw that ceremony if you were watching us here on Live Now from Fox. It went on for a good 45 minutes or so. And of course, they are going to speak side by side here just in about 12 minutes. We'll bring you those full comments live, raw, and unfiltered. But as you can see, the stage is set and folks are ready to go. Now, in the meantime, we took you over to the House a bit earlier as they are debating an increase there in the debt limit, raising it. It's been a discussion that we've talked about for several months here. We also heard from House Republicans, but now I want to play the comments a bit earlier. We brought you some of them from House Democrats on the subject. Let's pop up the audio and listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
I can't help but observe that one of the best ways you can tell that there is a Democrat in the White House is Republicans suddenly start talking about the deficit and debt. They forget about this issue, mind you, whenever there's a Republican in the White House. Whether it's George W. Bush, Donald Trump, they had no problem raising the debt ceiling. You didn't hear a peep out of them about this issue. But anytime there's a Democrat in the White House, they go off on this gambit, no matter how many previous times it has failed for them. Just recently, when Donald Trump was president, Congress voted 3 times to raise the debt ceiling. Twice under congressional Republican control, and once under congressional Democratic control. Those 3 increases in the debt ceiling included 0 spending cuts. And Republicans had no problem whatsoever voting for them. So what they are doing today on the House floor with their DOA Act, the Default on America Act. Fortunately, that bill will be DOA, and I'm quite confident not signed into law. That doesn't get us any closer to resolving this situation. The X date, the date by which America must absolutely pay its bills, is drawing closer. In fact, perhaps even closer than was originally thought in January. So it's time once and for all for Speaker Kevin McCarthy to end this reckless brinksmanship. Join with us, as he has in the past, the recent past. Fulfill our obligation, as America has for 247 years. Let us ensure that we pay America's bills. There is too much riding on failure. And with that, I am happy to bring up my good friend, the chair of the Congressional Progressive Caucus, Pramila Jayapal.
Thank you so much, Representative Boyle. We're so proud to have you as our ranking member of the Budget Committee. Representative Custer, it's so wonderful to be here with you as chair of the New Democratic Coalition and with colleagues from across the ideological spectrum who have signed this letter, and to say that Democrats stand united. We are here because by refusing to pass a clean debt ceiling, Speaker McCarthy has thrown a grenade that threatens the American economy, the global economy, and we are here to demand that Speaker McCarthy put the pin back in the grenade, that he remember his constitutional duty and allow America to put a clean bill on the floor to lift the debt ceiling. The Default on America Act that would cause a recession, would threaten jobs, hurt seniors, veterans, and working and poor people across America is DOA for the American people. If the United States defaults, I just want to go into the consequences of this a little bit so that people understand out there what the Republicans are doing. It could plunge America into a recession, 7 million people could lose their jobs. Seniors and people with disabilities could miss Social Security payments that they desperately need. Small businesses wouldn't get their loans. Families wouldn't be able to get child care because child care workers wouldn't be able to get paid. Veterans would be robbed of health care. Interest rates would skyrocket. It would lead to higher credit card bills for the average American family who is trying to pay off those credit cards or pay their mortgage payments. And it's estimated that families will lose at least $10 trillion in household wealth and their retirement accounts. So I just want to be clear, as Ranking Member Boyle said, that Republicans have suddenly decided that they have a problem with raising the debt ceiling under a Democratic president, but they didn't have those problems when Donald Trump was president. In fact, they turned around at that point and raised the deficit by $2 trillion with their 2017 tax scam that gave 80% of the benefits to the top 1%. Now, Speaker McCarthy wants to destroy the economic security of working families. And the chaos of the extreme MAGA Republicans will spread chaos to every single one of our homes across the country if they have their way. Working people are still being squeezed by the cost of living. They should not be forced to pay for the consequences of MAGA extremists using their own pocketbook. Conversations about government spending have a time and place during the annual appropriation cycle. That's what we do during the appropriation cycle. That's fair game. And we welcome Republicans trying to negotiate during the regular budget process, just as parties have every year. But let's just remember for a second why they haven't gotten these demands through before, because they are so extreme, cruel, and unworkable that not even moderate Republicans will vote for them. Who wants to tell their constituents that they kicked 1.7 million women and children off of nutrition assistance?
Okay, so you are listening into these comments that were made a bit earlier on today by House Democrats. They are speaking about the debt ceiling limit, but also answering questions from members of the media. We also heard from House Republicans a bit earlier on today as well. I want to call your attention to the top right-hand side of your screen. That is where really any moment now we do expect Presidents Biden and Yoon to speak here. We know, of course, the South Korean president is visiting the U.S. for that state dinner that is going to take place tonight. We'll have a news conference here with both of them that's coming up, scheduled to begin around 1:30 p.m. Eastern Time. I do want to call your attention to this live image that we have coming in from our Fox 2 San Francisco team as they are following some breaking news. That is a live image in downtown Oakland, California. Oakland police officers swarming the downtown area early this morning after a person sustained some type of injuries and was declared dead there. Now, it wasn't clear how the person died, but police say they are investigating, and the call came out around 7:30 a.m. local time in the 300 block of 10th Street. Oakland Fire Department and paramedic personnel arrived to provide medical attention, but they say it was too late. Dozens of officers were seen at the site, and they put up crime scene tape. As you can see in the image there, the entire intersection and surrounding area is blocked off. No more information released just yet, but when we do get an update from our Fox 2 San Francisco team, we'll bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered. Let's head to a quick 2-minute commercial break. On the other side, back into our coverage of several stories and live events. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. Once again, I do want to take you back out live to Oakland, California, as we do continue to follow this breaking news coming in from our Fox 2 San Francisco team. Very limited information, but you can see a portion of downtown is blocked off there. Oakland police swarming that downtown area early this morning after a person sustained some type of injuries and was declared dead there. Now, it's not clear how that person died, but police say they were called out around 7:30 a.m. local time to the 300 block of 10th Street. Oakland Fire Department and paramedic personnel arrived on the scene to provide medical attention, but they say it was just too late. Dozens of officers were seen at the site. They put up that crime scene tape, and you can see it is still up just a few hours later. No other information has been released, but when our Fox 2 San Francisco team gets it, we'll pass it along to you right here on Live Now from Fox. We also do have this live image coming in from outside the White House, as any moment now we do expect President Biden to be speaking alongside South Korea's president. We'll bring you those comments in full right here on Live Now from Fox. For now, the House is back in session as they are discussing the debt ceiling, the debt limit there. I do want to pop up the audio and listen in. They are just back from a brief recess.
Of Rule 20, remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on ordering the previous question on House Resolution 327, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Calendar Number 14, House Resolution 327, resolution providing for consideration of the bill H.R. 2811 to provide for a responsible increase to the debt ceiling and for other purposes, and providing for consideration of the joint resolution, House Joint Resolution 39, disapproving the rules submitted by the Department of Commerce relating to procedures covering suspension of liquidation duties and estimated duties in accord with Presidential Proclamation 10414.
The question is ordering the previous question on the resolution. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote.
All right, voting underway right now on that legislation that could raise the debt limit. That is another story that we're following here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to go to some of the other live events that we have going on, as there are quite a few of them here. Take a look. We do continue to watch over in D.C. as we expect South Korea's president and President Biden to be speaking in a news conference. It was initially scheduled to begin around 12:30 p.m. Eastern Time. That was pushed back to about 1:30, and it is now 1:32. While we discuss this and wait for this to get going, I do want to go over some of what we've learned today about the trip from South Korea's president to the U.S. President Biden and Yoon Suk Yeol of South Korea signed an agreement that includes plans to have U.S. nuclear-armed submarines dock in South Korea for the first time in more than 4 decades. This all coming amid growing concern about nuclear threats by North Korea there. This is being unveiled as Biden is hosting Yoon for the state visit. The agreement will also call for the U.S. and South Korean militaries to strengthen joint training and better integrate South Korean military assets into the joint strategic deterrence effort. South Korea will also reaffirm its commitment to the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, an agreement signed by several major nuclear and non-nuclear powers that have pledged their cooperation to stem the spread of nuclear technology. The state visit comes as Biden did announce just yesterday in a video on his social media and on his website that he is going to run a second run here for the White House in 2024 alongside Kamala Harris, his partner there. So we are actually right now going to take our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour so that when the president does begin speaking, we do not have to interrupt that. So let's head to that last 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. We've been showing you the outside of the White House right here as we do expect President Biden and South Korea's president to come together. They're going to hold this news conference here. It was scheduled to begin initially at 12:30 p.m. Eastern Time. That was pushed back to about 1:30. It is now 1:36 p.m. Eastern Time, so any moment we expect this to get underway. We do have another view right here that shows kind of a side view. You can see Karine Jean-Pierre, spokesperson, also John Kirby, both of them seated, ready for this to get underway. And the podiums are also there as well. Once we see President Biden approach the podium, we will take those comments here live, raw, and unfiltered. I also do want to call your attention to this image that just popped up on our screen. I want to make sure the audio is down, but this is a live image coming in from our Fox 13 Tampa team. They have a suspect here who is actually going before a judge for a bond hearing. Here's what we know about this case overall. Just after 11 p.m. Eastern Time, back on April 18th, the victim attempted to make a DoorDash delivery to a residence in there. While walking up to the hotel to make the delivery, police say the victim was approached by this suspect armed with a gun. He forced her back into the car and then raped her. That is according to police. At the time this occurred, the victim had AirPods in her ears and an open line with her girlfriend, who quickly realized that a robbery was taking place. The family of the victim called the police, and officers then dispatched to the hotel. This suspect taken into custody in connection with the crimes, now appearing in court here any moment for a bond hearing. It looks like that shot may have frozen, but again, we will let you know as that does get underway. Also want to pull up this other live image we are tracking. This is coming out of the House floor via C-SPAN, as they are voting right now on legislation that could raise the debt limit, raise the debt ceiling there. It is an issue that we've been following very closely here on Live Now from Fox. We did have comments from House Republicans a bit earlier on today, and we listened to just some of the comments that were made by House Democrats as well. So I was going to play more of those for you here, but it actually looks like we are seeing someone come up to the podium over outside the White House. It looks like our normal 2-minute warning there for this to get underway. So let's actually just pop up the audio on the House Democrats here as they do discuss the debt ceiling. And once we see Biden approach that podium, we'll head over there.
It's totally fine. So if Speaker McCarthy manages to pass this today, what's next step for Democrats? I mean, does it make sense with the X date probably maybe being a lot earlier than expected? Does it make sense to continue just expecting Republicans to swallow a clean debt hike, or is it time to start actually, talking with Republicans about what to do? And what do you think Democrats should do?
Yeah, first I have to say I reject the premise that somehow we are not talking or refusing to talk. There has been this sort of false notion that has gotten out there. I thought that actually both of the co-chairs here addressed that quite effectively. We are happy to have a discussion and a debate and come to an agreement about what future spending looks like. We do that every year. Suppose the debt ceiling, suppose that the timing was different and the debt ceiling wasn't, we weren't reaching the X date for another year. We would have to have a debate and an agreement about future spending anyway by midnight September 30th. That is the budget process. That is going to happen regardless of what happens on the debt ceiling, and Kevin McCarthy and the House Republicans know it. So let's really set the record on this and dispel with any false notions. We will, regardless of the debt ceiling, have a discussion, debate, and ultimately agreement about what next year's budget looks like, and perhaps even parameters for future years. What we will not do is give up anything beyond that just in order to get America to pay its bills. We acted completely responsibly when there was a Republican president in the White House. It's time for our counterparts on the other side to do the same, even though the party of the occupant of the White House has changed. I don't know if you. Okay, next. I will now.
Sorry, that was my bad. We'll go over to Matt.
Now.
During the McCarthy speaker, whatever that thing was at the start of the year,
Anything McCarthy did would showcase the power of the Freedom Caucus that they extracted back then. What do we see in this negotiation about the power the Freedom Caucus has on McCarthy and this Congress?
Well, I can't help but observe it took the other side 15 votes just to elect their own guy speaker. So there does seem to be a little bit of internal division on the other side, which frankly is not helpful when it comes to such a serious issue as this. Now, since January, they have obviously been able to pass some pieces of legislation, although I would point out none of those pieces of legislation that have passed are kind of any of them are the major part of their agenda on which they ran. Ultimately, though, when you have seen, and I'm just going to speak about the past examples of debt ceiling increases, you have seen bipartisan votes, and rather big bipartisan votes. So I wouldn't be surprised if one were to see that again. I don't know.
Well, I would just say, looking at yesterday's discussion in the Rules Committee that went until 2 in the morning, clearly they realized that the concessions they made during the speaker debate to put a certain number of people that represent the extreme MAGA right part of the Republican Party on the Rules Committee had consequences because they said they weren't going to negotiate, and ultimately they made the bill even more cruel and extreme and unworkable. Now, he may get the votes to pass it on the floor, but that doesn't address the fundamental issue of whether they want to govern. And when the Republican Party has been taken over by these extremists, the prospect of being a governing party goes down. And that's, at the end of the day, are they going to push us to a default? Are they going to shut down the government?
All right, so that was House Democrats answering questions there on legislation about the debt ceiling that is being voted on right now in the House. But you are taking a live look here as President Biden is approaching the podium with South Korea's president. Let's pop up the audio and listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
Well, Mr. President, good to see you again, my friend. We've met several times over the last year, and each time we have deepened our nation's partnership and for the benefit, I think, of both our peoples. Today's no exception. Our nation's relationship has been a great success story. The alliance formed in war and has flourished in peace. Seemingly every day, we've launched new areas of cooperation on cyber, strategic technologies, space, democracy, and all the areas that matter most to our future. Because of its core, our alliance is about building a better future for all of our people. And there's no better example than our economic relationship and partnership, which is delivering incredible benefits to both our nations. Through the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, we're advancing economic growth grounded in high standards for our workers, for the environment, and for communities throughout the region. We're standing together against economic influence being leveraged in coercive ways. And since I took office, Korean companies have invested more than $100 billion in the United States, driving innovation and spurring good new jobs for Americans and Korean workers. Our mutual defense treaty is ironclad, and that includes our commitment to extended deterrence, and that includes the nuclear threat and the nuclear deterrent. They're particularly important in the face of DPRK's increased threats and a blatant violation of U.S. sanctions. At the same time, we continue to seek serious and substantial diplomatic breakthroughs with the DPRK to bolster stability on the peninsula, reduce the threat of proliferation, and address our humanitarian and human rights concerns for the people of the DPRK. The Republic of Korea and the United States are working together, including through our trilateral cooperation with Japan, to ensure the future of the Indo-Pacific is free, is open, prosperous, and secure. I want to thank you again, Mr. President, for your political courage and personal commitment to diplomacy with Japan. I've worked on these issues for a long time, and I can tell you it makes an enormous difference when we all pull together. I also welcome and support your administration's new Indo-Pacific strategy. It's a strategy that affirms how aligned our two nations are and our visions of the region and how similar they are. Today, we discussed our work together on promoting peace and stability in the Taiwan Straits, ensuring freedom of navigation in the South China Sea and beyond. Excuse me. I also affirmed our shared commitment, we together shared our firm shared commitment to stand with the people of Ukraine against Russia's brutal assault on their freedom, their territorial integrity, and democracy. The Republic of Korea's strong support for Ukraine is important because Russia's flagrant violation of international law matters to nations everywhere in the world, not just in Europe. When it comes right down to it, it's about what you believe, what you stand for, what kind of future you want for your children and grandchildren. And right now, I believe the world's at an inflection point. The choices we make today, I believe, are going to determine the direction of our world and the future of our kids for decades to come. That's why this partnership is so important, Mr. President, because we share the same values, the same vision. And I greatly appreciate, Mr. President, that the Republic of Korea co-chaired the second Summit on Democracies last month, and they will host the third Summit for Democracies. We both understand that our democracies and our people are our greatest source of strength, and working together, they make our nation stronger and more effective. From tracking the climate crisis and strengthening our effort to fight it and strengthening global health, no two countries are better suited to meet the challenges ahead than the Republic of Korea and the United States. I want to thank you again, Mr. President, for your friendship, your partnership, and all you've done to help build a future of shared strength and success. The floor is yours, Mr. President.
President Biden, thank you for your special and warm hospitality. I am very pleased to be making a state visit to the United States during this meaningful year that marks the 70th anniversary of the ROK-US alliance. Our two countries have overcome challenges and crises during the past 70 years based on the deep roots of freedom and democracy, building a value alliance that is strong, resilient, and sustainable. We are now being threatened by an unprecedented polycrisis. The ROK-US alliance is jointly overcoming this crisis, also coming from North Korea, as a righteous alliance that contributes to world peace and prosperity. We will further expand the depth and denotation of the ROK-US Global Comprehensive Strategic Partnership and march forward to the future. Today, President Biden and myself engaged in constructive dialogue to discuss ways to materialize this shared vision. The outcome of our dialogue is well outlined in the joint statement adopted, shared vision. The outcome of our dialogue is well outlined in the joint statement adopted today. The first key outcome is extended deterrence. Sustainable peace on the Korean Peninsula does not happen automatically. Our two leaders have decided to significantly strengthen extended deterrence of our two countries against North Korea's nuclear and missile threats so that we can achieve peace through the superiority of overwhelming forces and not a false peace based on the goodwill of the other side. Such a will and commitment is captured in the Washington Declaration. President Biden has reaffirmed his ironclad commitment to extended deterrence towards the Republic of Korea. Our two countries have agreed to immediate bilateral presidential consultations in the event of North Korea's nuclear attack and promised to respond swiftly, overwhelmingly, and decisively using the full force of the alliance, including the United States nuclear weapons. Our two countries have agreed to establish a nuclear consultative group to map out a specific plan to operate the new extended deterrence system. Now, our two countries will share information on nuclear and strategic weapon operations plans in response to North Korea's provocations and have regular consultations on ways to plan and execute joint operations that combine Korea's state-of-the-art conventional forces with the U.S.'s nuclear capabilities, the results of which will be reported to the leaders of our two countries on a regular basis. In addition, our two countries have agreed to further advance tabletop exercises against a potential nuclear crisis. In addition, deployment of the United States strategic assets to the Korean Peninsula will be made constantly and routinely. President Biden and I will continue to cooperate to strengthen extended deterrence between our two countries based on our historical and concrete agreement reached during our summit. Second, our two leaders have agreed to further strengthen the strategic partnership in economic security, which is directly related to the national economies of our two countries. President Biden and I welcomed the expansion of our firm's bilateral mutual investment in advanced technology, including semiconductors, electric vehicles, and batteries. President Biden has said that no special support and considerations will be spared for Korean companies' investment and business activities in particular. We have agreed to consult and coordinate closely so that the U.S. Inflation Reduction Act and the CHIPS and Science Act can further strengthen supply chain cooperations between the two countries in advanced technology.
Furthermore, we plan on ramping up partnerships in cutting-edge technology. We have agreed to establish a dialogue for next-generation emerging and core technology between the U.S. National Security Council and the Korea Office of National Security pertaining to chips, batteries, biotechnology, quantum science, and other cutting-edge technologies with the aim of promoting joint R&D and experts exchange. We have also adopted a separate joint statement for strengthening cooperation in the rapidly emerging quantum science and technology domain. President Biden and I have also agreed to get the ball rolling on discussions about expanding our alliance into cyber and space by applying the Mutual Defense Treaty in cyberspace and space as well. We have also agreed that the strategic cybersecurity cooperation framework adopted this time around will serve as the foundation on which we address cyber threats together and boost cooperation in information sharing, collection, and analysis. Space is another area that shows great promise for cooperation between our two countries. During my time here, I was able to visit the NASA Goddard Space Center. President Biden welcomed the establishment of CASA, and we have agreed to promote cooperation between CASA and NASA. We have also agreed to accelerate discussions on reaching a reciprocal defense procurement agreement, which is equivalent to an FTA in terms of national defense. Meanwhile, President Biden and I have agreed to promote exchange between the future generations of our two countries. To this end, we have launched the U.S. ROK Special Exchange Initiative for Youths. In celebration of the 70th anniversary of the ROK-U.S. alliance this year, our two countries plan to invest a total of $60 million to support exchanges between 2,023 youths majoring in STEM, humanities, and social sciences. This also includes the largest Fulbright program to date, which will provide scholarships for 200 students. Last but not least, President Biden and I have agreed that South Korea and the United States, as key partners in achieving stability and building peace in the Indo-Pacific region, will put our heads together as we implement our Indo-Pacific strategies to strengthen our cooperation in addressing regional and global challenges. In particular, President Biden expressed strong support for efforts made by the Korean government to normalize Korea-Japan relations. And we have agreed to continue our efforts in strengthening Korea-U.S.-Japan trilateral cooperation. Furthermore, we reaffirmed that the use of force to take the lives of innocent people, an example of which would be Russia's invasion of Ukraine, can in no circumstances whatsoever be justified. In that sense, we agreed to continue our cooperation and efforts alongside the international community to support Ukraine. During this meeting, we also discussed plans through which our two countries can take a leadership role in addressing global challenges such as climate change, international development, and energy and food security. I am delighted that through today's meeting, we've opened up a new chapter for the next 70 years of the ROK-U.S. alliance. I hope President Biden and I, with the support of people in our two countries, can fully deliver on the blueprint that we have mapped out today with the aim of our founded in the reaffirmation of the value of freedom and our universal values. Thank you.
Now we're going to take some questions. The first question is from Courtney of the Los Angeles Times.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your top economic priority has been to build up U.S. domestic manufacturing in competition with China. But your rules against expanding chip manufacturing in China is hurting South Korean companies that rely heavily on Beijing. Are you damaging a key ally in the competition with China to help your domestic politics ahead of the election? And one for President Yoon. There have been concerns since last year that North Korea will soon be conducting its 7th nuclear test amid growing domestic support in your country for your own nuclear weapons. Meanwhile, Russia has suggested it could send its latest weapons to North Korea if South Korea sends lethal aid to Ukraine. How do you seek to manage the North Korea risk amid obligations to Ukraine and NATO? Thank you.
Let me respond to your question first. My desire to increase U.S. manufacturing and jobs in America is not about China. I'm not concerned about China. Remember, America invented the semiconductor. We invented it. We used to have 40% of the market. And we decided that what we're going to do over the past, I don't know how many decades, we decided that it was going to be cheaper to export jobs and import product. And along came the pandemic. And the pandemic taught us that we used to have, as I said, 40% of the market just some years ago. Now it's down to 10%. And again, we invented the supercomputer. So I decided to go out and see what we could do to increase our hold on the market once again. And so what I did was I went around the country, as well as in addition to passing the Chips and Science Act, I, in fact, visited countries around the world. And two significant South Korean companies decided they were going to invest billions of dollars in chip manufacturing in the United States. It wasn't designed to hurt China. It was designed so we didn't have to worry about whether or not we had access to semiconductors. For example, during the pandemic, what happened was all of a sudden everybody started to learn the phrase supply chain. A year ago, no one knew what the hell everybody was talking about when he said supply chain. But now they all know. And we lost access to these semiconductors, in which new automobiles in the United States need 30,000 of them just to build a new automobile. and we didn't have them. So we started to invest here. And what happened was when we encouraged the investment through the CHIPS and Science Act, and now we have enormous investment in the United States, well over $200 billion in long-term investment in semiconductors. And we're rebuilding the economy of the United States with those semiconductors. It's not designed to hurt China. The only thing I did say with regard to China, there are certain extremely sophisticated semiconductors that we have built that are useful for nuclear and/or other weapon systems. Those we are not selling. We're not exporting to China or anyone else. And so that's the context in which this has all occurred. In the meantime, we've created thousands of jobs and bringing back a sense of pride and dignity to so many towns in the country where all of a sudden, over the last 3 decades, we found out that factory that had 600 people shut down. The soul of that community was lost. And so I made sure when the semiconductors were coming back that they were not just going to go to the coast, they'd be all over the country. And so we have a significant field of dreams outside of in Ohio, outside of Columbus. We're in Texas, we're in Arizona, anyway, they're all over the country. So it's not viewed to hurt anyone else. We are providing access to those semiconductors. We're a supply chain you can count on. But we are not going to sit back and be in a position where we don't have access to those semiconductors. We are not going to be a place where we're the end of that line. We're the beginning of it. And it's generating significant economic growth in America and not hurting anybody. And by the way, it's creating jobs in South Korea. It's creating jobs in South Korea, not just with SK, but anyway, with Samsung and other industries. So I think it's a win-win.
With regard to your question, let me provide my answer. Korea and the U.S., based on its Washington Declaration, our two countries have agreed to strengthen extended deterrence, and the implementation level is different from the past. First of all, we have an NCG, Nuclear Consultative Group, that has been launched that will implement discussions and actions, and we will hold regular meetings and consultations under NCG. We will share information on mutual nuclear assets and intelligence, and we will jointly plan responses and also jointly plan exercises and drills and implementation plans. So all of these will be strengthened and specified under the Nuclear Consultative Group. We want to customize our response against North Korea's nuclear threat based on extended deterrence. And in the process of achieving this goal, any concerns that Koreans may have against North Korean nuclear weapons will be relieved, I believe. If nuclear weapons are used, our two countries will strengthen our response in a swift manner. Any further questions to me? Please. Reporter 1 from One NTN. I have two questions for you. With regard to extended deterrence, the NCG that has been formed, how will Korea function under NCG? Any kind of nuclear-equipped nuclear assets will be in function? And to President Biden, Korea is to maintain the NPT, and it is to strengthen extended deterrence, correct? So based on your view, do you think this is enough to guard Korea against the North Korean nuclear threat? Thank you very much.
Well, let me address your question about the activities of the NCG. We are going to be sharing information and we are going to be acting jointly. That is the key. I can't talk to the specifics right now about what type of information and what type of specific activities we will be conducting. But however, under the nuclear umbrella, our extended deterrence was a lot lower. So right now, it's an unprecedented expansion and strengthening of the extended deterrence strategy under the Washington Declaration, which will create the NCG. The implementation and the response at this level has never thus far been this strong. So this is a new level of extended deterrence, much stronger, that I can say with confidence.
The response that I would give you is that the extended deterrence means that we are having more consultation with whatever action is to be contemplated or taken. And we made it really very, very clear. The ROK has repeatedly confirmed its commitment to the Non-Proliferation Treaty. And the Washington Declaration is a prudent step to reinforce extended deterrence and respond to advancing DPRK nuclear threat. Look, a nuclear attack by North Korea against the United States or its allies or partisans or partners is unacceptable and will result in the end of whatever regime were to take such an action. And it's about strengthening deterrence in response to DPRK's escalatory behavior and to deal in complete consultation. And, you know, the idea that I have absolute authority as Commander-in-Chief and the sole authority to use a nuclear weapon, but, you know, what the declaration means is that we're going to make every effort to consult with our allies when it's appropriate, if any action is so called for. Certainly, we talked about this and some other things today, but the bottom line here is there's even closer cooperation, closer consultation, and we're not going to be stationing nuclear weapons on the peninsula, but we will have visits to ports visits of nuclear submarines and things like that. We are not walking away from that. My turn to ask a question. I think the next question is Mary Bruce, ABC.
Thank you, Mr. President. You recently launched your re-election campaign. You've said questions about your age are legitimate, and your response is always, just watch me. But the country is watching, and recent polling shows that 70% of Americans, including a majority of Democrats, believe you shouldn't run again. What do you say to them? What do you say to those Americans who are watching and aren't convinced? You've said you can beat Trump again. Do you think you're the only one?
I may not be the only one, but I know him well, and I know the danger he presents to our democracy, and we've been down this road before. And with regard to age, you know, and polling data, I noticed the polling data I keep hearing about is that I'm between 42 and 46% favorable rating, et cetera. And but everybody running for re-election in this time has been in the same position. There's nothing new about that. You're making it sound like Biden's really underwater. Number one. Number two, when the same polling data asks whether they think what kind of job I've done, it gets overwhelmingly positive results. From 58% thinking everything from the CHIPS Act and all the things we've done. You know, we've created, like I said, we've created 12 million new jobs. We've created 800,000 manufacturing jobs. We have economic growth moving. We're in a situation where the climate, we've invested more money and more help in dealing with the climate crisis than any nation in the world. And so things are moving. And the reason I'm running again is there's a job to finish. The other thing is that, look, you know, think about what I inherited when I got elected. I inherited a nation in overwhelming debt at the time, number one, in the hole for the 4 years that he was president. I inherited a nation that had a serious loss of credibility around the world as America first. And, you know, the first meeting I attended the G7, I said, America's back. And one of the world leaders looked and said, for how long? For how long? There's a great concern about the United States being able to lead the free world. And we're doing that again. And those same polls you look at, you take a look at the polls that are saying whether I pull together NATO and the European Union as well as Asian partners, I think we have. But there's more to do. And with regard to age, I can't even say, I guess how old I am, I can't even say the number. It doesn't register with me. And but the only thing I can say is that one of the things that people are going to find out is they're going to see a race and they're going to judge whether or not I have it or don't have it. I respect them taking a hard look at it. I take a hard look at it as well. I took a hard look at it before I decided to run. And I feel good. I feel excited about the prospects. And I think we're on the verge of really turning the corner in a way we haven't in a long time. I know you're tired of hearing me say we're at an inflection point. Well, we really are. What happens in the next 2, 3, 4 years is going to determine what the next 3, 4 decades look like. And I have never been more optimistic in my life about the possibilities of the United States.
To be clear, though, you just said, I know him well. Did Donald Trump's decision to run affect yours? Would you be running if he wasn't?
Yeah, I think I still would be running if he wasn't. I do know him well. He's not hard to know, as you know. You know him well, too. The question is whether or not, look, there's more to finish the job. We have an opportunity to put ourselves in a position where we are economically and politically secure for a long time. Look, we continue to have, and now you don't like me hear me saying it, there's still a contest between autocracies and democracies. And we're the leading democracy in the world. And it's something I know a fair amount about, something I care about, and something that I have found a willingness of an awful lot of our allies and friends to follow. So I think that we have to finish the job, nail it down.
You need to repeat the question. The mic was not used. We could not interpret.
They need to repeat the question.
Please use the microphone. We cannot provide interpretation if you do not use the microphone.
My apologies. Thank you. Did the recent leaks revealing that the U.S. was spying on South Korea come up at all in your discussions? And did President Biden provide you any assurances?
With regard to that, we are communicating between our two countries and we are sharing necessary information. I believe that investigation is underway in the United States. So various and complex variables are always in play. We need time to wait for the investigation results by the United States, and we plan to continue to communicate on the matter.
This will be the last question.
I'm from Financial News. My name is Kim Hak-jae. My question goes to both of you. My first one goes to President Yoon first. During this state visit, you've said that the alliance has strengthened to cutting-edge industries, to cutting-edge science, and also investments in businesses have been some of the outcomes. These are some positives. However, to each individual of the public, how will this have a long-term impact? What will be the direct benefits felt? And to President Biden. In celebration of the 70th anniversary of the Iraq-U.S. alliance, I know that the atmosphere is really positive. However, Korean businesses, especially because of the CHIPS Act and the IRA, are on edge. What message can you send to the Korean companies to really make sure and tell them that this is not something to worry about? the technology cooperation between the ROK and the U.S. and also in partnerships in cutting-edge industries and science and technology was your first question. So that is about really strengthening the competitiveness of our two countries. And it will enhance the productivity and create added value, high added value. These are the types of products that are going to be produced. And from the perspective of the public, for each individual, in that process, they will reap the benefits wide and comprehensive that will stem from these industries and investments in these industries, for example, from job creation as well. And above all, the future generations will be given the determination and will to take on new challenges and embrace opportunities in our industry so that they can continue to prosper and grow and become more abundant in the future.
The reassurance is that it's overwhelmingly in our interest for Korea to do well. No, it is. It's very much in America's interest that Korea do well in the Pacific, very well, because they are one of our most valued partners. And so I think the combination of growing democracies and the democratic institutions as well as their economies is overwhelming in the benefit of the United States, whether it is in South Korea or it's in Australia, in the deep South Pacific. And so I think that there's a reason, overwhelming reason. Plus, in addition to that, we're increasing the number of student exchanges, access to more information between our folks, educating our people, as well as we're going to be cooperating in everything from space to technology to medicine. And so there's so many opportunities we have. And I don't think at least we don't, and I don't think so far, most of the South Korean companies believe that there's somehow a U.S. effort to slow them down, prevent their growth, or anything like that. We'd like to see them grow. And I mean that sincerely. It's overwhelming in the U.S. interest for South Korea to do very well economically. It's overwhelming in our interest because it has. And then lastly, you know, I think we underestimate the example that South Korea sets. Here you have a nation that is significant, but is not a nation of 200,000, 300,000, 400,000 people making the kind of changes it's making. It gives other smaller nations hope to believe that if they have democratic institutions and commitment and impact on industries that in fact are the cutting edge industries, new sciences and technology, including AI and other things, that there's a future for them. And I think that's what this is about. And so we view South Korea's economic growth as a benefit to the United States as well as freedom around the world. Thank you all so very much. Appreciate it.
Distinguished guests, please remain in your seats until the official delegations have departed.
They haven't figured out the debt limit yet. Thank you. I'm happy to meet with McCarthy, but not on whether or not the debt limit gets extended. That's not negotiable. I noticed they quote Reagan and they quote Reagan all the time and they quote Trump, both of which said, it says, I'm paraphrasing, it would be an absolute crime to not extend the debt limit.
You're just listening in there as President Biden speaks alongside the South Korean president as well here on Live Now from Fox. You can see them walking away from the podium as they're getting questions on the debt ceiling, as well as the House expected to vote on that proposal set in place by Speaker of the House, Kevin McCarthy. So potentially can watch that here on Live Now from Fox. Of course, we also heard questions about the re-election bid in 2024 that President Biden made yesterday. Questions about his age. He said his age does not register with him, and he took a hard look at that prior to making the decision. Also asked the question about former President Donald Trump and how it may have impacted his decision to run again. So he said it did not impact him, and he thought he would run as well. So we're going to continue here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. Another live look there inside of the White House on the grounds there as we continue on, of course, following all these major stories, including out of the House, like I said, potentially a vote on that debt ceiling raised by the GOP members there. And we're also getting a live picture right now out of New York, as you can see a smiling Aaron Rodgers right there as he was traded from the Green Bay Packers to the New York Jets. The introductory press conference just wrapping up. We're going to slide away for a quick 2-minute break and then get into that full press conference. Let's see him hold up this jersey. Number 8 jersey, usually wearing the number 12 for the green and gold in Green Bay, Wisconsin. But you can see there, number 8 going back to his Cal Berkeley roots, wearing number 8 for the New York Jets. A lot of different variables, but a lot of correlation between what he and Brett Favre did, now both potentially playing for the Packers, and then the Jets. So we're going to continue to follow this major story here on Live Now from Fox and slide away for a quick 2-minute break. Live Now from Fox, I am Andy Mack. Here's a few Live Now looks we're keeping an eye on as the debate has begun on the House floor, revolving around that debt ceiling bill proposed by Speaker of the House, Kevin McCarthy. As you can see now, some lawmakers and legislators taken to the podium there as the debate I just heard listening in there will last about 2 hours. We'll hear from both sides of the aisle on this. Of course, needing the votes. Don't know if Kevin McCarthy has those as of yet, as we also heard from President Biden talking about the debt ceiling in his meeting there with the South Korean president. We're also looking live at the Supreme Court there here on this Wednesday, another major day we're going to continue to follow. But we want to get you out now to New York and New Jersey as a new quarterback strolling into town for the New York Jets. A different shade of green for Aaron Rodgers, as this is a tweet coming from the New York Jets. Looks good on you as the former Super Bowl winning quarterback traded from the Jets to the Packers this offseason. A seismic move in the NFL, potentially a future Hall of Famer, one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL. Let's listen into this introductory press conference here from just a little bit earlier as Aaron Rodgers introduced there as the quarterback in New York with the Jets, Jets. Let's listen in.
Fan with the New York Jets. Just before we get started, I wanted to go over a few particulars here. After we have some remarks from the stage here from Mr. Johnson and Aaron, we'll open up the Q&A. What we do ask is raise your hand, we'll call on you, and you get the mic. Please introduce yourself and your affiliation. After the Q&A, we'll do a photo op here at the top of the stage, and then we will break down for one-on-ones. So let's get going. Pleasure to bring the stage the chairman of the New York Jets, Mr. Woody Johnson.
Thank you, Derek. Good afternoon, everybody. How are you all doing? Really good. This is a happy day for my brother and I, for the organization here, and especially for the Jets fans all over. The fact that we're here today is really a testament to what's been going on here and what the coach and the general manager and the staff has built over the last 2 years. The culture that enabled us to attract somebody of the caliber that we're looking at right now, Aaron Rodgers, Hall of Famer, future Hall of Famer. Aaron is a tremendous player, is an understatement, and he makes everybody around him better. And we're so happy to have him. We are delighted and happy. We couldn't be happier to have him as a New York Jet. I'd just like to have a round of applause right there. Welcome to New York, Aaron. We're glad to have you.
I thought you were supposed to shake my hand. Yeah. I want to say thank you to Christopher and Woody for bringing me here. Obviously, Coach Sala, Joe Douglas, my agent, Dave Dunn. This is a surreal day for me. After spending 18 years in the same city, it's been a lot of introductions today and meeting a lot of people, but there's a lot of excitement. I'm here because I believe in this team. I believe in Coach Sala. I believe in the direction of Joe Douglas. Obviously, he's drafted really well the last couple of years, having the offensive and defensive rookie of the year. A big thanks to the Jets organization. Obviously, a big thanks to the Green Bay Packer organization for an incredible run. That chapter is over now, and I'm excited about the new adventure here in New York. So I'll open up to questions now.
Okay. You can raise your hand. We'll get you. Right here.
Hi, Aaron. Welcome. Congratulations. Tina Cervasio from Fox 5 New York. So you mentioned the draft just now, and you believe in the direction that Joe Douglas is taking the team, but what really attracted you to make you start thinking that the New York Jets would be the next team you would play for?
Well, they smoked us last year, so I knew they had a good team. We got to practice against them a couple years ago, and I got to get to know Robert a little bit more, and I've always loved what he's all about. We played him in San Fran a few times, and mostly they got the best of us. But I liked the way that he was leading, his coaching style. A big reason I'm here, I got to mention, is Nathaniel Hackett, who's here. Hack and I became really close friends for 3 years in Green Bay, and I love him like a brother, and I believe in him, and I'm really happy to be back working with him again. Obviously, Joe has got a great track record so far of drafting some incredible players, but it takes a system, and obviously Robert has the right sauce, so I'm excited about getting to work with him and Brick and Mark Kwan, former teammate of mine, and it's a great staff. But you know, I'm an old guy, so I want to be a part of a team that can win it all, and I believe that this is a place we can get that done.
Right over here, Rich.
Hi, Aaron. Rich Salini, ESPN. It's been about 6 weeks. Hey, it's been about 6 weeks since you said on McAfee that you wanted to play for the Jets. So I'm just curious, what was it like? This process lasted a pretty long time, longer than people expected. What was it like for you waiting the 6 weeks? And was there any point where you thought maybe that this trade would not happen? And when did you know for sure that you were going to be a Jet?
Not really. I believed it was going to happen the entire time. Just a matter of, I think, waiting each other out. My intention coming out of the darkness was to pursue this opportunity, and I enjoyed the meeting with, Woody and Christopher came out, these two guys, Hack, Jaime, and I just got a great feel with all those guys about the possibility. And as I leaned into it, getting back into some more strenuous workouts, I just really believe that this was where I was supposed to be. A lot of things had to come together, and I believe there was some major synchronization to make this happen. But I'm excited about the opportunity here. I always believed this was possible, and things moved pretty quickly on Monday, and thankfully I'm here now.
Bruce. Aaron, Bruce Beck, NBC4 New York.
Hey, Bruce.
Welcome.
Thank you.
How driven?
You're just listening in here. Aaron Rodgers there at the podium as he was introduced there in New York and New Jersey, where their facility is at. Of course, certainly some seismic moves there in the NFL just ahead of the NFL draft coming up in the next couple of days as the Jets potentially find their quarterback for the near future. We want to take you out to a live event right now. Breaking news and, of course, details very limited at this point of a police chase, a high-speed police chase taking place in Miami over triple digits. You can see by the radar there, over 110 miles an hour in Miami in this red kind of SUV Jeep looking vehicle on this highway is now going down about 70 miles an hour. Still high rate of speed weaving in and out of traffic. Don't know a ton of information right now as we're still trying to gather that out of South Florida. Of course, we've seen several chases out of Miami over the last couple weeks, but certainly this one going high speed, going off to the edge of the highway there, weaving in and out of traffic in this red vehicle. Still trying to figure out what potentially is going on as we don't see any police in pursuit as of yet, but you can see the helicopter overhead as we're still learning about it, going over 100 miles an hour. Of course, viewer discretion is advised with all of these high-speed police chases taking place in the various cities that we cover, but certainly 94, 95 reaching triple digits there, weaving in and out of traffic in this location in South Florida, going onto the shoulder as well to avoid cars, people on the street, these bystanders obviously not aware of what's going on. As we're learning information, potentially a stolen vehicle there in Miami as this red car. We saw one last week, as you can see, potentially someone behind him. Nope. But potentially a stolen vehicle there in southern Florida, South Florida, in the Miami area, weaving in and out of traffic on this major interstate. We did see one out of Miami last week, I believe, with a similar situation, a similar stolen vehicle that was very, very dangerous. This one also dangerous as they near triple digits, potentially exiting here.
That's like 100-some thousand miles.
All right, so we're still trying to find some information, but potentially a stolen vehicle as someone called 911 reporting that the vehicle was stolen as they viewed it happening, as police now likely in pursuit as they're in some traffic. They may try to get out of this car just based on the traffic. Don't see any black and white vehicles, any police vehicles in pursuit, as sometimes they like to hang back a little bit and get a aerial vantage point. But you can see this red vehicle trying to get away here, trying to go down some alleyways, this red vehicle weaving out, and that person obviously not knowing that this is a stolen vehicle is very dangerous as they go very, very fast down this alley, residential area there in South Florida, trying to elude the police. But we have a vantage point from overhead right here on Live Now from Fox as we see some of these chases take place, taking a left there into this residential area in South Florida. Still watching this one from up above, not a ton of information, but a potential stolen vehicle as police pursuing this. The 911 potentially receiving a call from a person telling them that this vehicle was stolen, and police now in pursuit, as we can see from overhead here on Live Now from Fox. They are off the highway now as they are going into a parking lot, could switch vehicles or leave this vehicle, so something we're going to continue to follow. And again, viewer discretion is advised if this one gets into a foot chase, which it now has, as you can see someone leaving that vehicle, going into a apartment or a housing area. No police, though we have not seen anybody behind this potential suspect of a likely stolen vehicle, but we're still watching this as overhead from this apartment complex, or this complex in general in South Florida. Not exactly knowing where this location is, but you can see they left that red vehicle going into a residential area, an apartment complex. We have not seen multiple suspects, only one suspect as of yet, but the high-speed police chase no longer happening, as police likely trying to find this individual, this suspect, inside of this building. As you can see, the helicopter pulling out just a little bit as you see some cars going into different parts here that might be the police on hand in unmarked vehicles, as you can see them going onto the grass a little bit, as you can see just people trying to point police in the direction that this suspect may have gone. We've kind of lost track of where it went, but you can see potentially some police or authorities on the ground there trying to view what happened, as police now kind of trying to stop traffic in the area to narrow down a perimeter perhaps for this suspect. That's a police chase taking place. We don't see any what are usually police vehicles and black and white police vehicles, but certainly some unmarked cars there. You can see quite a bit of activity in a variety of places. Some people, just citizens, local bystanders on hand, not aware of what happened or what's going on. As a police presence said, you can see the police helicopter there up above. So we're still watching this up above here on this chase that just kind of concluded, but they're still in search of a suspect there in Miami after this high-speed chase. We do see some vehicles from authorities on the ground as they look to detain this potential stolen vehicle suspect. So we're still watching this here on Live Now from Fox. Not a ton of movement, but you can see they're narrowing it down to these buildings. We did see the potential suspect run into a different building. Not sure what building they were going to go into, because this wasn't the one initially it looked like the bystander or the suspect went into. So they're certainly looking at this building very, very closely, this apartment complex in South Florida. You can see here some people trying to get around the police vehicles as well, just people on hand here. I don't know if that was another police vehicle, but you can see also a person on a motorcycle, looks like a police officer as well, as they are on the ground there in Miami off Northwest 7th Street. Some people narrowing down this building, it looks like, as you can see, several people on hand, several officials, authorities on hand for this potential stolen vehicle suspect in Miami. They got out of that red SUV car as they eluded police. Now they could potentially be inside of this building. So we're going to continue to follow this one here on Live Now from Fox. This is what we do, live, raw, and unfiltered. Of course, still trying to piece together some information, but you see police inside a vehicle, also a K9 unit on hand here as well. We saw the police helicopter up above as they are narrowing it down as well, but certainly trying to find a suspect and a police dog on hand. Of course, viewer discretion is advised, as we do not know what could happen or how this potential pursuit ends, but we're following it. As you can see, 4 people with some safety measures taken with different gear on, and also a police K9 unit there as they are heading into this building in pursuit of this stolen vehicle suspect there in Miami, Florida. There are also multiple locations, it appears, as they're also back at the initial stop where the vehicle, the red SUV, was pulled into a parking lot. So that's where the suspect got out of the vehicle now, as you can see a couple streets over, a couple blocks over. They're looking at a specific building. Generally, as we hear out of Los Angeles, as they cover quite a few of these chases, that people, potential suspects, go back to areas that they are familiar with, that areas they know about, are from, or know a lot about. So potentially, the suspect could be from this area, or this knows someone in this area. So that's something that could be a tie to this location that we're following here. But not a ton of information right now, but only a stolen vehicle suspect pursuit in Miami, Florida. They're off Northwest 7th Street, I believe. As we stick with this story here on Live and Now from Fox, I'm Andy Mack. Thank you so much for joining us. Let's get over to some arguments out of Washington, D.C. We'll keep this shot up for you here on Live Now from Fox as we continue on, as debate over that debt ceiling proposal continues on. So let's listen in live on Unfiltered to some of these debates taking place while we keep an eye on this scene there in Miami of this stolen vehicle suspect potentially in this apartment building. So let's continue to listen in here on Live Now from Fox.
Inherited, and every Democratic administration since Kennedy has left office with a better deficit situation than they inherited. And so Democrats are ready to act to prevent a devastating economic default, just as we did 3 times under the Trump administration with little fanfare. President Biden and Democrats have already significantly cut the deficit, and we're willing to do more, but we want to do it in a way that is responsible and helps families. This bill hurts families, and we need to oppose the bill. I yield back.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the Republican tax cuts gave us unprecedented growth and prosperity. It lifted 6 million people out of poverty, had the lowest poverty rate in the history of our great nation. Biden's budget recently, highest levels of sustained spending, borrowing, and taxes in the history of the country. At this point, I'd like to yield to my dear friend from North Carolina. She is a champion for fiscal responsibility, Chairwoman Virginia Fox.
How much time, sir? For how much time?
For 2 minutes.
Thank you. Gentlewoman is recognized.
I thank the Speaker, and I thank my colleague from Texas for yielding and for his wonderful work on this package. America's position as the most trusted line of credit in the world is at stake. In other words, our reputation is at stake. Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Republicans' common sense proposal, the Limit, Save, Grow Act, recognizes the twin interest of avoiding defaulting on our debt while reining in future inflationary spending. Yet the president has signaled that he will stall, he will risk, and he will forbid paying our debt obligations if he doesn't get his way. He refuses to compromise. One such compromise, which falls within the jurisdiction of the Committee on Education and the Workforce, includes blocking the president from spending $500 billion to provide backdoor free college. The Limit, Save, Grow Act would nullify the president's plan to transfer up to $20,000 per borrower onto the backs of blue-collar Americans, as well as his radical income-driven repayment plan, which would turn student loans into untargeted grants and cost more than any other regulation in our nation's history. If the president's student loan scheme is enacted, taxpayers could end up spending almost $1 trillion since the beginning of the pandemic. Our solution...
You were just listening in there to this here on Live Now from Fox. As we continue to follow these major stories, I want to pull up this scene as potentially a suspect in custody there. You can see they might be looking for more people on this potential chase that took place there in South Florida as they're pursuing a stolen vehicle suspect. We only saw one person potentially leave that red SUV as they made their way into an apartment complex. I don't know if there were more subjects or suspects in this potential investigation or pursuit taking place there in Miami, but this is a live picture again. Not a ton of information, but what we do know is that a 911 call came in to dispatch about a potential stolen vehicle, and pursuit underway. It was into triple digits there in South Florida regarding this vehicle. As you can see on the ground there on this curb, 4 or 5 different police around him. It doesn't necessarily look like they're looking for anybody else right now. Okay. So still potentially the only suspect here. So they seem to have their man there after this high-speed police chase in South Florida. As we continue on here on Live Now from Fox, live, raw, and unfiltered. Of course, this one coming to a safe conclusion, which is always good in some of these pursuits. We're going to slide away for another quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. This is a live picture there out of Miami, Florida. Police now have detained that potentially stolen vehicle suspect in South Florida. I want to put up this camera shot in full here just to give us a live picture of what's going on as they continue to be searched there. We also had a K9 unit on hand as they're putting this suspect in the back of a patrol unit there in the Fort Lauderdale area. You can see Fort Lauderdale police there on hand as a high-speed pursuit there as they went into a parking lot and tried to elude police on foot, but they were to no avail as they detained this one lone suspect here on Live Now from Fox. Is this one coming to a safe conclusion? I want to put up just some video we were watching earlier from this chase as this vehicle from earlier going at a high rate of speed. You can see 70 miles an hour there, but it was upwards of 100 miles an hour, weaving in and out of traffic. Upwards of triple digits, as you see. It was going to 100 miles an hour right there. Very dangerous stolen vehicle pursuit. We did see them exit and then enter a parking lot where they got out of this stolen vehicle, this red SUV, and tried to elude police on foot. You can see this potential suspect. We only saw one suspect leave this vehicle, head into a potential apartment complex, apartment building, as they look for him on another apartment several blocks over. So I want to put up just this video of what we ultimately saw the conclusion of there in the Fort Lauderdale area, as they eventually did get this stolen vehicle suspect detained there here on Live Now from Fox. So that was a safe conclusion there, live, raw, and unfiltered, and that's kind of what we do here on Live Now from Fox. Not a ton of information coming in, but we're just watching the pictures and monitoring what is unfolding before everyone as we continue on. Let's take you right back out, though, to Washington, D.C. right now, as lawmakers debating a debt ceiling proposal put in place by Speaker House McCarthy, expected to last about 2 hours. Probably about half an hour into this, so we still have about 90 minutes of debate left. So let's listen into this here on Live Now from Fox.
Other incomprehensible effects that will hit the most vulnerable the hardest, but will hit working folk, middle-class folk just hard as well. Or Republicans can enact their tone-deaf economic agenda, giving a huge windfall to billionaires and oil barons while cutting food assistance from poor families, children, and older people. If Republicans had their way, they'd strip our communities of the right to fight back against polluting industries while padding big oil's pockets. They'd cut funding for climate science while reversing the progress Democrats have made on clean energy. They'd do absolutely nothing to address emissions. In fact, they'd give companies free passes to pollute while cutting funding to fight wildfires and provide drought relief. They say they will help American families, but if it slashes already underfunded tribal education programs and Indian child welfare programs. And their budget would make it harder to tackle wildfires and drought in the West. This bill is not what the American people want. Our communities want clean air, clean water. They want to be able to put food on the table. They want good, stable jobs, and they want the federal government to face climate change head on. I urge my colleagues to stand up against the Default on America Act, vote no, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Texas, you're recognized.
Mr. Speaker, you're going to hear a number of vulnerable people, communities that get federal funding, but you will not hear, I bet, anything about the most vulnerable group of people in this country, and that is the next generation of Americans who will inherit $31 trillion in debt, the highest levels of indebtedness in our nation's history. Where are they in this debate? That's the big question. Who's speaking up for them? That's a big question. But I know my colleague Stephanie Bice from Oklahoma will, and I'll yield her 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of the Limit, Save, and Grow Act of 2023. Like any family, Republicans are proposing living within our means, not continuing to rack up a balance on American taxpayers' credit card. In contrast, President Biden has unilaterally spent $1.5 trillion on over 800 executive actions. My colleagues want to quote the former president. Let me quote President Biden. A direct quote from 2012, he said, "Securing a deal with Republicans was a, quote, great honor." He hasn't bothered to come to the negotiating table.
You're listening in here to this debate taking place on the House floor. We're going to slide away for our final 2-minute break of this hour. Live now from Fox, I'm Andy Mack. There's a live look at the House floor as they're expected to vote on this debt ceiling bill put in place by Kevin McCarthy. Also a live look there at the Supreme Court as they're hearing some arguments as well. We're going to continue on here on Live Now from Fox. And before we dip right back into that House debate, I want to give you a little bit of an update on what we're looking at today. As all eyes are on Kevin McCarthy to see if he can get his debt limit bill across the finish line with only his party's support. Of course, after a lot of late night deal making, Republicans think it might have a chance of passing this week. But the White House says that House GOP is selling out Americans. Fox's Madeline Rivera has more from Washington, D.C.
The time frame to avoid a debt default may have gotten a lot tighter. New analyses show that deadline could now come in early June because of lower than expected tax receipts. And Congress is working around the clock.
Committee will come to order.
To make sure the country can pay its bills.
We have to end Washington's reckless spending habits.
House Republicans are growing more confident about their bill, which raises the debt limit by $1.5 trillion while slashing spending. They made tweaks overnight to win over some GOP holdouts, like tightening work requirements for social safety net programs and altering provisions to ethanol tax credits to win over Midwestern lawmakers.
Our district is very heavy with corn and ethanol and biodiesel and soybeans. We have a lot of farmers and investments in those that we need to protect.
But it remains to be seen whether McCarthy has the votes. At least one GOP member says she's still a no.
From a spending perspective, it's weaker than what I believe it could be.
A report from the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office estimates the legislation could cut government deficits by $4.8 trillion over 10 years. However, the White House says the Republicans' bill would hurt Americans.
Democrats also know the meaning of what these budget cuts mean. Are we really talking about cutting veterans' medical care? Because that's what non-defense discretionary is.
McCarthy can only afford to lose 4 Republican votes, but Democratic absences could lower the threshold of yes votes needed to pass the bill. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
Thank you so much for that latest report. Let's dive right back into some of these remarks here on Live Now from Fox as the House continues to debate this bill. It was scheduled to last for about 2 or so hours. We're still in the very early preliminary point of that. So let's listen into this as lawmakers debate this debt ceiling proposal.
Energy and reverse decades of runaway spending. I applaud the work of Chairman Arrington, his leadership, and for his tireless efforts to help bring us to this critical moment in our nation's history. I'm proud to support this legislation, and with
Gentleman's
that,
time
I
has
yield
expired.
back.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania, recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Texas, a distinguished member of the Budget Committee, Ms. Jackson Lee.
Woman from Texas is recognized.
No American, no patriot would stand on this floor representing the American people and argue for the default on America legislation. To refuse to pay our bills is an insult to the men and women who swore to die for this country. You want to know why? Because it would cut 30 million visits from veterans at the Veterans Hospital, 81,000 jobs from Veterans Health Administration. It would increase the wait times for benefits like pensions and jeopardize the National Security Administration caring for our cemeteries. If you're in retirement, $20,000 could be lost out of your retirement. Is that patriotic? In addition, you'd cut low-income students. You would cut and cause the expense of colleges to go up in Texas and around the nation. In the 18th Congressional District, you would jeopardize Social Security payments for 61,000, put public health benefits at risk for 242,000 people, and increase lifetime mortgage costs. And you'd raise the debt $1.74 trillion. This is unpatriotic. It is not representative of what America stands for. Vote against a bill that strips food assistance from 4,000 Texans. I yield back.
No. Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, again, with all due respect to my colleague from Texas, they will act as if these are the choices, but they're false choices, because they could choose to defund the monies that came from Democrat earmarks to companies that create dirt bike culture, or maybe, with all due respect to the First Lady, the Michelle Obama trail in North Carolina. There's a list of things. You will not hear them today in this debate, or any concern, in my opinion, for our children's future as it relates to the debt. I yield 1 minute to my colleague on the Budget Committee, Glenn Grothman from Wisconsin.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. I think it's important that everybody in this chamber, as well as everybody around America, understands the precarious situation we are in with regard to the debt of this country. At the end of World War II, we had the debt was equal to about 100% of GDP. But in World War II, we knew we were going to stop making tanks, stop making planes, stop making ships, and we're going to lay off a lot of the military folks. Now, we have no easy place to go. Now, then the debt dropped from 100% down to 20%, went up to 40%, and since the Great Recession, it shot up to near 100% again, near the all-time record. The Biden administration has shown no ability to say no to anybody. You look at the budget they proposed, Department of Interior, 9% increase, Commerce, 11% increase, Education, almost a 14% increase. Wherever you look, they still have the foot on the gas. America's got to realize for our children and grandchildren, we have got to now finally say no just a little bit. Thank you.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from New York, a distinguished member of the Budget Committee, Mr. Espiat.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Ranking Member. I stand here in opposition on the Default on American Act. House Republicans' debt default bill before us here today holds the economy hostage in exchange for slashing investment in American families to the tune of $4.5 trillion in cuts. This has happened. The debt ceiling extension has happened 78 times, Mr. Speaker, 49 times under Republican administrations. So this is not new. This is an artificial crisis which can create catastrophic economic conditions across the world. Not just the United States economy, but the world economy can be affected. Police officers on the street will be cut through the Department of Justice. Veteran benefits. Working moms will no longer have daycare. That's what this accomplishes, this Default on American Act. I stand in opposition, Mr. Speaker, and I ask my colleagues to do the same.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
More apocalypse now from my colleagues instead of electric vehicle tax breaks for people who make $150,000. Not a priority when you're $31 trillion in debt. Government subsidized health care for people making over $300,000. Not a priority when you have a 10-year tripling of our interest, doubling of our annual deficits, and a bleak outlook for our children. Somebody that's very concerned about that, a good friend, Victoria Sparks from Indiana. I yield 1 minute.
Gentlewoman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to urge my Democrat colleagues to unite with Republicans and put pressure on the Senate to have an adult conversation about our debt and spending. We collected $4 trillion last year. Our mandatory spending is $4 trillion, automatic spending, and from around $2 trillion of discretionary spending, 80% is unauthorized. So it means that 90% of spending is not even considered by this institution. We have programs like Medicare is going bankrupt, and we have bipartisan issues supported by Trump and Obama could save billions of dollars for the seniors to save Medicare, like site-neutral payments, overbilling by Medicare. It's a fraudulent overbilling, dishonest billing that's supported by broad groups of think tanks. We have to save these programs for people that we promise, and we need to have the backbone in Washington, D.C. to stand up for we the people and challenge special interest group. I urge you to be with us on this issue, and I yield back.
From Pennsylvania is recognized.
You know, Mr. Speaker, I keep hearing this doom and gloom from the other side of the aisle that we're on the brink of catastrophe. Here is the headline In the world's leading economic magazine, a magazine that is considered right of center, this is their headline 2 weeks ago: America's astonishing economic record. The world's biggest economy is leaving its peers even further in the dust. That is the accurate record of where this country and its economy stands right now. And with that, I'm happy to yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Connecticut, Ms. Hayes.
I recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong opposition to the Default on America Act because I did not come to Congress to starve children. 34 million Americans struggle with food insecurity, 9 million of which are children. This bill would strip millions of hardworking Americans of benefits by expanding so-called work requirements in SNAP. SNAP already has a work requirement for individuals ages 18 to 49, but Republicans want to expand this to older Americans and seniors who face age discrimination in the workplace already. It's also important to note that the House Subcommittee on Nutrition Programs, the one who would be in charge of this, has yet to hold one hearing. So while proposing work requirements, the Committee on Nutrition has yet to begin work. It is horrifying that Republicans are choosing to hold the economy hostage and using vulnerable families as a bargaining tool. I urge my colleagues to have some compassion and vote against this devastating legislation.
Gentleman from Texas.
With that, I yield back.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, with all due respect to my friend and colleague, we are trapping millions of people in poverty and dependence on the government because we are not incentivizing people to move up and out of welfare so they can realize their greatest God-given potential. It is not compassionate to not expect the best out of our fellow Americans. President Biden, when he voted to support common sense welfare to work reforms, said this: we need to replace a culture of welfare with a culture of work. We need to replace a culture of dependency with a culture of self-sufficiency. I agree with the Joe Biden that said that then. I hope he will come to his senses, come to the table, and do what he did in 2011, include responsible fiscal reforms as we lift the debt ceiling and pay our bills. Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to my colleague from Iowa, Zach Nunn.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Americans are demanding action. The President cannot put forth a budget that is 55% higher than it was at pre-pandemic levels. We must get together and work with what Chairman Arrington and the Speaker and the House Republicans have put forward, a budget that holds our government accountable, a budget that addresses the debt ceiling now, it gets federal spending under control, and grows our economy by letting Americans keep more of the money they've earned. That is why I'm honored as part of the Iowa delegation to hold firm, and that America's fiscal security, energy security, and food security can be led with us. In Iowa, we will not allow government to balance its budget on the backs of America's farmers. That's why I'm proud that this bill makes critical investments in biofuels, biofuels that empower American energy independence, biofuel infrastructure that decreases the cost of fuels overseas and helps our families at the pump, biofuels that grow our Main Street businesses, and biofuels that empower our farmers for what they need to both feed and fuel the world. I salute the Iowans and the Americans who have worked to balance their own budgets every month. Those who don't spend tirelessly and put it on the credit card.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
I could have given you some more time. Did you get close?
To the gentlewoman from Vermont, a distinguished member of the Budget Committee, Ms. Ballant.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to H.R. 2811, the Default on America Act. A budget reflects our values, and we can plainly see where the Republicans' priorities lie. They're threatening default with catastrophic consequences. And why? Why? So they can secure 10 years of devastating cuts that American families depend on. Those programs will be devastated. Republicans have to abandon this dangerous path. America pays our bills. We must prevent default, as we have done countless times under Democratic and Republican presidents, including President Trump. A default will be a terrible blow to low-income and middle-income Americans. They don't care about these reckless political games. They care about how disastrous a default will be on them in their request to buy a house or lease a car or pay for college. They don't care about this. They care about results. I sit on the Budget Committee and have a front row seat to this nonsense.
Gentlewoman's time has expired.
We have to pay our bills, and we have to reject the ransom note.
Gentleman from Texas, recognized.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I agree with my colleague. A budget is a vision and a statement of values, and we have received the President's budget. We are conducting oversight. We will be presenting our full 10-year budget resolution, but I can tell you it will be starkly different than the President's and the Democrat Party's vision for America's future. It will not ask for $100 billion more in discretionary spending while American families are struggling to buy groceries and put gas in their cars. It is just so out of touch. We need the kind of leadership that will lean in and say, we are going to be an example, and that we are going to look for the waste, which is not hard to find in this town, and we are going to right the ship and restore fiscal responsibility. And the President also, as part of his value statement, adds trillions of dollars, $65 trillion in taxes over the 10-year horizon, which is the most that any president has ever proposed in the history of our country. He proposes spending to the tune of a quarter of our entire economy, which is the largest economy in the world. That's larger than any year of spending since we invaded Normandy. That's what our president is doing and putting forth as the Democrat Party's vision for this future in the midst of this economy that's struggling, families that are struggling, and a debt crisis that looms large on the horizon. Where is the leadership? I respect my colleagues. I appreciate their friendship, but this is the moment that we have to step up and put our fellow countrymen first and walk in their shoes and not get caught up in trying to protect with a death grip the blank check that we've seen and the endless money that's being printed and borrowed. It will end poorly. We have this window of mercy to act, and we got to act together, ultimately, for this to be sustainable, because this is the first step. It will require many more steps. We didn't get here overnight. We won't get out of it overnight, but we have to take the first step together. I implore my friend, my colleagues, to come with us and do what's been done so many times. That's the thing, Mr. Speaker. 8 of the last most meaningful, most significant fiscal reforms in this Congress came as a result, and at the same time we were negotiating a debt ceiling. It's not wild and it's not reckless. It is responsible to do that. You can raise the debt ceiling, you can pay your bills, and you can protect the future for our children. That's leadership, and that's what this country needs in this hour. And I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Texas reserves his time. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, first I want to thank my friend, and truly we have been friends for our entire time of service here. And I respect his sincerity and how committed he is on this issue. But I would say to him, and I hope he will take this under consideration, it is so irresponsible to use the debt ceiling in this way. And here's the analogy. Imagine if I mentioned 3 times we raised the debt ceiling with the Republican president. Imagine if in one of those debt ceiling debates, this side of the aisle had said, well, we care deeply about raising the minimum wage. Right now, we have the longest period in American history, for as long as the minimum wage has existed, without an increase, about 15 years. What if this side of the aisle said, we're not going to vote for a debt limit increase, we're going to use this as leverage, and in return, you need to raise the minimum wage, or you need to expand Medicare to those 55 and older? That would be irresponsible as well. The debt ceiling is about past spending that both sides often voted for, that presidents of both parties signed into law. Now, if we want to have a conversation about future spending, we welcome that. We will negotiate on that. But we will not negotiate on whether or not America pays its bills, period. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms. Bonamici.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong opposition to this regressive, short-sighted, and cruel Default on America Act that will devastate programs that are critical to Oregonians and Americans. We have a housing affordability and homelessness crisis, but this bill would eliminate affordable housing assistance for many families and seniors. Our constituents can't find or afford childcare, but this bill would take away access to Head Start. The cost of higher education keeps rising, but this bill would cut Pell Grants and slash additional funding to support millions of disabled and low-income students. And instead of addressing the climate crisis, this legislation would entrench reliance on fossil fuels, undermine renewable, sustainable energy options, and raise taxes for middle-class Americans. This bill could cause millions of low-income seniors and veterans to lose access to nutrition assistance, and up to 10 million people could lose Medicaid coverage. There's a simple solution to prevent these harmful outcomes. Bring a clean debt ceiling bill to the floor so we can end this MAGA Republican-created manufactured crisis. Mr. Speaker, I request unanimous consent to enter into the record a report from the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities on how up to 10 million people could be at significant risk of losing health coverage under Speaker McCarthy's bad backward bill. And I yield back.
Objection. Gentleman from Texas, recognized.
Mr. Speaker, let me say how blessed I feel to serve alongside my ranking member, and I appreciate his thoughtful comments, and we're gonna do a lot of great things together. I yield now to my friend from Georgia and fellow Budget Committee member for 1 minute, Mr. Buddy Carter.
I thank you, gentlemen, for yielding, and let me begin by thanking leadership and particularly the chair of the Budget Committee for all of their hard work in putting this together. And let me also say that my colleague on the other side of the aisle talks about fiscal irresponsibility. Well, if you want to talk about fiscal irresponsibility, you only need to look at the White House and what this administration has done. Day one, they declared war on fossil fuels. You can make the argument, and a valid argument, that what has happened in our economy is a self-inflicted wound brought about by this war on fossil fuels that caused an increase in gas prices, it caused an increase in inflation, it caused an increase in interest rates, and it put this economy in the shambles that it's in right now. Since the first day of the administration, this Biden administration has recklessly spent taxpayers' dollar, and as a result, as I say, you see inflation at record highs, stealing money and opportunities from hardworking Americans. Our credit cards are maxed out. The gentleman talks about future spending. That's what this is about, limiting future spending. That is the conversation we are having. Mr. Speaker, I thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Minnesota, member of the Budget Committee, Ms. Omar.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you. For a long time, Republicans spent so much time saying they were going to address the economic anxiety families were feeling, but overnight they dreamt up a dangerous economic bill that will plunge families into economic depression. Republicans say they want to grow the economy, but their bill will destroy 8,000 jobs in my district alone and 7 million across this country. They say they want to invest in children, but this bill eliminates child care access for 4,000 kids in my state and 180,000 nationwide. They talk nonstop about rail safety, yet in this bill, it would cut at least 160 rail inspection days in Minnesota and cut 7,000 inspections nationwide. They are not repealing the Bush-Trump tax cuts because what their bill is going to do is do wealth transfer from working and middle-class families to billionaires and millionaires.
Expired.
This is hypocrisy and is full of
Gentlewoman's
lies.
time's expired.
Corporations should not be put ahead of our families.
Texas. Yeah, Mr. Speaker, leadership isn't easy, and boy, does our nation need it right now. I know of such a leader. His name is Steve Scalise. He's our majority leader and a champion for freedom and fiscal responsibility, and I'd be honored to yield a minute to the gentleman from Louisiana.
Gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my friend from Texas, not only a leader, but the chairman of the House Budget Committee, Mr. Arrington, for bringing this bill to the floor. Because, Mr. Speaker, we all know our nation's at a crossroads. It's a very fragile time for the American people. They're looking at inflation that's going through the roof, decades high, paying more for everything. And they know why that happened. They're paying more for everything when they go to the grocery store, the gas pump, anywhere else, because Washington has spent trillions of dollars that this country doesn't have. Over the last 2 years, President Biden has maxed out the nation's credit card. That's what the debt ceiling is. That's what this debate is about. And so as the president has maxed out the nation's credit card, Americans know what that means. They have credit cards. They work hard not to max theirs out. They all know that we're going to make the minimum payment on those cards. But if somebody maxed out the credit card like President Biden did, the first thing you do is not give them another credit card to max out, as President Biden has asked and demanded. He said, just give them more money to keep spending money that we don't have to rack up more inflation on hardworking families. Well, Mr. Speaker, that would be irresponsible. And yet that's what the president has asked for. What House Republicans have done is come together and say there's a better way. Sure, we need to address the debt ceiling, but we also need to address at the same time the problems that have brought us to this moment. It's not by accident that the nation's credit card got maxed out. This is how bad the problem is, because we can talk trillions all day long, and the numbers get so big that people just tune it out. Let's talk some basic numbers. For every $100 that the federal government takes in, the federal government is spending $129. Now, if a family did that, it wouldn't last long before they would go under, before they would lose their house, before they would go bankrupt. $100 coming in and $129 going out. That's the spending problem in Washington. And President Biden said he wants to spend another $129 with $100 still coming in. Most families would look at that and say it's irresponsible to do that. And we agree as House Republicans. Now, you would think the president has acknowledged this finally and said, okay, why don't we sit down at the table and figure this out? We do not need a debt crisis in this nation. But instead of sitting down to negotiate, which is what anybody responsible would do, Speaker McCarthy has said, Mr. President, let's sit down. They did it once over 2 months ago. The president himself, in fact, days later said, you know what, we ought to do it again. The problem is the president then went into hiding. The president will not sit down and meet with the speaker to negotiate how to solve this problem because the president wants to run the clock out and create a debt crisis. That is the height of irresponsibility, Mr. Speaker. And if the president's going to shirk his responsibility and try to hide and just wait until the clock strikes midnight, House Republicans are not going to sit on the sidelines. We're going to lead and present a solution. That's what this bill is. That's what Mr. Arrington's legislation does, Mr. Speaker. It says, as we deal with the debt ceiling, let's also deal with the spending problem that got us here. And how do we do it? I think reading the bill would be real important. We'll send an extra copy down to the White House so that they can actually see some of the basic things we're talking about. And these are things that families get. Right now in America, if you talk to any small business owner, they're all looking for workers.
You're just listening into this as we continue on here on Live Now from Fox as they continue to debate this debt ceiling proposal put in place there by House Speaker Kevin McCarthy. Of course, we want to give you a few live now looks around the country, including at the New York Stock Exchange, down some 260 points, dipping down just a little bit here on this afternoon, on this Wednesday. Another live look at the White House. President Biden making some remarks after meeting with the president of South Korea, and also out of Montana. We'll take you out to there in just a little bit, as Montana Republican leaders will vote today on censuring or expelling the lawmaker there, Zoe Zephyr, a transgender state representative who had been silenced in the House since last week after telling colleagues that if they voted for a bill to ban gender-affirming medical care for transgender children, they would have, quote, blood on their hands. Of course, we're following this and monitoring it as they're going through some protocols right now. We're going to slide away for a quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. Now from Fox, I am Andy Mack. Thank you so much for joining us. Let's take you out to Montana right now, as they are potentially expected to vote to either censure or expel lawmaker Zoe Zephyr. Let's listen into this here live on Live Now from Fox.
In this body involves obedience to all the rules of this body, including the rules of decorum. Masons Section 121, Sub 2 states, no person may participate in conduct that disrupts or disturbs the orderly proceedings of the body. Masons Section 561, Sub 1 states, a legislative body has the right to regulate the conduct of its members and may discipline a member as it deems appropriate. Monday, this body witnessed one of its members participating in conduct that disrupted and disturbed the orderly proceedings of this body. This member did not accede to the order of the Speaker to come to order and finally to clear the floor, and instead encouraged the continuation of the disruption of this body, placing legislators, staff, and even our pages at risk of harm. For these reasons, it is my motion that the representative from House District number 100 will no longer be admitted to this floor, House anteroom, or House gallery for the duration of the session until the 68th legislature adjourns sine die. Mr. Speaker.
Representative Zephyr, would you like 5 minutes to make remarks?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is my honor today, as with every day in this body, to rise on behalf of my constituents in House District 100 from Missoula, Montana, who elected me to be their representative in the People's House. Today, I rise in defense of those constituents, of my community, and of democracy itself. Last week, I spoke on the governor's amendments to Senate Bill 99, which banned gender-affirming care. This was a bill that was one of many targeting the LGBTQ community in Montana. This legislature has systematically attacked that community. We have seen bills targeting our art forms, our books, our history, and our health care. And I rose up in defense of my community that day, speaking to harms that these bills bring and that I have firsthand experience knowing about. I have had friends who have taken their lives because of these bills. I have fielded calls from families in Montana, including one family whose trans teenager attempted to take her life while watching a hearing on one of the anti-trans bills. And in that hearing, our caucus pleaded with the Republican chair of the Judiciary Committee to not allow certain testimony, to keep decorum. And we were told a lot of people have a lot of opinions on these things. So when I rose up and said, there is blood on your hands, I was not being hyperbolic. I was speaking to the real consequences of the votes that we as legislators take in this body. And when the speaker asks me to apologize, what he is, on behalf of decorum, what he is really asking me to do is be silent when my community is facing bills that get us killed. He is asking me to be complicit in this legislature's eradication of our community, and I refuse to do so, and I will always refuse to do so. I would also say that if you use decorum to silence people who hold you accountable, then in the name of all you are doing is using decorum as a tool of oppression. Additionally, when the speaker disallowed me to speak, what he was doing is taking away the voices of the 11,000 Montanans who elected me to speak on their behalf. And when I continued to not be recognized, what my constituents in my community did is came here and said, that is our voice in this body. Let her speak. Let her speak. And when the speaker gavelled down the people demanding that democracy work, demanding that their representative be heard, when he gavelled down, what he was doing is driving a nail in the coffin of democracy. But you cannot kill democracy that easily. And that is why they kept chanting, let her speak. And why I raised my microphone to amplify their voices, to make sure that the people who elected me here are heard. And that when this body seeks to pass bills that harm our community, that get us killed, that this body is held accountable for those actions. I'm not sure what comes next here, but what I will say is I will do what I have always done. I will rise in support of my community. I will take the hard and moral choice and stand up in defense of the people who elected me to do so and the people in our communities. And I will say I'm grateful for those who stood up in defense of democracy on Monday. And I will also say that I hear everyone. I hear my constituents. I hear your constituents who say thank you for standing up. And while there were comments about safety, I would say that the protest was peaceful. And I would also say that when we talk safety, we think about the safety that our bills bring or don't bring. Because you say there was staff endangered, but I know in this building, in the quiet hallways when it's just me, the staff come up to me and they say thank you. They say thank you for defending our community because they have loved ones who these bills attack, who these bills hurt. And I will always stand up for them. And I will always, no matter what happens today, stand up for democracy in the state of Montana. Thank you.
Representative Wendy Boy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to speak on the motion before us from a different point of view. You know, we're talking about some of the things about the trans community throughout not only the state of Montana, but also throughout the country and beyond into Canada. You know, the community that I represent does have trans in my community. And to some tribes, we call them two-spirit people. My late uncle, who was one of my teachers, one of my mentors in my way of life, has always told me one thing to keep in mind, that no matter who we are, that we are all equal under the eyes of Almighty. And always remember, he said, when you point your finger at somebody, look how many is pointing back. And so when you take that into context, that with this thing here that's before us, there's a lot of events that happen not only in this body, but over in the body of the Senate in the last 21 years, as well as the 21 years and 11 sessions I've seen here. This is nothing compared to some of the events that occurred that we're making this as egregious as they are. We had a Democrat leader that sat right in that third row there, fourth row, almost go fisticuffs with the representative on the other party on the other side over there. And the Great Falls Tribune even has pictures in their gallery that had them going at it. That was uncalled for. That was so much unrest here. Why weren't they taken to the level of this? Maybe it was because of whatever situation that was at the time. And even over in the Senate, there was votes that were taken, there were bills that were on the floor, that we were in the minority been silenced. And we got up and we hit the desk. We almost got charged for messing up the state's property. Why weren't we disciplined at that time? We should have. I would have went to jail because I would have been found guilty. But at the same time, we are picking one person in this body for something that she believes is right. The one situation that she stands to represent the same amount of people that I represent, the same amount of people that she represents, he represents, she represents down the line. But yet we stand in solidarity with each other to the level of where we should get along. That's what it is. In the last since 2016, that's when the whole country had gone so far right, so far left to the values that just pits one against the other. And exactly the same verbiage that my colleague here is being in a situation where she can't come in here. There's a Florida congressman who said the same words last week. Why hasn't the Congress disciplined him? What we're doing to my colleague here. What's good for them should be good for us, vice versa. So I think that we need to just put this behind us, let her represent the people that she represents. Let's get on and let's do the people's work, what they sent us here for. Vote no.
Representative Casey Knutson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members of the 68th Legislature, you know, one of the most important rights of any legislative body is the right to regulate the conduct of its members, as well as discipline a member as the body deems appropriate. A state legislative body possesses inherent rights of self-protection, which is reflected in our own House rules in the definition of a question of privilege, which includes anything that affects the collective rights, safety, dignity, and integrity of the House. Our state constitution provides that either House may punish a member with good cause shown, with the concurrence of 2/3 of all of its members. Our state constitution, our House rules, and Mason's Manual of Legislative Procedure all reinforce the fact that this House, this body, holds dear the right to self-protection. We today are exercising this right based on the inappropriate behavior on the House floor of the representative from House District 100 on April 24, 2023. This behavior violated the collective rights and safety of 99 other members of this body, our staff, our pages, and the public. And based on this showing of good cause, I would recommend a yes vote on the motion to discipline the representative from House District 100. Thank you, members. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Howe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I hope no one is expecting any jokes from me today because I think what we're doing here is deeply, deeply serious. I want to echo my friend and colleague in seat 31 and remind us why we're here. We're here because we are struggling with a debate that we have had from the beginning of this session on a set of bills. Bills that directly and daily impact the LGBT community. I will remind the body that not one Democrat brought any of those bills. We did not go to look for that fight. But when it came to us, we did what we had to do. We did our job. We stood up. We stood with our community. We told the truths that we live every day. We hoped you would listen. That's our job. It is deeply unsurprising to me that the community responded on Monday the way that they did. Because it's not just that one of our own has been silenced. It's that that's happened after a session of debating bills that only impact some of us and struggling to fight for equal treatment under the law. I will remind folks that the right to protest, and in fact the right to protest against the government, is a clearly held right in both the state constitution and the federal constitution, and we took oaths to protect those constitutions. I want to note for the record that my experience, personally, in this body and in this building, although I love my job and I show up every day eager to do it, is that I have faced a series of offensive behaviors and offensive actions. There are people in this room who have said things about me in the press and online that I find deeply offensive. Deeply offensive. And I find that there's been a pattern of unwillingness to listen to a diverse set of opinions on the bills in front of us, and that is our job. I know without a doubt that there are deeply held disagreements about the bills that we hear, about the policies that we are debating. And those disagreements are part of the process. We have to be able to discuss them, even when it's uncomfortable. I know that we have rules. The speaker before me laid them out in some clarity. I believe that those rules must be held not to protect us as individuals, our feelings, our experiences, but to protect the process, to protect our job, the work that we are doing to pass bills and policies that touch the lives of every Montanan in this state. And that is where I think we have gone deeply wrong in this process. Because we are considering these rules not to protect the rights of all of us to engage in our democratic process, something I hold sacred, but instead to protect us as people, as individuals. It is time for us to put the work first. That's our job. We were not elected to come up here and put ourselves first. None of us were. I believe a yes vote on this motion puts our democratic process, our important jobs as legislators second, and puts our feelings and experiences first. And I think that's wrong. I think we have one shot to right this ship, and it's this vote. And I hope some of you will join me in voting red.
Representative Beatty. Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak on this motion. The behavior of the representative of House District 100 has been in the news for over a week. And I must admit that opinions concerning her prior utterances vary, even within my caucus. But today, we're not here to pass judgment on what might have been said or done before this past Monday, but rather to consider the specific actions that we're taking on a specific day. Now, it's an irrefutable fact that the representative in question did indeed actively support and arguably incite the disruptive antics of demonstrators who had gathered in the House gallery. But it's also true that the representative had other options. One was to join other legislators by leaving the floor as was directed by the Speaker. Another would have been to try to calm the crowd. The representative of House District 100 chose neither. And so here we are. As a consequence of the representative's actions, the orderly workings of this body had to be suspended so that we could not proceed with doing our duty, which is to conduct the business of all citizens of Montana. This is an assault on our representative democracy. Spirited debate and the free expression of ideas cannot flourish in an atmosphere of turmoil and incivility. Undoubtedly, some will cast and indeed have cast this matter in terms of freedom of speech or the oppression of a minority. I would argue it is neither. Rather, what is at stake is the expectation that any member of this body, whoever that might be, has a duty to strive to maintain decorum so that the people's work, the work of all Montanans, can be accomplished. The representative of House District 100 failed to do her duty. Worse yet, she actively participated in disrupting the lawful activities of this legislature. Such behavior must have consequences if we are to keep our processes in place, the processes that serve all Montanans. And for that reason, I must support the motion that is before us today, and I urge you to do so as well. Mr. Speaker.
Minority Leader Abbott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, members, I think most of you know I wish we were debating other things on this floor today, and I wish the gallery was full of Montanans engaging in the legislative process. I wish a lot of things, but that's not where we are. Mr. Speaker, I disagreed with your decision not to recognize the representative in seat 31, and you know that because we discussed it. I told you that I thought there were other paths that we could take, House Rule 2080 being the clearest one. It would have allowed for us to have debates on hard issues and maintain order. That is a tool that was available to us, and I think it's important that we talk about how we got here, and you didn't take that tool. And there's one person that had the ability to avoid being on this floor right now debating this motion, and it wasn't the representative in seat 31. And now we're far beyond the rules that allow us to debate issues here. I agree with other speakers on my side of the aisle that we are in first principles, we are in democratic principles, we are talking about constitutionally protected rights and the very nature of a representative democracy, ensuring that 11,000 people have proper representation. And today, I'm standing up for those first principles, and I'm standing up for democracy, and I'm going to vote against this motion. But it should not go without saying, and I think it's obvious to a lot of us, that there is an opportunity cost to choosing this path. We don't have a state budget. We don't have a plan for housing. We don't have a plan for childcare. We don't have a plan for permanent property tax relief. We don't have a plan for mental health. We don't have a plan for provider rates. And today, we're on this floor debating this motion, and hopefully we can get back to work. I sure hope so. But But today I'm going to vote in support of constitutional principles. And you know what? I agree that you absolutely can do this by rule, by the Constitution, by Masons. But just because you can do it does not mean that's the right choice. I think it's the wrong choice. I hope we don't make it today, but if we do, we'll have to move on and see if we can get the work of Montanans done. But today I have to show Montanans that we care about these first principles first, and we'll deal with our business later. I hope you vote no. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Moore.
Yes, Mr. Speaker and members of the body, I stand here in favor of the motion that is before us. The offense that occurred on April 24th by the Representative House District 100 is irrefutable. We all witnessed firsthand the violations that have already been articulated, and were also witnessed throughout local and national media. There's a fundamental human principle that each of us are responsible for our actions, for ourselves, and we bear the consequences of our behavior and our actions. Today, I would like to focus more on the reasonableness of the motion. We're not wanting to ignore what happened, nor are we wanting to overreact. The disciplinary actions that are proposed, from my perspective, are reasonable and prudent, and the measures proposed ensure the safety of the body and all who participate in the work of the House. With these articulated consequences, let's clearly understand that the representative continues to serve our state. The representative will continue to have the opportunity to serve District 100, vote on all bills before the floor of the House, and to complete the 2-year term. It's my opinion that the discipline proposed is fair and reasonable given the circumstances. This motion allows the representative to serve constituents and provides an opportunity to re-engage with the entire body in the future. I am hopeful that we will be able to complete our current session in the coming days with honor, finishing well. I am also hopeful that the representative being disciplined will understand the significance of the actions taken on April 24th and that future engagement with this body will resume. My desire is that this session and the sessions before us will have lively debates, respecting one another, and continuing to serve Montanans well. I urge your support for this motion.
Majority Vinton, would you care to close on your motion?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. We have heard the debate. We were all present and observed the conduct of the representative from House District 100 on April 24th. This conduct cannot be allowed to stand. Our constituents and our state deserve better. They deserve our full attention, and this institution and body deserve the respect of all its members. However, it has not been respected, and we must regain the decorum of this body, not only now, but also to set precedent for the future. Therefore, good cause has been established, and I urge the body to vote in favor of this motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
All right, members, this is a 2/3 vote. All those in favor of the majority leader's motion vote aye. Those opposed vote no. Clerk, record the vote. Are there absentee votes?
Mr. Speaker, Representative Weatherwax votes no.
Clerk, record the vote.
Mr. Speaker, 68 representatives vote aye, 32 have voted no.
Motion passes. Majority Leader Vinton.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House adjourn and reconvene Thursday, the 83rd legislative day at 8 a.m.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no, and the ayes have it. And the House will reconvene at 8 a.m. on Thursday, April 27th. The House is adjourned.
You're just listening in this here on Live Now from Fox. I am Andy Mack. Thank you so much for joining us as that was the House, as the motion passed there in Montana. Certainly some big news coming out of there. We're going to slide away for a quick 2-minute break. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I am Andy Mack. Thank you so much for joining us. We just have some big breaking news coming out of Montana and the House there as they voted on this new as we're continuing to follow this. And I will put up this tweet here on Live Now from Fox, courtesy of Jonathan Roy, saying it out of Helena, Montana, transgender lawmaker Zoe Zephyr barred from the House floor as Republican lawmakers silence her for the rest of the 2023 session. Of course, this vote coming whether to censure or expel, no expulsion as of yet. So we're going to continue and just take you back to this moment here on Live Now from Fox as they did vote just moments ago here on Live Now from Fox.
Speaker.
All right, members, this is a 2/3 vote. All those in favor of the majority leader's motion vote aye. Those opposed vote no. Clerk, record the vote. Are there absentee votes?
Mr. Speaker, Representative Weatherwax votes no.
Clerk, record the vote.
Mr. Speaker, 68 representatives vote aye, 32 have voted no.
Motion passes. Majority Leader Vinton.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House adjourn and reconvene Thursday, the 83rd legislative day at 8 a.m.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed no, and the ayes have it, and the House will reconvene at 8 a.m. on Thursday, April 27th. The House is adjourned.
You're just listening in there to that vote. As you heard, a 2/3 majority there. The House votes to remove from the floor, barred from the floor as Republican lawmakers silence her for the rest of 2023. Of course, this comes as they voted on Wednesday on lawmaker Zoe Zephyr, a transgender state representative who had been silenced in the House since last week after telling colleagues that if they voted for a bill to ban gender-affirming medical care for transgender children, they would, quote, have blood on their hands. So she is now barred from the House floor in Montana. Let's take you back to some of these remarks from Zoe herself as they were letting her speak on the floor prior to all of this happening here on Live Now from Fox.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is my honor today, as with every day in this body, to rise on behalf of my constituents in House District 100 from Missoula, Montana, who elected me to be their representative in the People's House. Today, I rise in defense of those constituents, of my community, and of democracy itself. Last week, I spoke on the governor's amendments to Senate Bill 99, which banned gender-affirming care. This was a bill that was one of many targeting the LGBTQ community in Montana. This legislature has systematically attacked that community. We have seen bills targeting our art forms, our books, our history, and our health care. And I rose up in defense of my community that day, speaking to harms that these bills bring and that I have firsthand experience knowing about. I have had friends who have taken their lives because of these bills. I have fielded calls from families in Montana, including one family whose trans teenager attempted to take her life while watching a hearing on one of the anti-trans bills. And in that hearing, our caucus pleaded with the Republican chair of the Judiciary Committee to not allow certain testimony, to keep decorum. And we were told a lot of people have a lot of opinions on these things. So when I rose up and said, there is blood on your hands, I was not being hyperbolic. I was speaking to the real consequences of the votes that we as legislators take in this body. And when the Speaker asks me to apologize, what he is, on behalf of decorum, what he is really asking me to do is be silent when my community is facing bills that get us killed. He is asking me to be complicit in this legislature's eradication of our community, and I refuse to do so, and I will always refuse to do so. I would also say that if you use decorum to silence people who hold you accountable, then in the name of all you are doing is using decorum as a tool of oppression. Additionally, when the Speaker disallowed me to speak, what he was doing is taking away the voices of the 11,000 Montanans who elected me to speak on their behalf. And when I continued to not be recognized, what my constituents in my community did is came here and said, that is our voice in this body. Let her speak. Let her speak. And when the Speaker gavelled down the people demanding that democracy work, demanding that their representative be heard, when he gavelled down, what he was doing is driving a nail in the coffin of democracy. But you cannot kill democracy that easily. And that is why they kept chanting, let her speak. And why I raised my microphone to amplify their voices, to make sure that the people who elected me here are heard. And that when this body seeks to pass bills that harm our community, that get us killed, that this body is held accountable for those actions. I'm not sure what comes next here, but what I will say is I will do what I have always done. I will rise in support of my community. I will take the hard and moral choice and stand up in defense of the people who elected me to do so and the people in our communities. And I will say I'm grateful for those who stood up in defense of democracy on Monday. And I will also say that I hear everyone. I hear my constituents. I hear your constituents who say thank you for standing up. And while there were comments about safety, I would say that the protest was peaceful. And I would also say that when we talk safety, we think about the safety that our bills bring or don't bring. Because you say there was staff endangered, but I know in this building, in the quiet hallways when it's just me, the staff come up to me and they say thank you. They say thank you for defending our community, because they have loved ones who these bills attack, who these bills hurt. And I will always stand up for them, and I will always, no matter what happens today, stand up for democracy in the state of Montana. Thank you.
We're just listening in there to Zoe Zephyr there on the state floor in Montana as the transgender lawmaker will be barred from participating on the House floor as Republican leaders voted by a 2/3 majority on Wednesday to silence her for the rest of the 2023 session. I'm Andy Mack here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to slide away for another quick 2-minute break.
Like, how do they need to assist you?
Mac, as we just passed the 1 o'clock hour here on the West Coast, I want to put up this tweet out of San Bernardino as emergency services, they're on hand for a potential fire. They're monitoring this knob fire at Lido Creek area. Smoke visible from the valley, and there's no threat right now to the city schools. Of course, this coming from the emergency management team on social media. Of course, we do have a shot right now, but it's a little pixelated as it's certainly at high elevation there of what we're monitoring here on Live Now from Fox. We did see some fire burn a little bit earlier. I want to put up some video from just a little bit ago of what we were monitoring potentially out of San Bernardino. As you can see, some fire taking place there. As you can see, the fire burning there in Southern California earlier today. Not a ton of information right now out of this Lido Creek area, but certainly some smoke overhead in the Southern California area. That could be potentially something we're monitoring here into the evening hours on Live Now from Fox. Let's continue on and take you out to another House floor, this one in Washington, D.C., as they are continuing the debate over that debt ceiling proposal put in place there by Speaker House McCarthy. We're expecting a vote from Washington, D.C. on this debt ceiling standoff within the next hour or so. But until then, let's take you out to these remarks here from lawmakers in Washington, D.C.
Must be paid. I support lifting the debt ceiling, but only if coupled with reforms to Washington's wasteful spending in order to repair the inflation crisis and strengthen America's economy. While the president has offered no plan to avoid default, I'm proud to be a part of this new Republican majority that has put forward the Limit, Save, and Grow Act, which proposes solutions. That being said, I do have serious concerns with the provisions of this legislation that repeals clean energy investment tax credits, particularly for wind energy. These credits have been very beneficial to my constituents, attracting significant investment and new manufacturing jobs for businesses in Southeast Virginia. The energy production happening in my district will incentivize clean energy solutions here in America and provide jobs for Virginians and energy options for military installations in my district. For all these reasons, I do not support the repeal of these clean energy tax credits. I recognize that this bill is not the final product, but I also understand that it gets us to the negotiating table. I worked hard for a new Republican majority to have a seat at that table. My ask is for the gentleman's assurance that I will be able to address these concerns as we move forward in these negotiations and advocate for the interests of my district.
Well, I want to thank the gentlewoman for her remarks and for working with us on this bill. I'd like the gentlewoman to know that I support repealing these tax credits, but I understand the gentlewoman's concern.
Yield another 30 seconds.
Gentleman is recognized for an additional 30 seconds.
Thank you. And of course, we'll continue to work with the gentlewoman from Virginia, just like we will with all members, on making sure we're paying our nation's debt ceiling, we're lifting our debt ceiling, but doing it in a responsible, reasonable, and sensible manner, and bringing Chuck Schumer and Joe Biden to the negotiation table.
Thank you. I have full faith that we can negotiate a final debt ceiling deal that both restores fiscal responsibility and empowers Americans to be good stewards of our nation's vast natural resources. Again, I thank the gentleman, and I yield back.
Thank you. And I yield back to the gentleman from Missouri.
Gentleman from Missouri reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the gentlelady from Virginia for calling attention to these tax credits. And you talk about fortuitous timing. Here is the author of those tax credits, all $370 billion, along with Earl Blumenauer, and we intend to lay out where these tax credits are going to Republican districts and see if those members wish to take advantage of those tax credits or not. And a veteran on top of that, our friend, Congressman Thompson, for 1 minute.
Gentleman
Thank you,
from
Mr.
California is
Chairman. Mr.
recognized.
Speaker, I rise in strong opposition to the Default on America Act. Mr. Speaker, we need to raise the debt ceiling, not because of money we want to spend in the future, but because of money that we've already spent. Both parties have contributed to our current debt, including over $2 trillion of debt caused by the 2017 Republican tax bill, and hundreds of billions in COVID relief spending voted for by both parties and signed into law by a Republican president. A quarter of our nation's debt was racked up during the previous administration. And now Republicans are trying to use our obligation to pay our debts as a leverage point to kick millions of people off of health care insurance, to defund the biggest investment in climate change in our country's history, and make it harder for the neediest among us to feed themselves. Let's be clear. If we default on our debt, the consequences will be felt by every American. We have repeatedly passed a clean debt ceiling bill, and we need to do that today. It's time to stop playing games with our debt and end this attack on the stability of the American economy.
Gentleman from Missouri.
I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Utah.
Gentleman from Utah is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Speaker. I rise today in support of the Limit, Save, and Grow Act. Every time I talk about debt, deficit, spending, budget, anything, I think about my 4 boys. They're 10 and under. And I bring it up a lot, and I use it in so many different ways. It drives what I do. It gets me out of bed every single day to be working on this. And I just can't hear one more time, well, let's just raise the debt ceiling, and then let's get to work on this. It's no longer time for that. We cannot accept not to use every single opportunity that we have back here in Congress to address this. I've sat on the sidelines, I'm second term in Congress, I've sat on the sidelines and I've watched us constantly do this over and over again, and I want to see something substantive happen here. That's what we're doing here today, Speaker. We are trying to do something substantive. We learned we have debt that exceeds $30 trillion. The optimism of our future depends on what we do over the next 10 years. We've learned that empires that overextend themselves like we have done, the outcome is not good. But America's done this before, and we are at an inflection point. Our debt to GDP is where it was right after the World War II. And for the bulk of this 20th century, we were able to get our debt to GDP down. And we have to take action, and we have to do it now. So let's use this opportunity like we've done over the last 30 or 40 years. When there's a debt ceiling, increase that comes up. Let's take advantage of this. Let's find a way to reduce our spending. That is the best way to address our debt to GDP ratio, and I know everybody in this chamber understands that. So we have an opportunity. This spring is our moment.
You're listening in here to lawmakers there as they continue the debate over this House as this debt ceiling proposal vote expected in the coming hours there in Washington, D.C. I'm Andy Mack. Thank you so much for joining us. We want to turn our attention now to another story out of Washington, D.C., including with the Supreme Court as they continue to hear cases on top of cases. A big one revolving around a Minnesota forfeiture. We're going to be joined right now by Fox Chief Washington correspondent Mike Emanuel. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. What did we learn today as the Supreme Court heard this case?
Well, Andy, a fascinating debate going on. This property rights dispute has nationwide implications over the power of the government to take everything if homeowners don't pay back taxes. Hennepin County, Minnesota, which includes the Minneapolis area, seized 94-year-old Geraldine Tyler's former home for payment for approximately $15,000 in property taxes, penalties, interest, and costs. The home was then sold for $40,000, and under the state's forfeiture laws, the county kept the surplus money. Justice Clarence Thomas questioned the state's take-all policy.
At bottom, she's saying the county took her property, made a profit on it with surplus equity, and it belongs to her.
Minnesota is one of more than a dozen states and the District of Columbia that allows the practice. Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson echoed the arguments of attorneys representing Minnesota.
What is your response to the county's, in their brief, suggestion that this really is kind of the fault of Ms. Tyler, because if she just kind of sold it on her own, or if she'd, taken it into her own hands to do this, then they wouldn't have had to?
An attorney who argued the case on behalf of Geraldine Tyler sounds upbeat.
It looks like a majority of the justices are troubled by the idea that the government doesn't just get to tack on penalties, interest, and fees, but is taking everything in these states. And I'm very hopeful we'll get a decision that says it's unconstitutional.
If she wins, her lawyers say Geraldine Tyler might want to use any recovered money to buy a new mattress. A ruling is expected in late June. Andy?
Thank you so much, Mike. And certainly this one has precedent in terms of how many states it impacts. Can you give us a little bit of an insight into what kind of precedent this sets for potentially other states to do the same?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. At least 12 states and the District of Columbia have similar laws. And so it's fascinating because it was about $2,500 in back taxes that got this all started. With late fees and other charges, it grew up to $15,000. They sold her house for $40,000, and so the question is, what happened to the other $25,000? Right. And so a lot of people are saying, like, okay, maybe the state should get its money back, but what about all the extra money? And so this happens a lot to elderly people, people who are suffering from health issues, who may be in the hospital. So these 12 other states or so and the District of Columbia may have to change their laws if the Supreme Court comes down in favor of this elderly woman.
All right, thank you so much, and certainly a tough story for a woman out of Minnesota, 94 years old, that the bills piled up. Thank you so much again for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. We appreciate it.
My pleasure. Thank you, Andy.
Thank you so much. As we continue on here on Live Now, I want to give you one more live look out of the White House there in Washington, D.C. Just past the 4 o'clock hour, we're going to slide away for a quick 2-minute break. A live picture right now up above from our Sky Fox team as they continue to monitor this Lytle Creek fire. I want to put this in full here on your screen just to give you a look at it better. As you can see the amount of smoke coming from this fire, but you also see just some snowpack there as well, as still at some elevation there in Southern California as crews continue to battle this fire. As they zoom in, we saw some flames there from earlier. Not a ton of acreage right now being burnt. 7 to 8 was the last number I saw, but certainly that continues to grow. As you can see, just the amount of smoke coming off of this vegetation there on the ground, Lytle Creek. That area, I heard some potential traffic being diverted due to it. But we do not know a ton of information. The San Bernardino Emergency Management, they said they're monitoring this knob fire in the Lytle Creek area. Smoke is visible from the San Bernardino Valley. No threats to schools as of yet. So that's some great pictures coming out of Southern California. Some tough scenes, though, but as of yet, not a ton of damage done. But we're going to continue to monitor this here on Live Now from Fox. For the time being, let's get you right back out to Washington, D.C., as we're expecting a vote on the debt ceiling proposal. Let's listen in to some lawmakers debate this here on the floor in Washington, D.C.
Fiscal issues, but it is a very important first step towards getting our debt to GDP on a descending trajectory. It will begin to bend the curve. I call on the President to negotiate in good faith with Republicans to raise the debt ceiling and put forward policies to limit, save, and to grow. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With that, let me recognize the gentleman from Oregon, Mr. Blumenauer, for 1 minute, who had a profound impact on writing the tax credits that the gentlelady from Virginia a moment ago acknowledged. Mr. Blumenauer.
Gentleman from Oregon is recognized for 1 minute.
I appreciate the gentleman's courtesy. You know, there are some shared goals here. I listened carefully to the chairman of the Ways and Means Committee. Ending welfare for the wealthy. Helping people realize the dignity of work. There are ways we can come together to do that. But let's not do it by making it harder for poor people to get food. You want to end welfare for fairway farmers. There's no recognition that people who get these lavish subsidies actually are on the farm and working. There were almost 20,000 farmers who got payments averaging $1 million a year for 37 consecutive years. Let's cap and limit those lavish subsidies. Let's require people who get them to work on the farm. Let's have some limits, not poor people seeking food, but fairway farmers and those who are benefiting from these lavish expenditures. We can do better.
Gentleman from Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to submit for the record this JCT analysis from 2022, suggesting that the total costs of the special interest tax credits for the rich in the Inflation Reduction Act would be $271 billion. I'd also like to submit for the record yesterday's CBO score, which shows that the cost has more than doubled to $570 billion, and it's growing every day. The wealthy and politically connected corporations will receive hundreds of billions of dollars more than advertised. I yield 2 minutes to the gentle lady from New York.
Without objection, the gentlelady from New York is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the Limit, Save, Grow Act, which addresses the current debt limit crisis while prioritizing responsible spending practices. Critically, this bill will lead to over $4.5 trillion with a T in taxpayer savings over the next decade and reverse a dangerous trend of reckless fiscal mismanagement on the part of the Democrats. Americans and New Yorkers, where I hail from, are facing a fiscal crisis due to a persistently high inflation, rising interest rates, and debt at unsustainable levels. This is a direct result of the trillions upon trillions of dollars that the Democrats have spent since President Biden took office in January 2021. And also a fact, my former colleague from the New York State Assembly, now minority leader here, should know that 40% of our nation's debt was incurred under the leadership of the former speaker, who the minority leader described as the best speaker of all time. Well, he should know the state of New York has the highest taxes, the highest spend rate, the highest corporate welfare, and the highest outmigration of people and jobs in the entire nation. Americans and New Yorkers are facing a fiscal crisis. Instead of politicizing the impending debt limit predicament, Democrats should prioritize responsible spending and work with House Republicans on a solution to reduce reckless spending, save taxpayer money, and grow our economy. It's time for President Biden to come to the negotiating table and work with House Republicans on a path forward to economic stability and growth. And please don't mimic the model that New York has set, where we once had 45 representatives in the 1960s down to 26. So thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back. I urge all my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield.
Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pascrell, a champion of Medicare, Social Security, and renewable energy.
Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Ranking Member. For months, the other side have been held our economy hostage. Today, we have their ransom demands. This ripoff kills millions of jobs, guts working family benefits, and sabotages tax fairness. Now, both sides are, many times I've listened today, saying the same thing, reading off the same page. Somebody can't, they all can't be right. So look at the facts. This is not about deficits. This shakedown lets wealthy tax cheats off scot-free and balloons the deficit by $120 billion. Please respond to that. $120 billion deeper in debt. Do not fall for this total sham. Today's smorgasbord of policy goals is a cynical distraction from the horrifying impacts of this extortion. Social Security, Medicare, Veterans Care, home ownership, that's what's at stake, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry to say, we've come to this. Thank you.
Gentleman from Missouri.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to submit for the record this article detailing how Ford is using a loophole in the IRA to partner with CATL, a major Chinese battery company, on a project intended to harvest EV battery tax credits. Chinese companies are lining up to cash in on Democrats' green corporate welfare that we are rescinding in this bill.
Without objection.
Thank you, and I reserve.
Gentleman's time is reserved. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Illinois, Congressman Davis, who's been a leader in terms of adoption opportunities for those outside the mainstream.
Gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Brinksmanship is no way to run a government. The Default of America Act is one of the worst bills I've had the opportunity to vote on. It is anti-children, anti-seniors, anti-veterans, anti-middle America, anti-small business, anti-health care, anti-workers. As a matter of fact, it is anti-American because all that it does is cut, cut, cut. And when all that you do is cut, cut, and cut, all that you get is blood, blood, blood. And the blood of the American people will be on the hands of those who held the knife. I urge a no vote and yield back.
Gentleman from Missouri.
The gentleman from Missouri reserves.
Gentleman from Missouri reserves his time. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from Washington, one of the most talented members of this institution, Congresswoman Del Bene.
Gentlelady from Washington is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today against this Republican ruse, the Default on America Act. This legislation is not a serious proposal. It's a MAGA wish list that demands a 22% cut of essential federal programs that support working families, seniors, veterans, public safety, schools, and housing assistance. If passed, this bill would cost an estimated 780,000 jobs, many in the clean energy sector, all across this country. What we need is simple: a clean bill to avoid a default, to ensure we protect the full faith and credit of the United States. If my Republican colleagues want to show Americans they can govern, then pass a clean bill and show us your budget, a real budget, like the president's released. Every day Republicans wait brings us closer to brinksmanship and hurts the American people and the global economy. I urge my colleagues to reject this bill, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Missouri.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Michigan.
Gentleman from Michigan is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 2 minutes in revising and sending my remarks.
Gentleman is recognized.
America's fiscal trajectory is unsustainable. The threat of a potential U.S. government debt default.
Okay, you're listening in there. The House debating over the debt ceiling proposal. You can also see in the right-hand corner here a live look from overhead as crews battle a fire in the San Bernardino National Forest. Thanks so much for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Lexi Petrovich. We always appreciate your company. We're going to take you out to another live event that we're following. You can see Nancy Pelosi there at the podium speaking on veteran health care. Let's listen in here live on Live Now from Fox.
For today uses the threat of a devastating debt default as leverage to inflict cruel cuts that hurt our nation's heroes. I said on the floor earlier, this could result, if they prevail, which we must be sure they don't, but if they prevail, could cut about 30 million healthcare visits for our veterans. What could they be thinking? Or maybe they're not thinking. But it's cruel and it hurts our nation's heroes. Want to slash the budget by at least 22%. I think it's important to note this. When we talk about our budget, we talk about defense, we talk about Social Security, Medicare, and we talk about something called the domestic discretionary budget. But what people don't know is that veterans do not fall under defense. They fall under the domestic discretionary budget. So when the Republicans go to the floor and say, well, we're cutting the domestic budget, they're cutting our veterans by 22%. They're cutting, and our veterans tell me that they just don't get their needs met at the VA. They need Medicaid, they need food stamps, they need other things for their families. I won't go into the other cuts, but just to focus on the damage that they're doing to our veterans, depriving them of benefits they have on. At least 30 million veterans won't get 30 million visits will be cut. Longer delays, fewer resources to help veterans in need, longer wait times for benefits, increased backlog for disability claims. Again, just as the military leaves no soldier on the field in battle, when they come home, we need no veteran behind. And we have a long list of heroes for our veterans. I'm pleased that two of our chairmen are here, Mark Takano and Rosa DeLauro. I'm pleased now to yield to Mark Takano. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your leadership.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Speaker Emerita. Speaker Emerita Pelosi. I couldn't have passed the PACT Act without all of the veterans who are represented here and without Speaker Emerita Pelosi, who's always believed in our nation's veterans and has always told me veterans are sacred territory. Veterans are sacred territory, and she's instilled that value in the Democratic caucus members. Well, let me say good afternoon. It feels like it's raining just right here in this spot. But it pains me to say this, I'm feeling a bit of deja vu all over again. While I'm glad to see so many advocates and veteran supporters here, I'm really experiencing a lot of frustration. Less than 1 year ago, we stood together after fighting so hard to ensure that veterans exposed to toxic substances were provided the health care and benefits they deserved and have earned. And our effort was stalled in the Senate because of the objections of a few Republicans who fancy themselves to be fiscally minded. Eventually, you all set them straight, and we finally passed my bill
the PACT Act. Now that should have settled the debate. If you send service members into harm's way, you better be ready to pay for the cost of the care for that service. But now, House Republicans are reneging on their promise to veterans. They were happy last August to finally, not on the first pass, but on the final pass, to vote for the bill. They are holding their benefits, veterans' benefits, hostage by again pointing to their concerns about fiscal responsibility. They fancy themselves to be fiscally responsible. But ultimately, they're seeking to balance the budget on the backs of veterans, no matter what the consequences. The cuts they have proposed could result in 30 million fewer health care visits, as Speaker Emerita mentioned, a loss of 81,000 VA employees responsible for providing benefits to veterans. And if you are a veteran listening, I'll tell you what this would mean for you. Fewer staff to assist you with your care, an increased claims backlog, and longer waiting times for you to get benefits. In my own home state of California, you can see all the darker red states right there, California, Texas, and Florida in particular. You could see in California, veterans could collectively lose access to nearly 2.3 million outpatient appointments. That's saying either put up, there's a saying, either put up or shut up. Well, Republicans have failed to put up. And despite their patriotic platitudes, their cliche expressions thanking veterans for their service and purporting to care so much for veterans, they have failed to produce a budget that puts their money where their mouth is. This budget, in effect, is reneging on the promise Republicans made when they voted for the PACT Act. Look, we initially said we're going to phase in 3.5 million veterans eligibility. When President Biden signed the bill, he surprised me by saying, I'm not waiting. I want all 3.5 million veterans eligible now. And he was using his powers as president to enforce the law as such. But this bill, this dead on arrival bill, this Default on America Act, is putting all that in jeopardy. But the House Democrats have shown up, whether it was passing the PACT Act, extending parity to members of our Guard and Reserve, or protecting student veterans from predatory institutions. We will continue to defend against cuts to funding for our veteran families, for our veterans and their families. We owe it to our nation's veterans to honorably recognize their service, not subject them to political hijinks with potentially disastrous consequences. Now, I'd like to introduce Representative Chris DeLuzio of Pennsylvania, who serves as vice-ranking member of the House Committee on Veterans Affairs. He is an Iraq War veteran and joined Ranking Member Wasserman Schultz and I in penning an op-ed in the Military Times on Monday. Representative DeLuzio. Thank you.
Thank you, Ranking Member Takano, Speaker Emerita Pelosi, and so many of my colleagues. I'll be pretty brief because this is a pretty simple problem. You know, I'm a proud veteran. I'm also a proud VA patient. And I learned a bunch of things in uniform. I learned a pretty basic lesson about service. Shipmate self. You put the country and the mission first, you put others before yourself. This plan is a complete betrayal of that idea, that we all sacrifice and are willing to do what's necessary to defend this country. 30 million fewer outpatient visits for my fellow veterans in the VA. More than 80,000 folks in the VA are going to lose their jobs. That means veterans care will be worse. Telehealth services will be worse. Mental health care will be worse. You name it. Pennsylvania alone, more than 1 million fewer visits for veterans in the VA. The claims backlog is going to get worse. In every single way, when you look at these cuts, it's going to make life worse for veterans. Bottom line. Now, let's not forget the context here. They're doing these cuts against the backdrop of holding our economy hostage. They're telling us, if you don't want to put the economy into default and wreck this country, well, you have to cut veterans care. And it's the same guys who I see all the time wrapping themselves in the flag, using my fellow veterans and me as props in their ads and on their websites. No more. They should be hearing from all of us that this is a betrayal, it's a disgrace, and we're going to fight it every step of the way. I know my colleagues will too. So thank you for letting me spend some time with you today. I'm honored to stand with my colleagues who are going to fight hard for my fellow veterans. And as you heard Ranking Member Takano say, I was proud to join with Congresswoman Wasserman Schultz on our op-ed. I have the pleasure to introduce.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Congressman DeLuzio, and thank you so much for your service to our country. And thank you to Vote Vets for hosting this press event. They have been incredible allies in making sure that we have real people standing up to protect our veterans and fight for them every single day. After all the sacrifices that our veterans have made for this country, the bottom line is that America owes it to them to honor our commitment to have their backs, because they've had our backs again and again and again and put their lives on the line in doing so. Promises made by Republicans, promises broken. That's what this boils down to. I mean, spare me the platitudes and the waxing poetic about how important veterans are to Republicans in this country and how much their service is appreciated and how they're going to make sure that they're taken care of. You can see how well they're taken care of by what's being debated on the floor right now. This is a vicious Republican default on America budget that does absolutely nothing to protect our veterans. And now don't just listen to Democrats. Over 24 veteran and military service organizations strongly oppose this bill. I'll tell you, I have been in the leadership of the Military Construction Veterans Affairs Appropriations Subcommittee since 2014, and I have never seen that kind of opposition to a bill that affects the veterans' budget in all of that time. They oppose it for a reason, because this dangerous default budget does not contain one specific provision to protect our nation's veterans. To make matters worse, this bill will immediately claw back $2 billion in medical care services, both inside and in the private care portion of funding for veterans' medical care that Congress previously appropriated. The bill does nothing, absolutely nothing, to protect veterans from these extreme and enduring across-the-board cuts. But what does this potential 22% cut really mean for VA? While families struggle to get VA care for loved ones, these cruel MAGA cuts would result, as you've heard, in 30 million fewer medical appointments. 81,000 jobs lost within the Veterans Health Administration alone. And veterans know that means less access to care, longer wait times, fewer cancer screenings. As a breast cancer survivor, I can tell you, if you don't get access to a screening as early as possible for cancer, it makes you less likely to survive a cancer diagnosis. This cut, if it were allowed to go through, will kill people. It will kill veterans. It means a higher backlog on disability claims, for GI Bill help, for pensions, for life insurance, and for job services. Republicans have promised to protect funding for veterans, but where is that reflected in this bill? Nowhere. There's nothing in this bill that protects veterans. Republicans are threatening investments we've made in suicide prevention. We have veterans, too many of them, committing suicide in parking lots of veterans' hospitals. But we're going to give them a 22% cut that's going to hit our mental health care services and substance abuse services? Are they out of their minds? There's no other way to frame this default on America bill. It is a malicious Republican betrayal of our veterans, and it is a slap in the face. Republicans are breaking a sacred promise to our veterans and their families, and Democrats simply will not go along with it. We have allies in this fight as we proudly stand with groups like Vote Vets, Service Women's Action Network, Minority Veterans of America, Iraq and Afghanistan Veterans of America, Veterans of Foreign Wars, Disabled American Veterans, and Paralyzed Veterans of America, just to name a few. And what we all say in one strong, unified voice, we all stand here today fighting for our brave veterans who so bravely fought for us. And now I'd like to introduce a senior leader of the Veterans Affairs Committee, Julia Brownlee from California.
Thank you, Julia. Thank you very much, and good afternoon. You know, as we speak right now, Speaker McCarthy is scrambling to appease the zealots of his party through egregious budget cuts. The bottom line is that these cuts are reckless. They will wreak havoc on our economy, and they will hurt the American people, including thousands and thousands of veterans and their families who rely on the VA for their care. It's been stated already, but it's worth being stated again. Make no mistake, the Republicans' budget proposal is going to slash vital funding for VA that is going to reduce the workforce by over 80,000 employees. It could make the VA unequipped to administer over 30 million healthcare visits and leave as many as 50,000 veterans homeless. Reduced access to healthcare and increased wait times for benefits will make it difficult for veterans. And believe me, we work on this day in and day out on the committee. There are still so many frustrating barriers and roadblocks to VA services. It is abundantly clear to me that the interests of the American people and the interests of our nation's veterans and their families have never been a priority of the GOP. Over the years, Republicans have had no qualms about creating tax cuts for billionaires and global corporations. Now their ineffectual and outright wrong economic policies are taking us to the brink of a default at the expense of the American people and of all of our veterans who have served this country. Let me be clear, their latest pretense of fiscal responsibility is no excuse for the abandonment of our moral responsibility and obligation to serve our veterans as they have honorably served our nation. Our nation owes its veterans a debt of gratitude for their service and to provide them with life-saving care and benefits they have earned is absolutely the right thing to do. This is a solemn promise of our nation. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle cannot uphold this promise while voting yes on this bill. That is why we must stop Republicans from gambling with the benefits and care of our nation's veterans. Their lives and livelihoods depend on it. And with that, I believe it's my great privilege to introduce Chairwoman of the Appropriations Committee, Congresswoman Rosa DeLauro.
Thank you. So, Chair in the waiting. Thank you very much, Julia. Preventing a default is an obligation of the Congress. But my Republican colleagues are holding our economy hostage. They're linking it to the annual process of funding the critical programs that serve American families and our veterans. The price of averting a catastrophic default is drastic cuts to these programs now and severe caps for the next 10 years. The Republicans have claimed that veterans' health care would be protected.
That's BS.
That is not the case. It is not the case. For 6 hours during the Rules Committee last night, I told House Republicans that veterans had no protections whatsoever in their debt default bill. Given the look on their faces, I believe I was the only one to inform them of the immediate $2 billion rescission that robs veterans of timely access to health care services. I do not believe they even know what is in their own bill. They don't know what's in the bill. But you got that right. 6 hours I spent with them last night. In the middle of the night, though, what did they do after 6 hours of debate? Nothing for veterans. After they heard from dozens of veteran and military service organizations about the lack of protections in the bill, nothing for veterans. In the middle of the night, they made last-minute changes to win over the Republican holdouts. You know what they did after going back to the drawing board? Nothing for veterans. Nothing to fix the $2 billion recession, nothing to protect veterans from the 22% cuts. If you look at that list, which has been provided by the VA, it is undermining access to telehealth, worsen wait times for benefits, prevent the construction on healthcare facilities that the veterans need, failed to honor the memory of all veterans by dealing with the veterans' cemeteries, cutting housing for veterans, increasing food insecurity for veterans, depriving veterans of mental health, substance use, and other health services, and eliminate job training and other supports to homeless veterans. Did they do something after that in the wee hours of the morning? Nothing, nothing for veterans. And they will not even maintain their commitment to veterans who have been exposed to burn pits, to Agent Orange, and to other toxic substances. It really is shameful. It is shameful. And this default and cuts bill should not even be on the floor of the House. Our veterans sacrificed for all of us, that we can stand here today and speak out and be free. They made that sacrifice. We owe them the benefits that they have already earned. That's what we should do, and we've all said to our colleagues today, vote no on this bill that would absolutely harm the veterans of this nation who have given us so much. And with that, let me introduce my colleague from Massachusetts, Congressman Walker.
It's always good to be with Vote Vets, who time and time again shows up for veterans. And I'll be brief because so many of my esteemed colleagues have said so well. Time and again, the debt ceiling has been raised in a bipartisan fashion under Democratic and Republican speakers and Democratic and Republican presidents. Now, Speaker McCarthy is telling us the only way he'll let us pay our bills on time, as this country always has, is if we cut housing for unhoused veterans, if we undermine telehealth, and if we threaten TRICARE for those who have served this nation. Service members and veterans should not be used as pawns in Kevin McCarthy's political games. If he's serious about reining in spending, he should stop passing bills that raise our deficit and inflame the culture wars. And if he wants the United States to retain its full faith and credit, then he should muster the willpower and leadership to stand up to the extreme factions of his party and raise the ceiling without harming veterans. This extreme faction is wagging the dog right now. In the last week and a half, I've heard members of that extreme faction of the GOP praise a service member accused of leaking documents that undermine our national security, and put forward our service members who have honorably served this nation as pawns in a political game for a dead on arrival bill. It's time for them to screw their heads on straight and get their priorities right. Our economy isn't something to be bargained with, and our veterans and their benefits shouldn't be held hostage here at home. Semper Fidelis, and I am now pleased to introduce my colleague on the Select Committee on Competition with the Chinese Communist Party, Mikey Sherrill.
Well, thank you so much to everyone who's here today, especially all my fellow veterans. You know, one of the first things I did early on in my career, in my very short career in Congress, was to pass the Blue Water Navy bill. It was a great piece of legislation. It finally took care of some of our Vietnam veterans, finally got them the help they needed after decades. And I swore to myself at that time that I didn't want my generation of veterans, those who fought in our nation's longest war, to be treated the same way. I was going to fight to make sure that we worked hard to address their concerns before decades had passed, when they and their families struggled to get the support they needed. And so along with everyone here, we worked really hard to pass the burn pits legislation, to make sure that we were taking care of veterans. I'm currently working incredibly hard to make sure that veterans have the access to the VA and to vet centers that they need, for the mental health support that they need. And this bill takes away my ability to take care of veterans in my district. This bill cuts down on the very things we've been working so hard to pass and to address. And you know, as I think about it, I think about the reasons I chose to serve in the military. And I know all of my fellow veterans feel the same way. We chose to serve because we believe so deeply in this country. And we put our money where our mouth is the last Congress. We worked really hard, not just on supporting our veterans, but on the future of this country, reshoring American manufacturing, passing the CHIPS Act, making sure we were competitive with China. And now this Congress comes in and puts on the floor this bill, which just shows that they don't believe in the future of this country. They don't believe in America. They don't have the vision to move us forward. They don't have the vision to fight hard for all the things many of us served to make sure we could protect. And so that's why I'm here today, and that's why I'm so thankful for everyone who's come out here today to support our veterans, to support this country, and to make sure we never see this bill get onto the president's desk. Thank you so much. Thank you. Oh, and with one of my fellow veterans, I'm so excited. My colleague from North Carolina, Representative Jackson, is going to come up and speak next.
Very briefly, Americans are going to hear a lot about this proposal this week. If I could tell the country one thing about this, it would be that cutting funding for wounded veterans is not an acceptable price to pay for avoiding default. I have been a member of Congress for just a few months, but I've heard from thousands of constituents, and exactly 0 of them have asked me to cut funding for wounded veterans.
Thank you. Thank you.
I acknowledge concerns about the debt. There is a way to have that conversation that is both responsible and serious, and this proposal is neither, and that's why it is going absolutely nowhere. For concluding remarks, I'm proud to introduce to you an up-and-comer in American politics, someone for whom we all have very high hopes, Speaker Emerita Nancy Pelosi.
Thank you very much, Rick. I'm saying Rick because I want Rick. Where did Rick go? Is he still here? Did Rick leave us? Rick started us off. Thank you. Thank you. I will reference another up-and-coming person in politics, a person who has just announced that he is going to run for President of the United States, Joe Biden. And Joe Biden this week announced a critical milestone at 500,000 claims and 3 million veteran screenings under the PACT Act. As was mentioned by Chairman Decano, he has accelerated the pace of all of this. And I just want to remind, when we did the PACT Act here and went over to the Senate, it took the outside mobilization to get the Senate Republicans to agree to the bill. You remember, we're sitting on the steps, Jon Stewart, all of our friends from the outside mobilizing, and prominent among them, Vote Vets. So let us again express our appreciation to Vote Vets, our friend in labor, AFGE, who have... and all of who have served our country so well. With that, I want to yield to Rick to see if he has some closing remarks. Where are you, Rick? Thank you. And let us again acknowledge Vote Vets and all that they have done.
Thank you so much. Thank you all for participating today. We can't do this alone. Vote Vets is not a single entity. We need to all work together. Veterans, veteran families, other supporters of Vote Vets, we need you. Put pressure on the Republicans and show America what their budget would do to veterans and veteran families. Thank you all so very much.
Thank you. Vote Vets, our heroes. Oh, we're going to have questions? Okay, Rick, come back here. We're going to have questions.
I hope I have the answers.
We just have a short time because it is possible that they may be bringing this bill to a vote momentarily. Any questions especially for our guests who were here who hadn't had a chance to speak? No? We're all good? We're all good? I think we've covered the territory very well. Oh, and now we have a veteran himself, Ted Lieu from California. Ted, would you like to say a few words? A member of our leadership, a person who has been has served with honoring duty and honor and patriotism. Ted Lieu.
Thank you. Thank you. I was actually just at the 75th anniversary of the Air Force Reserves today. So I want to thank VoteVets for holding this press conference. Democrats put people over politics, and that's why we passed a series of laws to move the American family forward, from the American Rescue Plan to the bipartisan infrastructure law and laws that help veterans. Unfortunately, the extreme MAGA Default on America bill is going to roll back these advancements. It's going to not only hurt veterans with a 22% cut, it's also going to result in over 600,000 Americans losing their health insurance. It's going to increase unemployment and tank the stock market. So Democrats are unified against this MAGA Republican extreme bill. And what we want to see is to have the Constitution honored, which is we honor the full faith and credit clause and we pay our bills. And then we're happy to have a discussion about future spending, future revenues, future deficits. But we cannot, in exchange for paying our bills, negotiate paying our bills. We just have to pay our bills. And thank you so much for VoteVets having this press conference. And we certainly are not going to negotiate paying our bills and harm veterans in the process. Thanks so much.
Just to put this in the context of what is happening there. There was a former president preceding President Biden. We lifted the debt ceiling 3 times. We honored our responsibility that is in the Constitution, that the full faith and credit of the United States of America shall never be in doubt. They are placing it in doubt. When they did this, when President Obama was president, even the discussion of it lowered America's credit rating. That had an impact of billions and billions of dollars and a direct impact on kitchen table issues for working families. When their person of their party was president just previous to President Biden, we lifted the debt ceiling 3 times. We honored the full faith and credit 3 times. Of course, we always, as Rosa said, some of us are appropriators, always negotiate the budget, and that the battle of the budget is what brings us, some of us, to Congress. It should be a statement of our national values, not an assault on our veterans. But that's a separate conversation and should not be used as a wedge against the full faith and credit of the United States. So that's what's happening here, and that they are doing it at the expense of our veterans is disgraceful, unpatriotic, and un-American. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Photo.
Photo, let's do a photo.
Photo, guys. Come on, let's go.
Hey, Aaron. How are you? Is your trip good?
Okay, where are you? Come.
Make sure that you're in the shot.
Oh, good. I'm glad you went.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay, Rick, where are you?
Okay, you were listening in there to Nancy Pelosi, House Democrats, speaking there on veteran health care. You've also may have noticed we had another live shot in the corner as well from New York City. This is another live look there. As you know, we bring you all of these looks live, raw, and unfiltered. You can see some people gathering outside of that courthouse in Manhattan. Well, there's 2 different events that are going on there, one of which we have a live interview coming up for in the next 10 minutes or so. And that one is in the E. Jean Carroll case, the defamation case in which Jean Carroll had testified today about those allegations against Trump from 1996, saying that he raped her. So we were giving you a live look there. We saw her actually walk out of the courthouse at one point, but we'll have a live interview on that coming up here momentarily. You also may have noticed in that same bump shot, we also saw Ed Sheeran walk out of the courthouse as well, as he's accused of infringing on Marvin Gaye's Let's Get It On song. It's the copyright trial that's continuing there in New York as well. We're going to step away for a quick commercial break here. We'll bring you that live shot, much more here on Live Now from Fox when we come back. With us here on Live Now from Fox, I'm Lexi Petrovich, giving you a live look here from New York City. This is where we'll have a live shot coming up here in just a few minutes. In the meantime, though, I want to bring you out to another live event. As you know, that's what we do here on Live Now from Fox, bringing you out to all of these events happening in real time, live, raw, and unfiltered. Going to take you out now to the House Oversight hearing on COVID. Listen in here to some remarks on the coronavirus pandemic hearing now for just a few minutes as we set up this next live report.
We're having votes. But this is my closing statement. What I'm saying is that's what this committee is supposed to be about, and I hope it can be that way throughout the rest of it, because we're going to be doing this for a while. So questions will come up. And you can feel free to answer that to me in writing, and I would appreciate that.
Thank you.
And with that, I would say that this hearing is adjourned, and without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days within which to submit materials and to submit additional written questions for the witnesses, which will be forwarded to the witnesses for their response. If there's no further business, without objection, the Select Subcommittee stands adjourned.
Thank you.
Okay, you can see that this actually just wrapped up here. So what we're going to do is put up this New York City live shot here as we continue to set up this next live report coming up in just a few minutes. Stick with us here. Okay, you're taking a live look here at New York City. E. Jean Carroll took the witness stand today to describe an evening nearly 30 years ago when she says former President Donald Trump raped her in a Manhattan department store dressing room. For more on this, we're being joined now by Fox 5's Morgan Mackay, who is live in New York City. Morgan, what were your biggest takeaways from day 2 of this trial?
Lexi, listening to testimony, there's one big question that both sides are seeking to answer for the jury. Why now, 30 years later, is writer E. Jean Carroll bringing forward this civil suit alleging that former President Donald Trump sexually assaulted her in a department store fitting room? Now, Carroll took to the witness stand today, and she started off with this quote that I'm going to read here. "I am here today because Donald Trump raped me, and when I wrote about it, he lied and shattered my reputation, and I'm trying to get my life back." Carroll went into great detail about that day, although she had a hard time remembering the year and what month. She said she believes it was the spring of 1996, and at the time she thought Trump was attractive with a great sense of humor. She was enchanted by him. Carroll ran into Trump one day as she was leaving Bergdorf Goodman, and he invited her inside to help him shop for a woman. They went up to the lingerie department, where she said they joked that he should try on one of the pieces. She said she followed him into the dressing room, and that is when Trump sexually assaulted her. Carroll says she was too frightened to stop him, although she did eventually get away. Afterwards, Carroll said she told 2 friends, one who said she should go to the police, and the other who said that she should stay quiet because Trump was too powerful. Carol says she's decided to stay quiet because she blamed herself for flirting with him, she was ashamed, and she didn't want to ruin her career. Carol claims that as a result of this incident, she's been unable to have another romantic relationship. Now, Trump has denied that this ever happened, and Trump's legal team has not gotten a chance yet to cross-examine Carol or present any evidence. So we don't know how their defense is going to play out just yet. But already they've started to highlight a few things. One, the fact that Carol can't remember when this happened. And two, the fact that when Carol went public with these allegations, she said at the time she was unaffected. But again, Trump hasn't gotten a chance yet to present any evidence, or at least his legal team. Trump isn't present here, but he doesn't have to be since this is a civil case. Now, at the beginning of the trial today, when the jury wasn't present, the judge did bring up Trump's social media posts that called once again this case a hoax and a scam. So the judge did admonish Trump's lawyers, saying that they did need to tell him that he's close to crossing a line and that he can't be posting about this case. Lexi?
Yeah, very interesting, Morgan. So looking ahead to tomorrow, the rest of the week, what else can we expect? Is cross-examination the next step here?
Exactly. So I believe they got close, or they finished wrapping up her testimony. And so then tomorrow we're expecting that the Trump's team is going to be going heavy on this cross-examination. And in their opening statements, Trump's attorney, Joe Tacopina, said that really their case is going to be centering around the cross-examination of Carol tomorrow. So it's going to be, this is when kind of the pavement, the tire hits the road sort of a thing. This is when the case gets serious.
All right, Fox 5's Morgan Mackay with that update live from New York City. Morgan, thanks so much. I'm sure we'll be in touch again tomorrow.
Thank you.
Okay, and as we continue moving along here, giving you a live look at the White House, well, we already know that Trump will be running for president again in 2024. Yesterday, President Biden also formally announcing his bid for re-election. And today is also going to be a busy day for Biden. While there are no official campaign events yet, he's already including some new lines in his official appearances. Fox's Doug Luzader has more from Washington.
And President Biden will be meeting with the president of South Korea today. He's even expected to face some questions from the media as he's testing out some of his messaging for 2024.
Let's go, Joe! Let's go, Joe!
Thank you. For President Biden, this was the welcome he was no doubt hoping for at a union meeting in Washington.
This is real. It's time to finish the job. Finish the job.
Finish the job. The new slogan of the new Biden 2024 campaign that had been launched just hours earlier.
Let's finish this job. I know we can.
For Biden now, every event, including meeting again today with the president of South Korea, is an opportunity to drive that message. But there are limits, because these are, after all, official events. And drawing that line isn't so easy, as the press secretary learned yesterday.
Does the president plan to serve all 8 years?
I'm just not going to get ahead of the president. That's something for him to decide.
Karine Jean-Pierre later had to clarify that the president would, in fact, serve out a full second term if reelected, something she was reluctant to say from the podium, she says, because it was campaign-related. It's not clear when the campaign events will start in earnest. And even though Biden will face some fellow Democrats in the primary, one of them suggests the lock is in, that the Democratic Party is unlikely to sign off on any primary debates.
So, yeah, I don't think the DNC should be dictating from on high that they will try to invisibilize any other candidates. I believe in the process of democracy.
And Democrats have already shifted the order of primary states to give Biden an additional boost as he campaigns for the nomination. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
You can also add another name to those running for the White House. Former Arkansas Governor Asa Hutchinson officially throwing his hat into the 2024 presidential race. The Republican candidate made the announcement today on the steps of a courthouse in Arkansas where he launched a run for U.S. Senate over 30 years ago. Hutchinson said his campaign is about courage and making tough decisions. Want to play some of those remarks out for you from this announcement earlier today in Arkansas.
Please. Grab it, cheerleaders. Thank you all for joining Susan and me on this special day. This is a day in which our nation's future and my personal story comes together. Susan has been on this journey with me each step of the way, and Arkansas has never had a better First Lady. Bentonville is a big part of my life story, but so is Gravette, where I grew up on a farm and learned the importance of family, faith, and community. I also learned hard work from my dad by cleaning out chicken houses and building fences. And my life story also includes Springdale, where I was inspired by teachers who pushed me to learn. And it was in Springdale that my political awareness began with the nation's divide over the Vietnam War and the struggle for civil rights. But let's come back to Bentonville. I was born in the old Bentonville Hospital. My first law office was across from the square from where we stand today. I tried jury trials in this courthouse behind us. I built Bentonville's first FM radio station. I served as Bentonville's city attorney, but most importantly, this is where Susan and I started our family and spent some of our happiest years living on 15 acres of rocks and hills west of town in a double-wide mobile home. It was here on these steps over 30 years ago that I announced my run for the United States Senate. At that time, Arkansas was a blue state, and the Republican Party was pretty much non-existent. I stepped up to take on runaway federal spending, to fight for a strong national defense, to support the life of unborn children, and to unleash the private sector of our economy. In other words, I ran as a conservative Republican when being a Republican was like having a career-ending handicap. In fact, lawyers told me that. I continued to fight the establishment, and over time, guess what? We won. That was the beginning, and since then, I've been a consistent conservative through my time as leader of the party in the United States Congress and as governor. And now I bring that same vigor to a fight in another battle, and that battle is for the future of our country and the soul of our party. Today, I am announcing that I am a candidate for President of the United States. In this campaign for president, I stand alone in terms of my experience, my record, and leadership. From Congress to the DEA to Homeland Security, I have served our country in times of crisis. As governor of Arkansas, we cut taxes and created record surpluses. We increased pay for teachers. We reduced regulations, we recruited industry, and the private sector grew by over 100,000 jobs. My mettle has been tested. It was tested when I put on a flak jacket and assisted the FBI hostage rescue team in negotiating the surrender of an armed terrorist group. My mettle was tested after the 9/11 attack, when I was responsible for protecting the United States from another act of terrorism on U.S. soil. And my mettle was tested once more as governor, when I demonstrated how we can lead through a pandemic without closing down every business and shutting down our schools. When I had pressure from Washington and the national media to shelter in place, I said no. And the result was that our businesses survived and prospered, and we had more days of in-classroom instruction in our schools during the pandemic than almost any other state. And yes, that's right, we beat Florida and Texas. This campaign is about courage. It is about making the tough decisions to rebuild our economy, to give peace a chance through America's strength, and to renew the American spirit of freedom, opportunity, and the rule of law. And we've got our work cut out for us. Let me offer some solutions today. First, we need to get our economy back on track. The Biden administration has turned its back on the American worker. To turn our economy around, we have to stop the break-the-bank federal spending that has led to high inflation and rising interest rates. Every hard-working American family gets a double hit from the Biden economy. Their paycheck doesn't go as far, and they're paying more on car loans and credit card debt because of the high interest rates. It hurts them in buying groceries at the store. That is not acceptable. I have been chief executive of our state for 8 years, and that means I know how to balance a budget. I did it every single year. And while I was in Congress, we balanced the federal budget, and it is high time we did it again. And that's just the beginning of what we must do together to bring out the best of America. We must secure our southern border. We need a pro-growth energy policy that is not focused on limits but on production. We should not limit American growth, but rather we should unleash our energy producers. And if America is to be the best, then we cannot yield to China in terms of global leadership. When the Biden administration conducted its disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan, we left our friends abandoned and our allies confused. America looked weak, and that weakness was seen as an opportunity for Russia to invade Ukraine, and then for China to threaten and be aggressive toward Taiwan. Let me assure you, as president, I will bring out the best of America. We will stand with our allies, and we will stand with our friends. There are some who want the United States to disengage from the world and to isolate ourselves. Isolationism only leads to weakness, and weakness leads to war. Americans want peace, and the best way to secure and preserve peace is to have the most prepared military in the world. Today's threat is the Russian invasion of Ukraine. I join with those who say we do not want an unending war in Ukraine, and the best way to avoid a long war is to help Ukraine win today. As a nation, we have proven resilient in our democracy, and we have endured through times of war and hardship. And I am confident we will even survive through the destructive policies of the Biden administration. But the time for change is now. It is time to bring out the best of America. As a nation, our democracy's resilience comes from our shared values, and it comes from our willingness to sacrifice for the cause of freedom. We need leaders who understand the importance of democracy to our own freedoms, and that with God's blessing, we set an example of liberty throughout the world. America is a democracy's lighthouse. We must not let the light be dimmed. If freedom's light goes out in the United States, then other countries will have their freedom shipwrecked on rocky shoals. Our democracy demands America's best, and I will bring out America's best. We will do this through leadership, economic growth, and respect for the rule of law. The Biden administration has stood on the sidelines and passively watched as rampant crime destroys our cities with smash-and-grab robberies and a flagrant disrespect for human dignity and the rule of law. This must change. What separates the United States from the rest of the world is our commitment to justice. The rule of law is the foundation for peace in our communities. I am the only candidate running for president with a breadth of experience in law enforcement. I will enforce the law and demand that local prosecutors do the same. Lawbreakers must be held accountable. Restoring respect for the law will not only reduce crime in our country, it will also bring out the best of America. These are solutions that work for America. The rule of law also applies to our southern border. I have 3 words that will work to protect our country from the human suffering that results from an open border, and that is enforce the law. I know how to do this because President George W. Bush tapped me to help lead the Department of Homeland Security. Our nation is a land of immigrants who make up the fabric of our democracy. And in order to respect those who follow the legal path to come to this country, we must reform our asylum laws, devote more resources to support our Border Patrol, quickly remove those who come into our country illegally, and go after the cartels who are killing Americans with the deadly drug fentanyl. When fentanyl is the leading cause of death for those 18 to 49, then we are losing our sons and daughters way too soon. There are a few misguided leaders who say we should defund law enforcement. We should defund the FBI. I am here today in support of our law enforcement heroes. The argument to defund police is designed to undermine our rule of law. We should not defund the police. We should not defund the FBI. But we do need serious reform to refocus the core functions of our federal law enforcement. As someone who has worked with all the federal law enforcement agencies, I know what needs to be done. We must make them more focused, more accountable, and successful in protecting our citizens. The FBI needs to be trimmed down and focused on its #1 duty, leading our counterterrorism mission. And when we support our law enforcement and enforce the rule of law, we bring out the best of America. As you know, I grew up in the hills. And growing up in these hills, I learned the value of work. I hauled hay, worked in 4 different factories, sacked groceries, and through college, I was a janitor cleaning campus buildings. All to pay the bills and to get an education. In law school, I benefited from the federal student loan program, and yes, I paid my loan off. In order to bring out the best of America, we must once again embrace the dignity of work. Our federal government should not reward those who sit at home when they have the ability to work and provide for themselves. As governor, I turned down federal assistance that discouraged a return to work. But the Biden administration paid people more benefits to stay home than they could make working. This is wrong. As president, I will open doors for more worker training and better pay, and we will require work for able-bodied welfare recipients. This will grow our manufacturing workforce, and we will prove that we can still make things and manufacture things in the United States of America. An important solution to this challenge is lifting the penalties for those who want to stay in the workforce after the age of 62. Right now, if you retire on Social Security, you are penalized for continuing to work. You should be able to both claim Social Security and work. Remove the penalties and let those who want to work continue to do so without government penalties. Right now, we have nearly 10 million job openings in the U.S., and by making this change, we will add millions to the labor pool and increase the income of retirees at the same time. Yes, this will help bring out the best of America. And when it comes to those who depend upon Social Security and Medicare, I will assure the strength and reliability of those programs into the future. Right now, Social Security is financially stable into 2033. Medicare is stable into 2028. As we have successfully done in the past, I will immediately convene an independent commission to assure the future of Social Security and Medicare long into the future. This commission will be modeled after the 1983 commission that was chaired by Alan Greenspan. It led to legislation that successfully extended the life of these vital retirement programs for all Americans. Americans need to have confidence in their future, and this action will stabilize and assure the future of supplemental retirement programs Americans depend upon. As governor of Arkansas, as you know, I had a priority, and I expanded access to computer science education. It was a priority of mine, and the result was going from 1,100 students who took computer science to over 23,000 students taking computer science. We went from 20 certified teachers to over 650 who are certified to teach computer science in our classrooms. We made it required to be offered in our rural schools as well as our urban schools. The result is that Arkansas led the nation in computer science education and made a real difference in the opportunities for young people. It is critical that we follow this model as a nation if we are going to compete with Communist China. The fact is that U.S. test scores in math and science are falling behind other countries. The top 5 math scoring countries are in Asia, and the United States places 11th as a nation in terms of math education. We must do better for our students. As president, I will expand computer science education into every grade school and high school in America. I will focus our higher education to produce more engineers and scientists so that we can compete. And when we do, we can not only compete with China, but we will bring out the best of America. We can once again define America's future with the genius and creativity of our people. Too often, our businesses and families are held back by a federal bureaucracy that is out of control, heavy-handed, and wasteful. As president, I will reduce the federal civilian workforce by 10%. You can believe me when I say I will do this because I have done it. In Arkansas, I reduced the state executive workforce by 14%. And there is a lot more room for improvement in Washington than even in Arkansas. We will reduce the burden of government, we will lower the federal deficit, and we will unleash the power of the private sector. Our families will have more to spend and save for their children's future. Both Democratic and Republican administrations bear responsibility for our current $31 trillion national debt. I would like to say we will be debt-free in 33. Well, it might take longer, but we must start. I am from, as you know, the heartland of America, and I am honored to be the son of Malcolm and Coral Hutchinson, who were married during the Great Depression, who served our country during World War II, and who sacrificed to make sure their 6 children had a chance to live their dreams and to be all that God required of them. They taught me that we are all equal, and yet we all struggle in life. And because we struggle, we need grace and compassion toward others. It is my hope that those farmland values will once again guide our nation and bring us closer together. And if you look at our history, the United States of America has been challenged in every generation, from threats abroad to civil unrest at home. And yet, when we are tested, we grow stronger. We have learned that in times of turmoil, uncertainty, and division, America has always benefited from leaders who challenge us and give us hope. I am confident that America is ready to seek new frontiers, and that we are ready to channel the restless waves of our democracy into more freedom and more prosperity for those who follow after us. I am running for President of the United States because I know that the best of America is ahead of us. There is behind me on the courthouse wall a statement that is the foundation of our nation. Sovereignty rests with the people. This means that you will decide the direction of our nation. The fate of the world's greatest democracy is in your hands. Thank you, Arkansas. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. May God bless the United States of America.
Asa Hutchinson there speaking at a campaign rally after officially announcing his bid for president. We are going to step away for a quick commercial break. Before we do, though, we are continuing to bring you some of these live looks here. This one, a live look from the House floor as they are expected to vote on the debt ceiling starting now. I'm going to pull up this tweet here as well from Fox's Chad Pergram. It says, expect House to begin vote on debt ceiling around 5:30 p.m. Eastern time. Final result likely by 6 p.m. Eastern time. Vote series surrounding the debt ceiling vote starting now. He then goes on to say House now voting on GOP bill to lift the debt ceiling. So we'll keep you updated as those votes continue to come in. In the meantime, going to take a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. With us here on Live Now from Fox. Well, the Biden administration is restarting deportation flights to Cuba for the first time since 2020. Cuba stopped accepting flights more than 2 years ago at the start of the pandemic, and since then, a record number of Cubans have crossed into the United States. Fox's Caroline Elliott joining us live now for more on this from Miami. Caroline, please fill us in on the latest with this.
Well, Lexi, on Monday, 123 Cubans were sent back to Havana on a deportation flight. And as of right now, it's really unclear exactly how many flights are scheduled this year. But we do know that the United States and the Cuban government have come to an agreement in late 2022 to start these deportation flights again. Now, earlier this month, the Cuban Deputy Foreign Minister Carlos Fernandez de Casio said there are ongoing efforts to schedule deportation flights to Cuba on a regular basis, according to the AP. Fernandez de Casio also said there was no reason ICE could not return to pre-pandemic levels of about 2 flights a month. Now, the agreement comes after a record year for Cuban migration into the United States. The Department of Homeland Security has not released how many Cubans have final deportation notices, but immigration attorneys believe there's a lengthy backlog, estimating tens of thousands of Cubans waiting for deportation.
People are absolutely the ones that I see that come into my office. I look into their eyes and I can see the terror. As soon as I ask them, and I don't even have to ask them, the expression is, I cannot return. I am willing not to return. They are absolutely terrorized with this situation. My phones have not stopped ringing this morning.
And in a statement, the Department of Homeland Security says the long-standing policy of removing undocumented migrants applies to all non-citizens, including Cuban migrants. The DHS also tells us that part of this agreement was the Cuban government will not retaliate against Cubans returning. Lexi.
All right, Fox's Caroline Elliott with that report live from Miami, Florida. Caroline, thanks so much.
Thank you.
Okay, so as we continue moving along here, I want to bring you a couple other headlines that we're following out of Florida, and that includes this. Disney suing Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. It happened today just after an oversight board appointed by the governor voted to void agreements Disney made with the previous oversight board. Here's more from our team at Fox 35 in Orlando.
As the Central Florida Tourism Oversight Board votes to void a Disneyland agreement, Disney is fighting back by suing the governor. This is the lawsuit Walt Disney Parks and Resorts filed against Governor Ron DeSantis and the Central Florida Tourism Oversight District Board. Disney releasing this lawsuit shortly after the board did this.
Passes unanimously.
That move voids a land agreement which gave Disney the power to decide what to do with land around the district.
So I think Disney felt that it was forced into a corner.
UCF political science professor Aubrey Jewett says the trouble started when Disney spoke out against the parental rights and education legislation.
Don't say gay bill. And so that's sort of at the heart of the lawsuit, is this First Amendment challenge.
The lawsuit states Disney regrets that it has come to this, but having exhausted efforts to seek a resolution, the company is left with no choice but to file this lawsuit to protect its cast members, guests, and local development partners from a relentless campaign to weaponize government power against Disney in retaliation for expressing a political viewpoint.
Sometimes Governor DeSantis and others have said, oh, well, this is more about trying to make Disney play under the same rules as everybody else. But the problem for them legally is they've also said a lot of times that this is more about punishing Disney.
But the new board says they wanted to work with Disney and blames the company for creating a legal mess.
Because that is going to cost us money, that we're going to have to raise taxes to pay for that.
And that worries both residents and business owners.
The discussion of additional taxes, additional utilities has been very concerning for us.
It's not just between the governor and Disney, it's affecting everyone around him. I have never lived in a state where I have feared the leadership.
Let's get the two sides talking. Let's get back to business.
And this fight between Governor DeSantis and Disney will continue in court. Reporting in Lake Buena Vista, Valerie Boy, Fox 35 News.
And another headline out of Florida, a man who was on probation after pleading guilty to revenge porn charges was sentenced to 25 years in prison for plotting to kill the victim in this. Colin Spears served time after he secretly recorded himself having sex with the victim and posting the video online. While he was in prison, he and his cellmate began planning to murder the victim, and then planning then continued after both were released. A judge sentenced Spears to 25 years in prison for the murder plot, followed by 10 years of probation. Going to step away for another quick commercial break here. We still have a lot more to get to on this very busy Wednesday. We'll see you back right after this. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Thanks for being with us. A live look here from the House floor as we're following breaking news. The House approving the GOP debt ceiling bill. The U.S. House of Representatives voting on the bill to raise the U.S. government's $31.4 trillion debt ceiling and slash spending today after days of negotiations to win the support of reluctant Republican lawmakers. Going to pull up this tweet here as well from Fox's Chad Pergram confirming the news. House approves GOP debt ceiling bill. That vote 217 to 215. So I want to bring you that update here live as this just came in here. Also want to give you a live look at our XRAD weather system. That's where we're following some severe weather in North Texas. Several counties there under a tornado watch until 10 p.m. If you look closely on your screen here, you can see some areas there towards the middle left with boxes. Those are the areas in particular where there are tornado warnings in effect, as we also give you a live look here from Tyler, Texas. Cloudy, rainy day as we continue to track these storms that are moving through. Also want to bring you out to this coverage from our team at Fox Weather, covering all of these conditions, both tracking the radar and with folks on the ground there, reporting on those conditions live and in real time. So let's listen in to some of their coverage here on Live Now from Fox.
And welcome back to Fox Weather. I'm Jane Minar.
And I'm Bridget Mahoney, live in Dallas.
Yeah, quite an active afternoon now. The Lone Star State seeing more activity. Severe thunderstorms have just fired up to the south of that I-20 corridor. I want to take you to Texas, where Dallas, you know, Bridget, you've seen some quieter conditions over the last hour. Dallas, thankfully, not in the crosshairs of some of that more severe weather threat as we go through the day today, but it is going to be one for us to watch closely, especially along that I-35 corridor.
Yeah, we're going to continue to watch it. A little bit chilly out here, so you can see radar, though, still quiet in Dallas.
Yeah, you know, we now have 2 tornado warnings. In fact, they've just been issued here just to the south of Dallas. This is just developing. These 2 supercell thunderstorms have really come together. So let's quickly dive into the radar, get into these warnings because they are going to be something for us to watch closely. So we have a supercell just off to the east of Iredell. We watched this one closely. The threat for hail, damaging winds has come through, but now quickly seeing that rotation turn into something a bit more ominous. For Boston County, this tornado warning continues until 5:15 local time. Classic supercell structure. You can even see how the storm has come together. Look at this. We've got kind of 2 inflow notches inside this supercell, you know, seeing a little bit of that hook echo come together, you know, watching closely where that threat is. You know, it's interesting. I would be interested to see, Matthew, if we could turn on the velocity for this storm, see where that rotation. It looks like we have kind of a twin pair coming together inside this storm closely. Meridian inside this severe warned storm. Want to be very mindful. Now, it looks like the parent rotation is just off to the backside of that as well. You can really see the inflow here where we've seen, you know, these storm winds kind of competing against each other, moving away from and towards the radar site. That's when that beam kind of scans the skies, kind of sees the competing winds within that supercell thunderstorm, bringing in that rotation. Now to the south of that, another supercell. You can kind of see the break in the clouds here over Clifton, but then we have another supercell just to the south where we do see, again, that classic structure where we do see the potential for that tornado. So that's going to run till 5:15 as well, local time if you're in Valley Mills, Rock Springs, Motium. That's where we do see this threat come together. So these are radar indicated tornado threats. We don't have that confirmation on the ground that we do have a tornado in progress, but you take it just as seriously. Make sure you get to the lowest level of your home. This storm is moving off to the east at about 25 miles per hour. So it's going to take its time as it moves towards Highway 6. Into Valley Mills. This is going to be the threat that we watch for very closely. So we're monitoring now a very active evening in the Central Texas area just off to the east of I-35 where these storms have really begun to pop up over the last hour. Valley Mills, 5 o'clock. With a time frame for you where this threat is expected to move into your neighborhood, moving into Highland by about 5:17, Windsor by about 5:19. We'll see it move into Willow Grove by 5:25. And so at that point, this warning runs until 5:15. We'll see how things come together. But you can see out ahead of this storm, there isn't much for it to work with, and so it is expected to continue, perhaps hold together in a very, you know, amplified environment for some severe weather, but it is one for us to watch closely. This is all just to the south of the Dallas Metroplex, and that's where we find Fox Weather's Nicole Valdez joining us live. And Nicole, you know, I think one of the telling stories for Dallas is it's rained all day, and it's also been really cool. Temperatures are only 60s.
Jane, you're absolutely right. It really has been quite the day here. Still glooming right now. We're kind of in a lull between a lot of the rain we've already seen so far today. Chances are we could see it pick back up in the next several hours. But you're right. A lot of that severe threat may not be eyeing the Dallas Metroplex specifically at this point. Maybe that changes here. But what you're looking at behind me, not only downtown Dallas, but the canyon, a mixture of really where all of these major freeways that go through the city kind of intertwined. So you're talking about the 45, the 35, the 30. Really, those are going to be very busy later on today during that evening rush hour. And that's right where we could start to see a lot of that rain and those storms start to pick up. So driving is going to be really difficult at that point in time when a lot of people are getting off of work. So we really just going to have to wait and see what of the conditions that we've been expecting all day today really start to impact us here in the Dallas area. Meanwhile, yesterday, several in the state of Texas have already experienced really quite the weather events. Sweetwater, Texas, over in West Texas, about 3.5 hours or so from Dallas, already saw quite the sight. Baseball-sized hail reported yesterday by several people. For some, it actually smashed their windshield of their cars as they were trying to drive around, make it back home. There was one couple who told us a story about really just how quickly that storm came in unexpectedly and how damaging and the size of that hail really taking them by surprise.
We weren't fishing. We were actually fishing, and it just got too windy. And I told my fiance Mary, I said, let's get out of here. It's too windy. As soon as we put the stuff up, we didn't even go down even a quarter of a mile, and that hail just started hitting, just bam, bam. And I mean, it sounded like gunshots. As you can see, the big old dents. Look at that one right there. Oh, it's very scary.
And that was one supercell yesterday, so we'll have to see whether another one really starts to take aim at this area again today and whether it does any significant damage like that. I know, Jane, part of the threat with this particular system we're expecting to start to maybe, or maybe is already starting to really kick up here, it is the potential for that hail. We know there are other threats involved here, but really the hail so far has been the biggest part of the story, I think, for a lot of people, as this really unexpected spring storm is catching people, unfortunately, kind of off guard. So it's one of the reasons why we want to make sure that especially those who are heading home after work today recognize that that's going to be the time where really we could start to see things really intensify.
Yeah, we head into the evening now. A lot of people, trying to wind down from their day, and this is when Mother Nature's really starting to fire up. We've already seen, just in the last hour, how these storms have brought in, as you've mentioned, large hail's been a big part of those stories. 2.5 inch in diameter, easily tennis ball sized hail in every one of these storms this afternoon. So we're going to watch it closely. We'll continue to check in with Dallas, thankfully, in a bit of a quieter note right now, but we'll see how this afternoon shapes up. But I want to take it back to the radar because we do have, again, two.
Okay, we are going to continue this tornado warning that's in effect for parts of North Texas. Thanks to our team at Fox Weather for those updates there live in Dallas and from the studio. You can always stay up to speed by downloading their free app by scanning that QR code. In the meantime, though, I want to take you out to another live event that we're following. This one we'll bring you to now live. This is where Representative Maxwell Frost, as well as Tennessee State Rep Justin Jones, are joining local youth leaders for a press conference talking about attacks on democracy. Let's listen in live here on LiveNOW from Fox.
To be healthy, that you deserve to be safe, that you deserve housing and to live in a society where you're respected and loved. Because we are all humans and we are all American. And our nation has watched a movement of young people fight back at every step of the way, and we will continue to do so. And so it's a great honor to have my brother here from Tennessee. Please give it up for State Representative Justin Jones.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate you, brother.
Fired up! Fed up!
We got a new one. Fired up, fed up. Fired up, fed up.
Fired up!
Fed up.
Fired up!
Fed up. As I told my colleagues in Tennessee, you are in the find out portion of our movement. Yeah. We come with a message from the Tennessee Capitol to the U.S. Capitol that we are fed up with the attacks on our democracy, that we are fed up with the endless cycle of mass shootings, that we are fed up with legislatures and politicians who traffic in the politics of racism. We are fed up. And when you're fed up, you got to rise up. And so we come here today to say that whether it's in Tennessee or in Montana, as we just saw a couple hours ago, that we must challenge the systems of authoritarianism and fascism that are seeking to take us backwards in this nation. That we come in the tradition of young people who came before us, who waged revolutions to move this nation forward, to say that it's our time again. And that we come here, as we prepare for another month, to say that we must have a May that is a movement May. That we must take to our state capitals and the U.S. Capitol as a generation to push back against those who would drag us backwards. Because when we went to the well in Tennessee, I want to be clear to the media that we were not going on our own. We were not representing ourselves as individuals. We were representing our people who were silenced, the people who came, these young people, some of them from Tennessee who are here with me today, who went to the state capitol to say that we don't want to do active shooter drills for the rest of our time in school, that we don't want to live in this trauma and anxiety. And rather than hear these young people, the lawmakers in Tennessee chose to close their ears and close their eyes once again. And so they shut off the microphone, so we had to bring a megaphone. They pushed our people to the back, and so we had to walk up to the front of the well. But in so doing, we know what happened. They tried to expel us, and in so doing, they thought they could expel our movement. But what they did was put energy and show for the nation so overtly and blatantly what we're up against. We're up against a system that would expel the 2 youngest black lawmakers in our state, to make an example out of us, to make other young people afraid to step into their power. But what they showed us is that if we were not effective, if we were not a threat to these systems, they would not be trying so hard to stop us. They would not be trying to expel us and silence us. And so their overreaction confirms something for us, that we have power as a generation. And that power means that sometimes we have to do things out of the ordinary. Sometimes you have to find a way to disrupt. Sometimes you have to find a way to cause tension. And as I told the president on Monday at the White House, Mr. President, it's time to do something out of the ordinary. We need our White House to use the power of the executive order.
Okay, listening in there live to those remarks here. We also want to bring you out to another live event that we're following, hearing from Speaker McCarthy talking about, as I pull up this tweet here, talking about the breaking news that House Republicans have just passed the only plan in Washington that lifts the debt ceiling, stops wasteful spending and inflation, and puts America back on track. He says now Democrats should do their job. Want to bring you out to his remarks following this news, just started moments ago. Let's listen in here on Live Now from Fox.
The president has ignored every opportunity to communicate after sitting down with him, even though he told the Democratic conference when he was at their retreat that he was going to meet with me. He has not, which is so odd because all the times in the past he argued against people who wouldn't negotiate. As vice president, he put the Biden team together to negotiate on the debt limit. The Democrats have done this every time. When President Trump was in, Nancy Pelosi said you cannot pass a debt limit without having negotiations on spending. This is how it's happened all the time before. The senator at the time, president, as Senator Biden, he voted 4 times to raise the debt limit if they did something on the fiscal end. Then the 4 times that he voted against it, he only voted against it based upon thinking the economic changes didn't go far enough. So what's changed, Mr. President? You've gone so far as you won't even negotiate to put America in debt? That's not how the leader of the free world should act. That's not how America wants you to act. You said at the very beginning we had to show you a plan, even though the Democrats have shown no plan. Not only did we show you a plan, we're the only ones to pass a plan. So I think it's up to you now. Whether the economy goes in any trouble, it's you, because the Republicans raised the debt limit. You have not. Neither has Schumer. Yes.
Some of the House Freedom Caucus members who voted to support this bill, Ralph Norman, Bob Good, they said that they support it, but if the Senate sends back a revised version, they want you to fight and stand your ground.
Exactly right.
Can you promise them that you won't accept a
I don't have to promise you. I promised the American public from the very beginning. We promised them that we would end our dependency on China. So not only did we create a select committee on China, we just passed a bill to make America stronger and China weaker. We said we would curb inflation that the Democrats created. How do you do that? Milton Friedman, one of the greatest economists of all time, says inflation is only started through Washington spending. That's what the Democrats did, harmed every single American. We eliminate wasteful Washington spending to curb inflation. We said we would grow the economy to make us energy independent, to actually cut the red tape so we could build things in America again. We passed H.R. 1, we put it in here as well. So we limit the future spending of Washington, the growth. The president makes some audacious, crazy comments about it. And all we're saying is we should spend exactly what we spent 4 months ago. This president wants to spend more money than we spent during COVID. This president thinks, even though he would sign the bill of the pandemic that it's over, that they should keep the billions of dollars sitting out there that has not been spent, that sat there for 2 years over COVID. You know what? That's not the president's money. That's the American hardworking taxpayer money, and we should pull it back and save them money because it wasn't spent.
Speaker McCarthy,
yes,
this
ma'am.
is the first big test, big vote of your speakership. Obviously, you started off in a not ideal way. How far do you think the conference has come, and what does today mean?
That's your opinion. I don't think this is the first big significant vote. I think every single week you have raised that same question with me. You raised the question whether I could even become speaker. We went 15 rounds. Became speaker. Then you raised the question, could we even pass 87,000 IRS agents and yank them out, and we did it. You raised the question if we could make the Intel Committee back to the place that it should be, that people couldn't be having relationships with a Chinese spy. We did that. Then you said, could we stand up for the American public that we said in the commitment to America, that we would pass the Parents' Bill of Rights? We passed that. We said when we put forth H.R. 1, that we'd stand firm to make our energy independent in America and build our economy. We passed that. We looked and said when we watched Washington, D.C. decriminalize every form of crime, that we stood up the first time in 30 years of Congress to do that. And you all asked me the same question, what's going to happen when the Senate stops it? Well, the Senate didn't stop it, it passed it. What's going to happen when the president said beforehand, why'd you even vote on it? Because he wasn't going to sign it. He signed it. When we passed the bill in the pandemic so we could get back to work again, you said, why even do it? The Senate's not going to take it up. The president said he's going to veto it. It's law today. So every question that you continue to raise, you guys have been wrong. You've underestimated us. But you know the one place that they haven't underestimated? The American public. Why? Because those are the people we were working for, day in and day out. And just as it took me 15 rounds to win Speaker, the one thing I have promised the American public, I will never give up on you. So what we did today was raise the debt limit, stop the wasteful Washington spending, and curb inflation, and put us on a path that we can continue to grow. Yes, ma'am.
You've said you want to get to the negotiating table, so this is essentially an opening offer. But are there any areas that are red lines for you as you potentially?
Listen, I sat down with the president on February 1st. I want to pass a responsible, sensible debt ceiling that actually curbs the growth of government, eliminate the wasteful spending. I told the president we could sit down. No parameters. The only thing I would tell him is no clean debt ceiling is going to pass the House. We can't do that to our children and grandchildren. We're at $31 trillion of debt. The CBO has said that we will pay $10.5 trillion just in interest in the next 10 years. Even though if you look at from 1940 till today, in those 83 years, we've only spent $9 trillion. We spend 17% of our taxpayers' revenue that's coming in just on paying interest. That's a waste. We can do better. The president said, well, I'm not going to talk to him until he offers a plan. Not only did we offer a plan, we passed it. So for more than 80 days, he's ignored the problem. Before more than 80 days, he's ignored the American public. He either has to negotiate now, or we're the only ones that have raised the debt limit and take our bill.
Mr. Speaker, so I'm curious as to your thoughts for a long-term solution to this issue. It seems year after year you all have to continuously raise the debt ceiling. I just spoke with Congressman Tom Cole, who suggested reforms to Medicaid and Medicare. What would you be open to with regards to a long-term solution?
I tell you, we just passed a bill that raises the debt limit, stops Washington spending, and that's the best start to start out with. And I watched the president. He's actually hurting Medicare and Social Security. For the first time in a 10-year window in any president's life, this president's going to cut Social Security and Medicare. His extreme liberal positions, this fantasy that you can just print more money and it won't cause damage, that you watched that the CBO for the first time in a 10-year window, that 3 trust funds will go insolvent. The highway, the highway and transportation, Medicare and Social Security. So automatically cuts come to us. This is what this president is doing by ignoring this problem. He is hurting America time and again. Yes.
Your members have some constituents who aren't affiliated with either party who think either side negotiating over the debt ceiling is bonkers. It's so dangerous.
Can you point that out to me where?
Why not negotiate over appropriations or spending that's not
okay. First, let me take the premise of your question. You say that America doesn't want us to negotiate over the debt ceiling. There's not one poll that shows the majority of Americans has the opinion that you just quoted. So in my belief, you're totally wrong. It doesn't matter who quotes it. And if you sit down and you look, even Democrats on the other side of the aisle last week said the president needs to sit down and negotiate. So again, your question and premise is wrong. More than 70% of Americans thinks we should sit down and negotiate. Every single time you've got a president sitting in office today that believed you needed to negotiate when you did a debt ceiling. You had a former speaker, Nancy Pelosi, said she would not pass a clean debt ceiling without negotiating. Their part was to spend more money. It took us into inflation. So I don't know what the premise of your question, if you ever asked it when the Democrats were on the other side. So the real question you should ask is, why do you change it now? Why would you go against the American public that wants you to negotiate, to curb inflation, to make us less dependent on China? That's your real question, is what it should be.
Mr. Speaker,
yes.
Several of your members have said that this bill is the furthest they're willing to compromise in terms of cuts. Are you confident that you can get the votes to pass a compromised debt ceiling increase with the White House?
not if the president continues to not negotiate, but what I know I'm confident in, one party has taken care of the debt ceiling. We have lifted the debt ceiling. So nobody could worry about whether the debt ceiling is going to get lifted. We did it. The Democrats have not. The president wants to make sure the debt ceiling is going to be lifted. Sign this bill. I know other bills that we passed you said you're going to veto. At the end of the day, you probably end up signing this one as well. Thank you all. Hope you have a great day.
Have you heard from any Democrats that are concerned about how Biden's acting right now?
A lot of them.
A lot.
Okay, hearing from House Speaker McCarthy there. After the House passed that, we are going to take a quick commercial break here. Another live look from Washington, D.C. We're going to step away for this break. When we come back, we're following another breaking news out of Washington, D.C. We'll have a live report here momentarily. Stick with us here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Couple of live looks here. This one from the state dinner that is going to be happening here this evening. I want to give you a live look of some of the arrivals here. Also, another live look from the nation's capital, where we're also following some breaking news out of there that will bring you momentarily. But in the meantime, we just brought you some other breaking news on this very busy Wednesday after the U.S. House passes the nation's $31.4 trillion debt ceiling bill, defying President Joe Biden by attaching sweeping spending cuts for the next decade. Want to play out this update for you? Fox's Lauren Blanchard brings us up to speed here.
The national debt continues to grow. While the clock is ticking ahead of a potential U.S. default, pressure is on the White House and Congress to increase the federal government's borrowing limit. But Republicans want President Biden to sign onto spending cuts, too.
Happy to meet with McCarthy, but not on whether or not the debt limit gets extended. That's not negotiable.
Republicans say they will ultimately raise the limit.
We send a message to President Biden that we've had enough, and he needs to negotiate with the Speaker.
But first, Speaker Kevin McCarthy is pushing a debt ceiling package he hopes will jumpstart spending cut talks.
This isn't a conversation. They handed us a ransom note.
With a small majority, Speaker McCarthy narrowly won a vote to pass the bill to the Senate, despite pushback in his own party.
Yeas are 217, the nays are 215, the bill is passed.
There were late-night, last-minute tweaks to the bill. Midwestern representatives wanted to keep ethanol credits. Some hardline Republicans wanted more work requirements for federal benefits.
We had a very productive meeting. It was very good. I feel like our voice has been heard and that we're going to work on this together going forward.
The bill as it stands would likely never pass the Senate, and President Biden has promised a veto if it makes it to his desk. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
And another live look here after the White House unveiled the menu for tonight's state dinner as they're getting ready to host the South Korean president. So a live look here as we've seen some of the arrivals come through. In the meantime, we want to bring you another live event that is happening here. We took you out to it just a little bit ago, but some Democrats here speaking about attacks on democracy. Let's listen in live here on Live Now from Fox.
Harder than they've ever fought before. It is always darkest before dawn, but the light is coming. The light is coming. Representative Casar is the light. Representative Lee is the light. Representative Jones and Pearson and Johnson and Zephyr and Maxwell Frost. The light is coming. It is always darkest before dawn, but that sun is just peeking over the horizon. We are winning this thing. And if there's just one thing that I have to say to people that are watching, that are fighting, that are working at home, all I have to say is do not give up. The cynics want you to think that it's hopeless. The cynics want you to think that there's nothing left here to do and to try. But I guarantee when people ask, what if I run for office in a deep red state? Make them sweat. Make them sweat. Make them think about it. Make them expend the resources. Make them slowly but surely retreat. They need to know that our lives are not up for their negotiation. We are going to win. And I thank Maxwell Frost for his leadership and convening all of us today. And I thank you all for being in this fight, because as long as we are in it, hope still prevails. Thank you.
And what we know to be true is it's not just about the people you serve with in a legislature or in Congress, but it's about the people you serve with in a movement. And speaking of the movement, I'm honored to have my good brother here give it up for the National Director of the NAACP Youth and College Division, Wisdom Cole.
Sir, what's going on? When I say people, you say power. People. Power. People. Power. Y'all, this is a historic moment today. You know, this is what America looks like. Young people coming to the Capitol, pulling up in our Air Maxes, in our Pumas, in our New Balances. Young millennials and Gen Z taking over power, right? We talked about we are fired up and we are fed up. Young people are fired up, they're fed up, they're ready to work, and they're fighting for our future, and they're ready for change. But my question to our elected leaders are you? Young people have always been at the forefront of the movement, from the Black Panther Party to SNCC, from the NAACP at the front lines of the 1917 silent protest parade, where we were fighting against lynching in the South, to the streets of Selma on Bloody Sunday fighting for our voting rights, to the countless times here in D.C. fighting against violence, fighting against women for women's reproductive rights, student debt cancellation, climate justice, and so much more. As our elders say, we are tired of being sick and tired. And we recognize that we are done dying, okay? Enough is enough. How many more school shootings must we go through? How many more of our babies, peers, friends, and allies must we lose to understand that we need transformative policy and change now? In fact, we need it yesterday. It's absolutely clear in this time that we need a new deal for youth, a deal that is inclusive of all of us, not just some of us, something that collectively addresses the harm that we've all faced and puts us towards a collective future. One where Black children know that they have a guaranteed future for all of us. I want to thank my brother, Max, because he called me the other day and said, brother, you ready to throw down? I said, you know we're ready to throw down. We coming with that heat and we coming ready.
Yes, sir.
Look, we want to make sure that we doing this right. I want to thank Brother Justin for being here, for leading the way and making sure that folks understand that there is an opportunity to change this America and to continue to fight each and every single day. We want to recognize that the NAACP stands with you and support with you in Tennessee 3 and ensure that we're continuing to fight in all the halls of power. We want to ensure that this is not just a moment, but a movement, right? This has been a collective fight together that is bubbling over, and something that I affectionately say, it's about local victories that inform the national narratives. The things that we do in each of our cities and our states informs everything that happens here in DC. When we stand in solidarity, it's about fighting forward for our future. Together, I know that we have the power to thrive, not just survive. To my elected leaders, I ask you again, are you ready for change? Because regardless if you are or not, it's coming. You have nothing to lose but our change. Again, we have nothing to lose but our chains. And we will keep fighting forward, because this is not just about right now. It's not just about the young people who are in front of you, but those who are here to come. And so I say to you again, are you ready for a change?
Yes. Yes. Yes, sir. Next up, I'm proud to bring up a friend who is with an organization I used to work at that I love, from the National March for Our Lives movement. Give it up for Mariah Cooley.
Hello, everyone. My name is Mariah Cooley, and I'm a board member with March for Our Lives. What year are we living in? Growing up, I learned about the women's suffrage movement, civil rights movement, and other historical points in American history when those who were oppressed decided to stand up for the oppressor. The people who came before us were lynched, brutalized, and so much more in the fight for our lives and for a true democracy. Today, extremists want to deny us once again. And they don't even want the children across the nation to learn about the movements that came before us, because you want to know why? They're scared. They don't want us to see that they are actively trying to strip away the rights that we fought for over generations. But here we are in 2023, still experiencing the same racism and attack on our democracy that our grandparents witnessed. They're trying to restrict folks from accessing food and water when trying to vote. They're taking away my right to do what I want with my body and disenfranchising Black people through gerrymandering. There's so much on the line. So much. The same things that we fought for over 60 years ago. And in Tennessee and across the country, we're sitting in occupying spaces just like our ancestors did in the restaurants, in the movie theaters, and in the schools to demand that our democratic rights, our inalienable rights, are restored. Because this is what we're fighting for. I'm here to represent young people, not just in Tennessee, but across the country, who are fighting for our rights and for our will to live. But I want to give a special call out to the dedicated volunteers and organizers on the ground in Tennessee who've been fighting for our democracy, for our safety and justice. Being led by young people, Black and brown people, and so many social movements. The young folks we are so proud of within March for Our Lives, and we're going to give a special thank you to our partners at the Aquila Del Silva Foundation, Moms Over Murder, Equity Alliance, Tennessee Immigrants and Refugees Rights Coalitions, Planned Parenthood Tennessee, Inclusion Tennessee, Memphis for All, National Musicians for Change, and so many more organizations that don't always get the spotlight that they deserve. We see you, we are here with you, and we thank you for fighting with us. But I also want to say that I'm sorry. You shouldn't have to be doing this in the first place. None of us should have to be doing this in the first place. 2 young Black lawmakers were expelled for fighting for our lives, because we're sick of dying. America likes to call our...
Okay, Democrats speaking there, bringing you that live event here, live, raw, and unfiltered, as we always do here on Live Now from Fox. But we do want to bring you to some other breaking news that we're following out of the nation's capital. Robert Contee, the chief of police for the District of Columbia, is leaving his role as the top cop in D.C. For more on this developing story, we want to go out live now to Fox 5's Stephanie Ramirez. Stephanie, thanks for being with us. I know we're just learning this news, but was it expected?
Sure. Well, today's news is a shock to many, many people, including the chair of the D.C. Council, who was not notified of this, and also on the phones trying to confirm what was going on here. D.C. Police Chief Robert Contee, his departure now marks another important pick for the mayor, who is leaving at a very delicate time for the city, when there are certain aspects of D.C. crime still very high from the pandemic. And also now, with Chief Robert Contee now departing, this means that the mayor will have to pick her 4th police chief ever since her taking office as the District of Columbia's leader. Now, D.C. Police Chief Robert Contee, we know that he is from the area. He started the department a little over 3 decades ago. So we're talking around 1989 from D.C., working his way up through the ranks. The mayor did confirm his retirement in a statement today. I'm going to read the statement for you. It says Chief Conti was sworn in 4 days before January 6, 2021. Since his first week on the job and over the past 33 years, he has been making Washington, D.C. incredibly proud. He's a son of D.C. who grew up in Carver-Langston, joined the Metropolitan Police Department as a cadet at 17 years old. And now he's ready for his next chapter. On behalf of our city, I want to congratulate Chief Conti on his retirement and thank him for his service to D.C., for leading MPD with passion and purpose. He has pushed our criminal justice system to do more and be better. He has led MPD through an incredibly challenging time for our country, from the pandemic to January 6th, and navigating the effects of a shrinking department during a time when gun violence is exploding across the nation. He has been a phenomenal ambassador of what it means to be a police officer in D.C., brilliant, compassionate, and determined to build a D.C. where all people feel safe and are safe. She also goes on in her statement there just a little bit talking about his motto. But like we said, this came to a shock to many, many people. Now, I did speak with a spokesperson for the council chair. I also spoke with a spokesperson for the Safety and Judiciary Committee chair. That is the entity that works with the police department most closely, and prosecutors, investigators, especially on the council side. Council member Brooke Pinto, I'm told she has talked with the police chief and that she is grateful for his time in the city. He took over in December of 2022, picked by the mayor after former police chief Peter Newsham had left the department, resigned to take a police chief position in Prince William County, Virginia. Now, we are confirming with official sources that Chief Conti is leaving the D.C. Police Department, expected to go over to the FBI. We believe, or we are being told, his last day is going to be in the first week of June. I believe the date given was June 3rd. No interim chief has been decided yet, and there were some rumblings that he was supposed to announce this at a major press conference that's supposed to be held tomorrow. This is supposed to be the mayor announcing a new patrol strategy as we reach the warmer months, still dealing with D.C. crime, especially juvenile crime in the District of Columbia. So we are expecting him to answer more questions and discuss more of why he's leaving, what was the ultimate decision. But I'm told it's a big position that he's leaving the D.C. Police Department for. Guys?
Yeah, Stephanie, thanks for that update. I mean, the chief of police in the nation's capital is obviously a very prominent position in law enforcement. Is it common for former chiefs to make this type of jump to federal?
I don't know that it's not common, but police chiefs do move. I'm originally from the Philadelphia area, and there was a time when the police chief over there was originally the police chief for here, the District of Columbia. So we know that they do move, but these are very important positions, and they come with their own ways of mitigating or managing different issues in the city. I'm told the strategy that's supposed to be announced tomorrow in terms of new different ways to police and handle crime with force numbers being as low as they are, that is something that the chief worked on. And so who's going to take over next, what experience they have, are they from the city, do they understand people who are born and raised in the city? Those are all big questions that a lot of community members especially have some concerns and questions about, but hopefully we'll have some more answers in the coming days. But especially we expect to definitely learn more tomorrow when the mayor holds her news conference. I believe it's supposed to be at around 11 tomorrow.
All right, Fox 5 Stephanie Ramirez with that update. Stephanie, thanks so much. We'll definitely stay in touch with you and your team on this topic.
Sure.
Okay, so a lot of big stories coming out of the nation's capital today as we give you another live look here. We're going to step away for a quick commercial break here and bring you back with more top headlines, live events, live looks after this break in 2 minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Thanks for being with us as we continue to bring you all these live looks. Live look from the White House here as we give you another look at guests beginning to arrive at the White House state dinner here. Crab cakes, beef short ribs, and a deconstructed banana split have all made the cut for this week's state dinner, honoring South Korea's 7 decades of relations with the United States. Some 200 guests are expected at the glamorous dinner, which is going to be held in the East Room, the largest room in the executive mansion. Guests will then move down the hallway to the state dining room to be entertained after dinner, and will also be met with some Broadway stars and performances as well. So you're taking a live look here. Let's just listen in briefly as some of these guests continue to come in.
Earlier in the weekend, the president called me on Saturday himself and asked me to, so I was very honored to say yes.
Were you surprised?
I was, actually. I was a little bit surprised, but I've been Team Biden all the way, so I was pleased to be able to say yes. Continue to deliver for the American people like he has been doing all along. You know, under President Biden, we reduced a deficit, the debt by $500 million. We reduced the price of insulin for seniors to $35. We passed bipartisan infrastructure deal. All of this was done with this president because of his experience, because of his wisdom, and he's going to continue to deliver for the American people. I'm sorry? Get him reelected.
Mr. Christopher Kuhn. Mr. Kwakmo Kuhn. Ms. Eun Yang and Mr. Robert Kang.
She said to make sure that you are polite and presentable and professional, which she says she's confident I always am,
Okay.
so she's not worried about me.
Okay. So, what are you most excited to do?
I don't know, just to enjoy the experience. It's such a thrill and an honor, so I just want to be present today.
Okay, well, have a great time.
Thanks, Roxanne. Good to see you.
The Honorable Daniel Crittenbrink and Miss Nami Crittenbrink. The Honorable Stephen K. Benjamin and the Honorable DeAndre Benjamin.
Hi, your first state dinner, right?
It is, Francesca. How are you? This is Andre. She'll be better than good to see you.
Have a good time.
Yeah, don't get me in
How's
trouble.
the role going?
It's been fantastic. It's been a wonderful 3 weeks. Working my tail off, but enjoying every bit of it.
Are you excited about the re-election bid?
I'm excited that we get 4 more years of fantastic leadership under the president and vice president. See you later.
Ms. Minjin Lee and Mr. Christopher A. Duffy. Ms. Jessica Fox.
Move forward a little bit. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Ms. Leah Salonga.
you'll know when you hear it. But we introduce everything anyway before each song, so you'll know beforehand.
Are you singing all together or different solos?
Everybody's doing a solo, and then I'm doing a duet with Ms. Vosk, and then the three of us get to sing together as well.
Which Disney princess would float us
Belle. The books.
Is this your first White House State dinner?
Yes, it is. It feels wonderful. It feels like being in the middle of a fairy tale. It's very fancy, and we've been able to sort of wander the halls yesterday in rehearsal. Thank you all very much. I'm just freaking out that BTS was in these halls. I've been freaking out all day. All day.
Okay, you've been watching here as some guests begin to arrive at the White House for this evening's state dinner. We'll continue to bring you live looks and all of this, as we always do, here on Live Now from Fox as it continues to come in. In the meantime, a live look here from Charlotte Douglas International Airport. We're going to have a live report coming up from there right after this commercial break. Summer travel already heating up. We'll give you all those details right after this. Welcome back. Thanks for being with us here. Well, our next story brings us to summer travel. If you're thinking about it, listen to this. Delta Airlines says more people are booking flights for this summer than any other summer on record. Of course, this comes as many are bouncing back from the pandemic era travel restrictions that they had experienced. They're still on the rebound from that. For more on this, we want to go out live now to Fox's Austin Westfall, joining us live from Charlotte, North Carolina. That's a hub for American Airlines. Austin, how is American handling all of this high demand?
So, Lexi, demand is so great that American Airlines is having to add additional international flights to their scheduling later in the year. They have about 5 specific routes that are going to be going from the U.S. over to Europe. Take a look. We have an image here showing which routes are included. They do include Charlotte to Madrid, Dallas to Dublin and Rome, as well as Philadelphia to Barcelona and Lisbon. You're hearing some possibly happy travelers going above my head right now. These routes were already running this summer, but the airline is now extending them through the winter, which could be a sign of strong international travel demand, according to simpleflying.com. The site also says that these extensions are adding over 300 flights total in November and December.
Keep in mind at this time last year, there were still travel restrictions for North America and many other regions of the world. So we still haven't gotten to a complete 12 months of fully recovered travel to many of these regions of the world. The demand is still there.
Right now, 53% of flight searches from the U.S. are for international trips, which is just 3% short of pre-pandemic levels, according to experts at travel app Hopper. Hopper says despite economic concerns and inflation driving up costs, more than half of travelers plan to take more trips this summer than in previous years. Europe remains the highest demand international travel location for Americans right now, followed closely by Asia. Here's Charlotte, Austin Westfall. Back to you.
All right, Austin, thanks so much. I'll try to talk loud because you can't hear those planes overhead. But being at the airport today, does everything seem to be running smoothly in terms of delays and cancellations?
Everything seems to be running smoothly here at CLT. For the most part, we have been seeing some rain, slight drizzles, no thunderstorms, so it's been pretty calm out here for the most part, Lexi.
All right, good news and good to see people out and traveling again. Fox's Austin Westfall with that live report from Charlotte. Thanks, Austin.
Thanks, Lexi.
Okay, and speaking of travel, a couple other headlines we want to bring to you as well. It's getting easier for some families with kids with special needs to also plan a vacation as more and more destinations are dedicated to ensuring every visitor's needs are met so that they feel welcome, cared for, and most of all, can have fun. Here's Fox's CJ Papa with this report.
April is Autism Acceptance Month, and with spring break behind us and summer travel on the horizon, many families traveling with neurodivergent family members are, like many Americans, looking for the best destinations.
When you're planning a vacation with a child or children who have special or additional needs, it definitely takes it to the next level.
But there are plenty of places that keep their guests with disabilities in mind. Employees at Beaches Resorts in Turks and Caicos and Jamaica go through biannual training to give their guests with autism the best possible experience.
Free questionnaires are actually being able to be sent to family members in advance to where, that relationship gets to start before you even arrive on the resort.
And if the beach isn't your thing, there are plenty of other options. Autism on the Seas is a company that pairs up with cruise lines, particularly Royal Caribbean, to offer sailings with dedicated staff, respite services, private activities, and dining accommodations. And experts say to consider adventure vacations.
There are adaptive sports foundations all over the country that help children and adults with disabilities access the same fun as everybody else.
Park City, Utah, one destination that offers adaptive skiing and snowboarding in the winter, and spring and horseback riding, cycling, mountain biking, water skiing, summer camps, and more in the warm weather months through the National Ability Center. And while keeping busy can be the key to a successful trip for your kids, make sure you get to relax as well.
See if the kids club can accommodate your child on the vacation in case you decide that you would like to have a break.
Other companies take note, doing good is also good for the bottom line.
Probably 50%, close to 60% of our guests have been to our resort before because that relationship and that familiarity.
CJ Papa, Fox News.
And in some other travel-related news as well, some studies are revealing that stress and illness in pilots may go untreated as many fear losing their wings over such issues. Fox's Charles Watson has more on this story.
Bye, plane.
For many pilots, flying is everything. It's their career, their livelihood, their sense of value. But a pilot's passion can often come with a whole lot of stress.
It is really difficult to reach out for help.
Particularly for commercial airline pilots who fly long hours and spend most nights in a hotel with fast food for dinner. It's an increasingly demanding lifestyle that often leads some pilots to engage in healthcare avoidance behavior, especially when it comes to their mental health.
They go underground and they self-medicate or they don't medicate at all.
With 3 decades in the cockpit, Captain Renee O'Shaughnessy says FAA regulations seem seemingly force pilots to pick between getting care and flying. In a 2022 study published in the Journal of Occupational and Environmental Medicine, more than half of pilots said they worried about seeking any kind of medical care over fear of losing approval to fly, namely the status of their FAA aeromedical certificate. So to keep it in good standing, some pilots lie by omission to aviation medical examiners or AMEs like Dr. William Hoffman. Without the certificate, a pilot can't fly.
That can result in negative occupational, social, and financial repercussions.
Dr. Hoffman says misinformation is a big problem and that pilots can seek therapy and still fly. The FAA tells Fox News the concern comes when pilots are prescribed certain medications. Both Dr. Hoffman and Captain O'Shaughnessy says the FAA is due credit, however. In recent years, it has created a committee called ARC to evaluate pilot mental health. It was created after the 2015 German wings crash, where a co-pilot intentionally crashed over the French Alps, killing 150 people on board.
All stakeholders stand to gain by working on healthcare avoidance.
Not only will our passengers be safe, not only will our pilots be safe, but our skies will be safe.
In Atlanta, Charles Watson, Fox News.
Going to step away for another commercial break as we give you another live look here from the White House. Guests beginning to arrive for this evening's state dinner. Going to see you back here right after this break. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We're approaching 4 o'clock on the West Coast and the 7 o'clock hour on the East Coast. My colleague Andrew Kraft will be taking over here shortly and continue to bring you more of these top headlines on this very busy Wednesday as we give you a live look from the Capitol. A lot of breaking news coming out of D.C. today, including the chief of police there for the District of Columbia leaving his role as the top cop in D.C., among other news. Want to give you another live look here at the state dinner as guests continue to arrive at the White House. But we're going to take you out next to the House floor where Representative George Santos is speaking. Let's listen in here live on Live Now from Fox.
Without getting caught up in the wind turbines, in addition to Coast Guard vessels having difficulties with their radar capabilities navigating in and around these windmills. I would also like to add that the construction of these turbines can take up to 15 to 20 years to build, resulting in an expected 1,800 transits up the Hudson River from the Port of NY out to the sea. This places a huge responsibility on the shoulders of the Coast Guard to ensure the safety of all types of boaters and vessels. When meeting with members of the Coast Guard, there was something that stuck out, and it is their personal well-being. Men and women sometimes carry out very serious and dangerous missions at sea, which can be long and lonely. They sometimes have difficulty finding mental health services due to a limited budget. Some are utilizing food pantries and are unable to afford housing. Besides our gratitude, we should be doing more to invest in the Coast Guard. They protect our seacoast, the economic and security interests abroad, and above all, saving thousands of lives per year. This Friday evening, we will be announcing New York 3rd's Congressional District winner of the 2023 Congressional Art Competition. Since I have been in Washington, I have always been amazed by the plethora of talent from high school students whose art hangs in the Cannon Tunnel heading towards the Capitol. I look forward to meeting with these students, learning about their talents, and hearing about their next steps in life. Water contamination is probably the last thing that one might associate with Long Island. Unfortunately, it's a fact. A local village in New York's 3rd District, Farmingdale, has been plagued with an ongoing water contamination issue, which has been declared an emergency since July of 2021. Recently, I met with the mayor of Farmingdale, along with an environmental advocate, to discuss the ongoing issue, the strides they are making, and the federal assistance requested to ease the financial burden on the taxpayers. In my district, the water contaminants, including PFAS, which are also known as forever chemicals, are impacting the water supply wells, which operate nearly 2 million gallons per day. This opened my eye and made me truly see the positive side of public service. When political differences can be set aside, we can roll up our sleeves, show how we can find common ground, and work together for the greater good. While Annapolis has a Naval Academy, in New York's 3rd District, we have the U.S. Merchant Marine Academy. Located in Kings Point, it trains midshipmen to train as officers in the Merchant Marine. Like the Coast Guard, the Academy needs more than $300 million in federal funds to rehabilitate dilapidated buildings. Other long-term projects include the construction of academic buildings and projects to protect the waterfront basin of rickety piers. Since they opened their doors in 1943 on Long Island, we take great pride in being the home of the Merchant Marine Academy. Students come from all across the country to receive a quality education in our backyard. It is my hope to work closely with the Academy as well as the Department of Transportation's Maritime Administration and see what we can do at the federal level to continue to improve the infrastructure at the Academy. These have been the last 100 days from my perspective. But as many of my colleagues have already said, we've only just begun. One final item before I wrap up. I want to talk about neuropathy. Neuropathy is a medical condition that results in damage to the nerves outside the brain and spinal cord. Those who suffer from neuropathy experience weakness and numbness, which typically occurs in the hands or feet. This can be incredibly painful and debilitating, and many are unable to live normal lives. This is also known as the suicide disease, due to limited effective treatments and that there is no cure. In February, I brought a guest to attend the State of the Union who suffers from neuropathy. He's a former volunteer firefighter